Are we live on YouTube? We are live on YouTube. Perfect. I'm tired. I'm not going to double platter, are we? Listen, I'm not anything except for a man of my word. Except when it comes to birthday cards or any other stream promise I make. I'll lie about those. But I am the king of the double down. And I will double down and I will triple down. Infamous Second Son stream. I did an Infamous Second Son stream. I'll do another one at some point, eventually, maybe, potentially. Listen, you'll get at least 2 gaming streams before I quit in the next 2 weeks. Only because I've already accepted the sponsorships for them. So they will happen. But past that, like, you know, I don't know what you want me to say. Is it where the ones meet? No. What are the games? One is Marvel Rivals, of course it is. Another one is I don't know, it's an anime like GTA style game. I don't know what it's called. I don't know. Oh, I can check. It is NTE. It is NTE. Rivals for season 8 debut. I don't know, maybe. I just like saw Marvel Rivals. Beep. Anyway, you know, I gotta milk it for all its worth as it currently exists. Probably do it not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. Sunday for Sunday sponsorship Sunday. Like I promised we would do, but I never do. But until then, you got me quadrupling down because that's what we're gonna do. Anyway, how are y'all doing today before we get into it? So I never looked into content creation at all, how to sponsor streams work, you get emails or Twitch prompts you or what. It depends. These are from Twitch. So Twitch has started prompting people for sponsorships now. They pay well below market rate, but they're easy to accept, easy to get paid out, so they're fine to take. So happy May Day, everyone. It is May Day, which means I have to pay my rent. Don't remind me. You did Chris Rab yesterday? I actually didn't. I have that actually on the docket. I have a link to it. Are you on Lurk It? I've seen Lurk It. I don't offer any money on Lurk It. They're mostly just like Steam keys and stuff. But I have a link in my bookmarks from Chris Rab. To stop my dogs from using my home as a bathroom. This is raining for 18 hours. I don't know how long they're gonna hold out. I get that. Yeah. Yesterday was exhausting. Yeah. This is where the interview starts getting interesting if you need another one. It's funny that you got Platner Petty Hour in the title. Just watched that video of him reacting to Platner. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. Are you excited for Grand Platner? Oh, you know it. you know it. Really gets me going, you know? Did y'all see so Jon Stewart interviewed him? Yeah. I saw did y'all see Tim Walz is campaigning with him? We're doing a campaign event together. This really came out of hiding. Who? Chris Walz. Like, you know, the former VP nominee, Tim Walz. I think it's pretty. I don't think it's surprising that the Democratic Party is kind of thought it was Tim Kaine. No. It's Tim Walz. Who's he campaigning with? Tim Platner. No, Tim Platner. Graham Platner. Same difference, bro. Tim Apple, who cares? Chris Walls is campaigning with Tim Apple or Graham Platner, whatever his name is. I don't know, bro. You don't want me to start calling him by what I know him by, okay? I'll start calling him the Blackwater mercenary guy. Ruin all of our days. Where is it at? I have it saved. You were right. That's exactly what I was gonna pull up. The Vasius. Same brain. But yeah. Remember when everyone was yelling at me yesterday, chat? Remember when everybody was yelling at me for literally saying this exact thing that now Ryan Grimm is saying right now, currently, exactly right now, currently? Maybe now that a white man is saying it, they'll be like a little bit more amenable to this conversation, right? No, he'd never do it. No, he'd never turn on us. No, he'd never turn on us. But now Ryan Grimm is like, I wonder if Platner has peaked. If they managed to turn him into a normal dem, that's the kiss of death. But when Ryan Grimm has these concerns, it's like it's valid, right? It's like, oh right, yeah, this would be bad. Oh, I don't know about this. You know? But when I said these exact same day, literally yesterday, when I was like, there are, again, inconsistencies in his policies and people acting like Graham Platner is this thing when he's not this thing, and they're going to be surprised when he's not moving like they think he should be moving. Look at where we are now. I'll be in Portland tomorrow with Graham Platner to kick off his campaign to retire Susan Collins. Let's go win this thing. It doesn't strike anybody as a little bit interesting that like all of the very, very currently still anti-progressive parties right now, right? The anti-progressive DNC, the Democratic Party, is so quick to rally behind Graham Platner, but they're still very apprehensive around progressives everywhere else in the country when Graham Platner doesn't even call himself a progressive, doesn't even call himself a socialist, is not associated with the DSA, is not associated with like the PSL, right? He is a populist, right? He's a populist who is like anti-establishment, but that's amenable for the Democratic Party. That works within their framework. You know? It's her retweeted a Dave Soto interview with Platner that came out. They aren't even saying that about Zoran. Exactly. And I think that's very interesting. He's far enough in the lead now they can go mask off. But that's the interesting thing. He's far enough in the league where he has the control. He has the reins. He can run the Democratic Party however he wants to run them, right? If he wanted to, he could run as a socialist, right? If he wanted to, he could run as a communist. And they would have to bend the knee to him. Because he's so far ahead, and because they need him in order to flip these seats. And the reason why he's not doing that, right? Well, look at what Hassan was saying yesterday, right? Because Hassan was saying that he's doing this like to hide his power level, right? He's not doing that. He's still illegal. Communism is still illegal in the United States. Come on. Let's be entirely honest here and real here. Let's be entirely honest and real here. Are you an anarchist? No, I'm not an anarchist. You're right. It doesn't make sense when Hassan says that he monitors himself. He literally doesn't. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe these things, right? I mean, really can't illegally run as a communist. Okay, then he could call himself a socialist. He could call himself a democratic socialist. He could align himself with the DSA. He could do all of these things, right? He's not doing that. AOC did it. She won. Mamdani did it. He won. I agree with you. Just don't say things that aren't true. You're being pedantic. You're being pedantic is what you're doing. Tamiko versus Platner. Who do you got? I mean, that's good. That's a good question, actually. On paper, Platner is still better than Tallarico is because Tallarico is not for Medicare for all. In that vein, technically, Jasmine Crockett is better than Tallarico is because technically she is supportive of Medicare for all, but she lost because she's a loser and she sucks. But Graham Platner is for Medicare for all, so he is better than Tallarico is. But what policies has he dialed back on from his platform? I mean, his platform is already dialed back. Is my point. He doesn't have a socialist platform. He has a populist, progressive platform. His platform is not socialist. It's populist, right? It's progressive, not socialist. I keep saying this, he's not a communist, he's pro-American. That's it. Social programs are good for Americans. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. This is not a diss against him. This is a description of who he is as a person, right? Tax rich is not socialist enough. I mean, tax rich is not socialist, like definitionally speaking, right? And he's not saying tax rich. He's saying taxed billionaires. You know what I mean? That's what I mean, right? He's specifically saying tax billionaires. That is moderated policy. That's pretty bad, actually. That I think coming from anybody else, it would be criticized by just being a moderate policy. It's not tax, it's tax billionaires, right? Yeah, I never claimed that he was socialist. He didn't either. Well, leftists are claiming he's a socialist. That's my criticism of the way he's being positioned. Leftists claim that he's a socialist. Leftists are claiming that he's like hiding his power level and that he actually believes in in like these socialist causes, and he just can't say it because he needs to win elections. And I am saying that is mischaracterization. I'm going to a different interview to go over today. This one from 2 months back with Tim Heidegger, which because he's a dive and read over his history. I agree, he's a leftist, populist, not even socialist. I wouldn't necessarily call him a leftist, but I think that's a more apt description. And I think if people said that about him, I'd have less of an issue with it. My issue with the way people talk about Graham Platner is that it's a lot of wish casting on, and this is good word chatter, a lot of wish casting on his policies. I think we should be truthful and honest about what he actually believes, right? People like to project growth on Graham Platner. He himself says he's not a socialist. No, yes, he says he's not a socialist now. But people will look at his Reddit post and be like, he said he was a socialist back then, so therefore he's a socialist now and he's hiding it, right? But his policies are not socialist in nature, right? They're progressive populists. He says he's not a socialist. He's distanced himself from socialism, when he doesn't need to, right? And so I think people are giving him a lot more credit when he doesn't necessarily deserve that credit, right? And it feels weird that's happening. Let's see here. Let's see. 450 starts at 450 starts 1010 is why join a just war. 715 next vitamin. Okay. I'm trying to save this over here. That's why I have it. Excuse me. He's absolutely not a leftist by choice. I need you to understand that this was 2002. He would be a Republican. If he can't even accurately recount things in his past that are problematic or harmful, any change he tries to portray collapses on himself, you have to be accountable in an apology for it to mean something. Exactly. He's a social democrat. I can see social democrat as an apt description, but even that, I think, is giving him a little bit more credit than he actually deserves as a label. But like, I will say that that's a more accurate description. I might believe the hiding power level story if people saying it actually talked to him, which they haven't. But in terms of moving right, where does where did he do so? I don't think he necessarily moved right. I'm not saying that he's moving right. I'm saying that there's inconsistencies in the way that he portrays himself that leads me to believe that he could move right in the future. Right? In the same way that there were inconsistencies in the way that John Fetterman moved, right? That led to him being so fanatical now, right? We could have seen that coming. And there are inconsistencies in the way Graham Platner talks about himself, his past and his history, and the positioning of his policies that it's just inconsistent. The way he lies about his history in Blackwater, the way that he's not properly like talked about regretting his service or apologized for the harm that he's caused while in the military. Even just the general way he positions the wrongfulness of that concept of the military being from an Americanized perspective without even talking about the victims of the American enterprise. His platform on his website having a specific emphasis on like not decreasing the military budget, but just reallocating the funds to more shipbuilding, right? And bolstering the Navy. That's a weird thing. Like it's just there. I think there is enough there for people to have concerns, and I think that those concerns should be answered. And I think shouting down the people that have concerns is weird and kind of gross to do. That's the way that I approach this conversation. I think that there are valid concerns that people have of Graham Platner. I do. Right? And I think it's weird that like, okay, we understand the concept of like, for Kamala Harris, right? That like, you don't take people's vote for granted, right? Or even some people's support for granted, right? Because like, I don't live in Maine, whatever, right? But even people's support for granted. You have to like earn people's support. You have to speak to people and be like, you want this thing from me? You want me to position in this way? This is what I believe. I hear your concerns. Let me assuage your concerns. Let me address your concerns, right? You don't think that I've adequately changed? Let me speak to that dynamic. The Navy bolstering is specifically a defensive move towards smaller vessels instead of mega carrier expansionists. Yeah, that's bad and that sucks. I don't want any more ships being built. I want the money fully removed from the military, personally. That's a personal thing for me. I want somebody to be like, yo, we shouldn't be funding the military at all. Like, they have $1.5 trillion. I want somebody to be like, I know you're just explaining it, but that's what my position is. Like, I want someone to be like, we have too much money in the military budget. We need to be taking some of that away. You know what I mean? That's where I want that person to be for Graham Platner. And as somebody who's been in the military and who has seen that the money is not going anywhere, why does he just want the money to be reshuffled instead of just taking the money away? Or being removed. Right? I'm not saying that he can do that himself by with his singular senator power or whatever, but like positioning like that's what he wants to do. Does that make sense? You're raising so many great concerns about Platner. To be honest, it's tiresome to see how the streamers lean heavily one way or another. You're just seeing more of a human approach where he stands and what he says refreshing. That's what I've tried to do pretty consistently, and why it's a little bit frustrating where like people just like will come in here and be like, you just hate Graham Platner because you are aligned with Zionists or whatever. People in Maine ain't never gonna go for that though. But like, it doesn't matter what the people in Maine are gonna go for. He's already popular. You know what I mean? People in Maine will go for whatever he wants to because he's going to win. He's like 20 points ahead, He has a lot of leeway to say whatever he wants to say because he's 20 points ahead. Does that make sense? And so I'm not saying that he can say everything that I'm saying now, right? But I'm saying that he has a little bit more give with the Mainers because he's so popular, right? Because he has, he's like so many points ahead of Janet Mills now that she dropped out, but now Susan Collins. Does that make sense? Right? But I do want to get a little bit into this interview as well, because I want to go over like what he said about his past in this regard. so many folks putting on so many blinders with Graham because Graham Platner is useful for the movement that they're trying to build. Right? I know why. This is not a surprise for me. Right? Okay, water for the Zionist lobby, you're doing our work and shit. You're so stupid. You're so dumb. Just because, and this is such a dumb argument, just because, right, Zionists are aligned with you does not mean what we are saying is incorrect. You support Palestine, right? Yes or no? You're pro-Palestine. You're anti-Israel. Oh wait, I got all day. This should be a hard question. It shouldn't be a difficult question. I thought it would be an easy question. I thought it'd be like a slam dunk, a layup. Both sides. How's it both sides? Do you support Palestine? Like, are you anti-Israel? If you can't answer this question, you're not on the same side as I am. Like, this is very simple. It's a yes or no question, chatter. It's not that difficult.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I...
Don't add them. I want them to respond.
Just subscribed.
They had so much smoke. They had so much smoke earlier. So much smoke earlier. Do you support Palestine? Are you anti-Israel? It's a very simple and easy. This isn't even a gotcha question. This is a lead up to my gotcha question. This is to establish context so that we get to my gotcha question. I haven't even gotten there yet. No, this chatter is anti-Israel. I know they are. I know they're anti-Israel. They don't want to answer because they know it makes them look bad. That's what it is. They know they would be proven incorrect by the point that I'm going to make, and so they just went mute. Right? This is necessarily a discussion around Platner. What, do you think Platner is anti-Israel? This is kind of the point, right? You said, you brought it up. You say we're carrying water for the Zionist lobby. You brought it up, technically. Answer the question. Answer the question, chatter. Are you pro-Palestine? Are you anti-Israel? Maybe they're mobile. No, they just don't want to respond because they know it makes them look bad. right? They have so much smoke to defend Graham Platner when somebody actually interrogates their position, then it's mute, then it's silence. Then it's silent. Do you want to have a conversation or not? Do you want to have a conversation or not? You can't even say, you should be ashamed of yourself. You can't even say you support Palestine. You can't even say it. You should literally be ashamed of yourself. This should not be a question. It shouldn't be a question. Want to do the chat thing? I'll let him sit there while I say what I have to say. The point that I want to make, right? The point that I want to make is that if you support Palestine, if you're anti-Israel, you know that there are actual anti-Semites, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, who are also anti-Israel. Their anti-Israel thought and rhetoric does not discount your anti-Israel thoughts and rhetoric because they're anti-Semitic. They don't make your anti-Israel thoughts and rhetoric less valid because they're doing it for the wrong reasons. Just because people are criticizing Graham Platner for incorrect and wrong reasons does not make my critique incorrect. Does not make my critique wrong. Does not mean that I'm holding water for the Zionist lobby. You're doing exactly what Zionists say that you do, right? When you criticize Israel, they say you're holding water for anti-Semites by doing what they do. Do you not see the equivalence there? That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Nobody is above critique. Nobody is above doing better. Nobody. And you are a part of this stand culture, this stand politician culture, that you are unable to even engage with critique of somebody who's not even an elected official yet because they're on your side, because they wear your colors. That's gross. That's gross. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is a gross thing. Let's get to the Graham Platner thing. I think we saw a little bit of this actually. I think we saw somebody ask him a question. Yeah, we did see this question about the tattoo. We saw that clip on Twitter. But did want to see the 1010. I understand you're making critiques and validity, but where is this going in terms of seizing state power? It doesn't matter because he's going to win anyway, right? He's 20 points ahead. Jaden Mills dropped out. He's getting backed by the DNC. What does it matter? He's going to seize state power, so I get to make my critique. Should we not be pushing him left now? He's going to win. Should we not be exerting all the pressure and power to move him further left because he's going to win? Shouldn't this be the moment to push him further left at this exact moment before he actually gets in power? That's how I do politics. That's why I did for Kamala Harris. When Kamala Harris was on campaign trail, we were pushing her left, right? We realized that like when she was in power, that there was very little avenues that she would actually listen to us, because when politicians get in power, they have no mechanism listening to us because all they care about is their vote. So how does that not apply to Graham Platner? Right?
Pearl
I was
is
just
a-
talking
no,
about
no.
oysters, man.
Now,
This is-
you brought up
Interesting
draft.
stuff to me.
You brought up draft. Now, I just want to talk about your military stuff because that is a big problem for a lot of people,
Yep.
I think, and it's a big problem for me personally. I'll be candid with you. I was looking at you and your career and your history. You were against the Iraq War,
yes.
and then you joined the Marines.
Yes.
And then became a combat.
Yeah, I was in the infantry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you did some nasty shit, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I was outside of Fallujah in 05. I fought in Ramadi in 06.
Right.
They were.
I was gonna yell about my frustration of what I'm seeing largely popular to streamers. I am reminded that your community is welcoming for critical thought and not a singular hive mind focusing on a minority of topics. I try, right? I try to. I talk about what I care about here, right? And so you're not going to get a specific thing that you might be looking for here, right? I talk about things that I do care about, but I do try to facilitate contrary thoughts. You don't have to agree with me to be here, right? However, you do have to be, open to critical thinking and critical thought, right? Which means like for example, you don't have to be here and not like Grant Platner. I don't expect for you to disagree or agree with me on liking or not liking Grant Platner. However, you're not going to be here and then cape for Grant Platner's war crimes. That's what the difference is. You can like Grant Platner and I can dislike Grant Platner and that can be fine. But we can understand that Janet Mills is bad, Susan Collins is bad, Grant Platner may be the best person to exist for the position, and that can all exist simultaneously. What doesn't work in that dynamic is you saying that I am not allowed to speak on this because Susan Collins is bad, right? I'm not allowed to have this take because Janet Mills is bad. That's where things become an issue. And that's what I've been seeing a lot of. And that's why I'm back on this again. Some examples of how you want him to move left. Well, firstly, I want him to acknowledge the harm that he's caused by being in Blackwater, being a part of Blackwater, being a part of a militaristic empire that has committed harm across the Middle East and across the world entirely. I want him to stop saying slurs, acknowledge that that's harmful, and apologize for that, and stop saying that. I want him to theoretically, all of that. I want him to move on, decreasing the military budget. I want him to do that, right? This is from a conceptual basis. I'm not in Maine. I'm not his constituent. So he won't be representing me. This is just from what I would like to see in a theoretical perspective, right? I think him supporting Medicare for all is good. It's fine. I think, what else do you believe? I think him wanting the genocide to end is good and fine. However, people are saying that Grant Platner is anti-Zionist. I think the definition of anti-Zionist has gotten very muddied in the last few years. Grant Platner is not an anti-Zionist, or I don't think Grant Platner is anti-Zionist. I want him to call for the dissolution of the apartheid state of Israel. I want him to move on that. He has not done that. He's not talked about Israel as an apartheid state. He has not addressed Israel in the way that it exists to oppress Palestinians since its inception, right? He's only focused specifically on this phase of the genocide, right? I wanted to move on that. To be fair, by definition, Mamdani isn't anti-Zionist either. Yeah, and that's a bad thing, right? We should be pushing Mamdani on that too. Does that make sense? I'm consistent on that point, right? I'm not saying you're not, but I'm saying that I am consistent on that point. I think we've moved too far on letting politicians get away with that, right? I haven't pushed that point too much because I think he's still better than a lot of other politicians as they currently exist, but that's still something that I want him to move on, right? So there are things that he should be moving on. He's been anti-genocide, but has not made a substantive critique of Israel. Exactly. And he should be moving on that, right? I'm not pulling these things out of nowhere, right? These are things that I've thought about that I think he should be moving on and that we should be trying to move him on. Will he move on all of this? No. But he hasn't. I feel like he's, I've heard him say this in apartheid state. He might have said it's an apartheid state. He hasn't called for it to be dissolved. You know what I mean? And so again, it gets down to what do you think the state of Israel is? What does it mean to be a Zionist? So there are things that he can do better. more. There are things that all politicians can do better for, you know? Yep, he's anti-war, but definitely anti-imperialist. Exactly. And he can be better for that. Platner is the only candidate to say that Hamas is legit resistance group doing good tactics. Oh, you mean in his Reddit post that he apologized for? So, do we in the same Reddit post that he said black people don't tip? So, is he a racist, Cheddar? Do you think? Or do we just pick and choose what he believes, right? If we're taking his Reddit post, we have to take his Reddit post. Does he believe? Definitely racist too. Well, then, good to know.
Very violent
Right.
deployments.
Right.
Another for one thing, I appreciate willingness to expand on topics without denigrating others' perspectives. I see you on many occasions give light to important news about women issues, black issues, etc. Things that rarely get major coverage. I care less about what people say and don't hold them to their actions. Words are cheap, but having a healthy dose of skepticism, any politician is good. That's what I try to do. Rock Lobster, thank you for the 9 months. Also, y'all stop engaging with Mr. Mandela effect. They're trolling.
They were very violent
Right.
deployments.
Now,
Also,
you
Matty
knew,
Boy, thank you for
I
the
knew,
gifted
'cause I
sub.
was,
Blah,
I'm
blah, thank
about
you for
10
the
years
prime.
older than you. But you knew.
And Spiffin Juggins, thank you for the 14 months. And Maximus Prime, thank you for the 11 months. I'm not missing those. Much appreciated. Also, hello, YouTube chat. Hello. I see you're there. Chat's super quiet on YouTube. Yeah, most people are on Twitch, so I don't pay attention to YouTube chat. I'm sorry. But hello, I will check on you every now and then. Speak so fast sometimes I can't understand. Leave me have to change. Just want to hear your points. Oh, well, I'll try to slow down. I speak kind of fast when I read the activity feed.
That was an unjust war.
I did not go to the Jon Stewart interview yesterday. If there's an interesting point, we'll look at it.
Yes.
Before you, because
I fought.
you did some nasty shit, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I was outside of Fallujah in 05. I fought in Ramadi in 06.
Right.
They were very violent
Right.
deployments.
Now, you knew.
What is that? Okay. I don't know what he means by that. But does he mean he did a lot of violence, or like a lot of violence was done to him? Like, I need more explanations.
I knew, because I'm about 10 years older than you, but
Yep.
you knew that was an unjust war
Yes.
before you joined.
Yeah.
And what's that thought process? And where is
This is good questioning. This is good questioning. I need to know the answer to this, right? Because he knew beforehand. He joined. He found out again while he was in there. He left, knew again, then joined Blackwater, and then found out again and then left, right? That is inconsistency. That is inconsistency. That inconsistency needs to be explained.
There must be some regret, some
Oh, a
feeling
lot.
of, well, talk about.
Yeah.
talk about
So I mean,
regret.
I for reasons I can't explain, since I was about 2 years old, I wanted to be a soldier.
Sure.
and I don't know why
And
that is.
probably watching Cobra or Predator on TV or
And
something.
I grew
like
up
that.
playing with GI Joes,
Sure.
but it was also deeper. Into high school, I've always been a big history buff, and I was really into the Civil War.
Huh. You know, I've heard a lot of things about history buffs. I've heard a lot of history buffs are very, very aware, have a keen eye for certain symbolism.
War, I was really into the Second World War, and
A history buff big into the Second World War. Huh. That's pretty interesting. Does anyone of you also mentions his tattoo? I think remember we watched this before. We watched the tattoo portion. I didn't see this part. History buffs not knowing Nazi symbols is America World War One. No. America World War One is history buffs being very, very keenly aware of Nazi symbols. That's kind of the meme, right? It's like, no, I'm just very into the world history. Just that specific period, you know, just the World War II period. I'm very, very into it. It's one or the other. It's just. I think it kind of plays contrary to his thing of like, I just had no idea, right? And I think it upsets me, right? When people are like, well, I'm an American citizen, and I had no idea. But he's everything about this man. He's like, yeah, I was a super big history buff, and I had no idea. Yeah, I knew the war was really bad, but I had no idea, and I joined anyway. Like, do you understand what I'm saying about this inconsistency here? Does that make sense to you? Like, it literally just doesn't make sense. And I'm being gaslit about this right now. It literally doesn't make sense. Giant history buff about World War II specifically, his words, not mine, can't recognize Nazi symbolism. Whatever. Knows that the war in Iraq is bad and you know, American imperialism is bad, joins anyway. Whatever. Leaves because it's bad, joins again. Does it you can accept the change, but you have to admit that it's weird. Right? And that I'm a little bit right for just being a little bit suspicious about that. That's weird, right? Like, there's inconsistencies here. Like, him lying about his time in Blackwater and doing Blackwater propaganda by being like, I didn't work at Blackwater, that never happened. When he did work at Blackwater, he has a Blackwater sticker on his fridge. Inconsistencies. Does that make sense? Originally, do you think he's lying about changing or how his change of heart is? I don't think he's lying about changing specifically. I just think that, like, I'm afraid that he, like, will just switch back. Because he's done that twice. Does that make sense? He can believe these things earnestly now, as he did last time. And the time before that, before he changed 2 times. He has a history of being inconsistent. You know? He just does. And that, I think, is a very fair thing to feel very real fear of. You know? I don't think Fetterman, though, if I'm being entirely real, he has more evidence of being a Fetterman than Fetterman does. I'm not saying he will either, right? But he has more evidence of being a Fetterman than Fetterman does. He has more, like, evidence in his history of flip-flopping back and forth on his positions than Fetterman did when he got in. And I hope he doesn't do that because he's going to win, right? Fetterman switched all the voters out of nowhere. It wasn't out of nowhere, to be fair. There were signs. There were signs. He always wasn't good on Israel. Like, which is why I don't think Platner's thing will be Israel. I don't see Platner switching on Israel, right? Oh, but yeah, fracking too. But, like, you know. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but he didn't switch because of the stroke, though. I think the stroke didn't help. He didn't switch because of the stroke, though. You know, health complications, you know, that never help situations like that. Really, the Platner's view on the apartheid government. How long is it? Oh, we watched this already. If you have a specific timestamp, we'll look at it. But, like, oh, I think we've seen this. But, like, does that make sense? Right? It's weird. When is a critique is supposed to turn a functional? When is a critique is supposed to turn into a functional alternative solution? When this critique of Platner is not new and has been multiple months of discourse. If the next election cycle, fine. I just have to understand when it's supposed to turn into something actionable. It's actionable now because if people were also saying this now, it would be pushing him to actually take accountability for it and then move on it. I would stop talking about it if he took accountability for it and moved on it. It should be actionable currently, right now, if you fuckers actually did something about it. If y'all actually stopped sucking him off and glazing him, then maybe it actually would be actionable. And he wouldn't actually be like, wow, I'm getting glazed right now, so nobody actually cares about this. Literally, he's going to win. He doesn't need your glaze. Stop glazing him and actually hold him accountable and push him further left. Hold him accountable and make him apologize for his past and his behavior. He hasn't done this. Even what we've seen here. But maybe he does. Maybe he does. Maybe he says the words, "I'm sorry," at some point in this entire endeavor. Maybe. I don't know.
And I kind of just, I don't know, took off for whatever reason. And part of it, I've always been a big history buff, and I was really into the Civil War. I was really into the Second World War, and I kind of just, I don't know, took off for whatever reason. And part of it, honestly, I think a lot of it is that in our society, we romanticize militarism. We romanticize war as this kind of thing that, especially young men, have to
This is true. What I want to hear him say is that's a bad thing, right? That's what I want to hear him say. You know? I want to hear him say that that's a bad thing.
do to kind of go through some rite of passage. And I think we do it because culturally, we as a nation have utilized violence and war the whole time.
Right.
And we almost require it for what we have built.
Right.
And it's just become so inculcated into our culture. So I grew up.
And that's a bad thing. That's my beef with this, right? He's explaining it, but he's not condemning it. People say that Platner regrets his service or he condemns his service. He doesn't. He never does. He always explains it, right? There's always explanation and rationalization, but never condemnation, right? He always says, this is how the culture was. I grew up in this culture. And it's true. This is correct. But he never says, and that's bad. I want to see Platner be a vet, like standing outside the VA, being like, don't join because they are just using you as a body. Right? I want to see Platner go to like vet support groups and telling them his story. So he says, do not join. Do not do this. Right? Because of what they did to me. But he doesn't do this. Instead, he's like, I'm an Army and Marine veteran. I know how to spot an enemy. Right? You know, he looks back on his service fondly. And his biggest beef is not that he was in the military. It's how the military was used. One of the reasons that I don't have support for him. And it's frustrating because, again, I want to like Graham Platner, right? I don't hate Graham Platner, right? But he could be that if we put enough pressure on him. But and my biggest beef is with the people who support him who don't want to put that pressure on him. I don't know if they don't see that as a problem or an issue, right? But if he does that, it would be fantastic. Do you know how great it would be if Graham Platner was that? I would ride for him, bro. I would go door knocking for this man if he actually did stuff like that. You know, I want another Mike Prisoner. I do. I want somebody who actually stands against American enterprise. I want that. And it's so frustrating. Clear's talking past each other. People are still thinking about the election. And I've been saying that he's going to win anyway, so it doesn't matter. But do you understand how that's like, that kind of portrays exactly what they actually care about? They're more worried about the election than the harm that he has caused. You know? I think he's legitimately changed. He also claimed to have protested the Iraq War and still signed up for to invade Iraq. He's scared he'll lose momentum against main majority white voting base, which isn't an excuse. Yes, I get that. And you're not wrong. I think you're wrong about the legitimately change part, potentially. But like, I think you're right about the rest of it. But he won't do that, right? He won't lose support because he's 20 points ahead. He's getting backed by Tim Walz and the Democratic Party. Like, I'm sorry, Susan Collins is cooked. There is not an avenue where she wins this, right? It's like Zohran Mamdani at like the end of the election, like past the primary. We all like, it's like basically like, it's like, you know, maybe there's a pathway here. But like, it's like, we kind of already know, right? It's like, maybe, but like, we kind of know, right? And so like, I can see him still being afraid. I get that, and I understand that, but like, he's so far ahead, right? He's even further ahead than Zoran was, right? I guess it's like Zoran, it was a little scary, right? He's so far ahead. You know? Like, so far ahead. He doesn't lose much, right? So I guess that's why I'm not saying that he needs to do all of this, but I want to see something. I want to see some movement, right? Use that lead for something. Because if he doesn't do it now, when he's so comfortably far ahead, why would he do it when he's facing re-election? Does that make sense? If he's not doing it now, when he's so comfortably far ahead and he's not facing any challenges, what makes you think he will do it when he's facing re-election, right? When the election cycle is up in 6 years. And that's the scary part. Right? And people are wish casting that, oh no, believe me, he'll do it, I promise. But he's not showing us he's doing it now. He's not showing us that he's like actually going to be more radical, right? Like being tempered in the primary season, I get it, right? But like you're so far ahead, explode. But my take is that he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to come out as a socialist. He doesn't want to run as a socialist, right? He's running on exactly the policies that he believes right now. And people thinking that he's more left than that, I think that they're wish casting. You know? I agree, but a big part of the reason why he's ahead is because of the military stuff. No, it's incorrect. I think you're wrong. You're wrong. The reason why he's ahead so far right now is because he's so against the Democratic establishment. It's not the military stuff. It's not. It's not. That's why you see progressives winning all over the country. The Democratic establishment is so uniquely, like they're so, what's the word? Unpopular. They're so unpopular. And he stands against them. He's running on material policy like Medicare for all, right? He's standing against Israel, which is popular, and he's against the Democratic establishment, which is popular. He's running on popular policy. That's why he's ahead. I'm sure his background helps to some degree, right? But that is why he's ahead, right? If he's ahead specifically because he's a military guy, then what people are saying about why he's, about his race is wrong, right? Hassan's saying he's like him winning will show that like these policies are winning in like red states or purple states or whatever, right? Runs contrary to that take. The take is not, okay, run like progressive policies, and instead run military guys, Just run military guys everywhere and you win. But it's not that. It's run progressive policies that address people's material conditions because that's what's winning, That's what it is. You just run chuds. There are plenty of military members in the Republican Party. If that's all it was about the Republicans, we get all the votes. Yeah. His veteran status is a bit of a grease that makes it easier to boost the progressive policies. Maybe. But to be fair, like I think you probably say that him being like a rough and tumble like oyster farmer may have like even more to do with it, right? It's hard to quantify how much that is. That comes from polling. But like honestly, pollsters kind of suck, and nobody wants to do polling on stuff like that. Right? We don't really know, but we know that the progressive policy does a lot of heavy lifting there, right? So I'm not saying him being in the military and being a military member is like bad for his campaign, but he's so far ahead now that like he could like win a lot of favor. Like, he'll be fine coming out and saying it was a bad thing for me to join Blackwater. I shouldn't have done it. He's not losing 20 points in the polls for that. Right? And I'm sorry, if he does, then we were wrong about progressive policies. If he does, we were wrong about progressive policies. The entire thing about progressivism is saying, if we just speak to people with material conditions, they will vote for us. If him coming out and saying that he shouldn't have joined Blackwater or whatever, or he regrets his service, if that loses him the election, then I'm sorry, hang up the progressive base. Like, we're done, cook it. Everything people are saying about progressive policies being actually popular with people if we market it to people is wrong and incorrect. But I don't think that's the case. Right? I think that it is popular, and I think he will win despite that. Is when he say in 6 years we need to replace him if he doesn't meet the standard. But that's why wait 6 years, right? Why not try to push him now? He's going to win anyway. Why not try to push him now? I don't understand that. Oh, just wait 6 years and push him then. If we get to vote then anyway. Yeah, guys, wait 6 years. Don't worry. We will definitely have elections then. We will make it that far. We promise. We might have midterms. I'm gonna have midterms dogs like people wait 6 years because he doesn't seem like he's gonna listen. I don't care. Do you think I ever stopped by people listening, dog? Dog, if I stopped doing what I did because people wouldn't listen, I would have never stopped. Kept pushing Kamala Harris, bro. Oh, sorry, Kamala Harris won't stop the genocide. I guess I have to stop asking her to. like no. I'm gonna keep pushing. I'm gonna keep doing this thing. Like, because it's what I believe. Like I push everybody left. That's what I believe. I will push him left in the campaign trail, and I'll push him left in the when he wins. You know?
With that. But I also had an element of just the, frankly, I would say, childish idealism, where even though I thought the war was bad, and I was against it, and I protested it, I did everything I could to stop it, when it came, I still had
I was like, all right. sorry. I'm being petty. Let me listen to what he's saying.
I did everything I could to stop it. When it came, I still had this sense that I had a duty.
Do you think there was that post 9/11 patriotism? I mean, that was big running through people I knew for sure.
There definitely was, but for me, it was twofold. It was one
adventurism.
It was very much. I mean, I grew up reading Hemingway.
Like, that's so much worse. I'm sorry. Every time I hear him speak, it's so much worse. People are lying about Graham Platner. People are like, oh, it was the propaganda. Oh, if you didn't live through post 9/11, you don't get it. And you hear him talking, he was like, nah, it wasn't poverty draft. It wasn't that. Nah, it wasn't post 9/11 propaganda. It wasn't that either. I just wanted the adventure, bro. Like, do you understand why I'm frustrated by this gaslighting? Like, literally, it's just like, it's like, people will literally wish cast onto him, and he will say the exact opposite, right? It's like, oh no, don't worry, he never really, he regrets being a part of Blackwater. He was like, Blackwater? I was never a part of Blackwater. Yes, it's literally the Reddit that was like, he addressed Blackwater, and then like in the entire video that we saw, Blackwater didn't come up a single time. And it's just like, I feel like I'm going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I grew up reading like these kind of almost cynical.
You can
views
see
of
is the
war.
most white dude coded thing I've ever seen. Honestly, yeah, a little bit. Pisses me off, but it never surprises me. People ignoring it, just so honest about it. Because again, this is what makes me mad, right? He can still grow from doing this for adventurism. That's what makes me mad. He can say, yeah, I just wanted to go kill brown people, and he can still grow from that. That doesn't make his growth any less valid. People will still be mad at that for sure, right? But like, you can still grow from that. You don't have to like lie about why he did it to like make it like sound better. Like, I think a lot of people who are defending Graham Platner haven't heard him
like a
speak on these
capitalist
things.
every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay?
Matthew Lee's here for the 19 months.
Matthew Leeds Mott just
Did you have the same reason instead white dudes join the police? Yeah.
But we're also still kind of romanticized. So this idea that like you can actually make an anti-war film. Like I grew up watching Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
I watch that now. Clearly, it's trying to say that all of this is terrible.
Yeah.
And when I was 17, I
Apocalypse
was like,
Now.
I can't wait to join the Marine Corps.
Right. You didn't see the
No.
the parable there.
No, not in the slightest, because I was, a kid.
Right.
And I also had this sort of deeper feeling.
But he was anti-war at the time, but whatever.
That maybe, and I don't believe this anymore, but at the time I definitely did, that I knew that I was a good person. And I knew that if I went, no matter how bad this whole thing was.
Oh, and
if
he's
I
saying
was-
the Kyle Kalinske. Don't worry, chat. He's doing the Kyle Kalinske. He's doing the Kyle Kalinske. He's like, I need to be a good person there because there's a bunch of bad people that are there. He's doing the Kyle Kalinske. He's like, join ICE. Because we need good people in ICE instead of bad people in ICE. So that's so he has earned Kyle's vote. It's the most entitled American way of thinking. Yeah. And again, like, you can still grow from that. It's funny. I can laugh at that. Right? It doesn't explain why he went back to Blackwater. Right? But like, I can, you know, you can still grow from that.
There on the ground.
Is that a Kyle take? Yes. We looked at it yesterday. Kyle Clancy said, we need more good people in ICE because those are bad. I'll play it again. Where's it at? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me check YouTube. Had to be a joke? It was not a joke. I promise you, I looked at it yesterday. It was not a joke. This was a thing that he said, like, legitimately.
This police officer is...
What was the time?
up and kick rocks. If you're one of the tens of millions of uninsured people, shut the fuck
Okay, I think it was like 14 something, right? 1611.
race and gender. Basically, anybody left of center is either a potential terrorist or ICE. So, with that shit. All right, more. Let's talk a little bit about ICE. So, 175,000 Americans allegedly have applied for jobs at ICE. 175,000. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. That 175,000 very likely are the dregs of society. They are the dregs of society. They are the alcoholics and the abusers and the fucking Proud Boy members and the KKK members and, you know, old fat white dudes from Tennessee with a beer gut. Like, that's who these fucking people are. So what I want to say to you guys is, I really hope that we have some good people who are signing up for jobs at ICE, because we need somebody there to be the last line of defense. We need somebody there to temper the insanity. We need people there to counter their unprofessionalism with professionalism.
It sounds like a joke, right? But he's not joking about this. It sounds like a joke, right? It sounds like a joke. It does. It does sound like a joke. But he's actually being sincere about this one. This one's actually serious.
And that's what we're seeing now, by the way. We're seeing a lot of, there's now a big beef between cops and ICE, and it's understandable that that's the case. They're encroaching on the territory of the cops, and they're wildly unprofessional, and they're committing crimes, and they're causing problems, which makes the life of cops way harder. So these 175,000 Americans, they're basically signing up to be the Gestapo. Make no mistake about it. They are signing up to ruin the lives of black people and brown people and liberals and lefties and people using their First Amendment free speech rights. That's what they're doing. So I hope, again, some of you out there will sign up as a good person and basically be a double agent, if you will, and basically try to keep a lid on the worst elements of it. And I came to this position because that's what one of the soldiers said. Remember that video I played for you guys from Status Coup of a black veteran? And he basically convinced me that we need a bunch of good people in the military and the National Guard, so that when you're ordered to do something illegal or unconstitutional, you say no, basically. You reject the order. But we can't do that if it's all only the bad guys in these agencies. So we need a little bit of that going on, man. In fact, we need a lot of bit of that going on. So 175,000, stop and think about that. That is a domestic ICE Gestapo, the ICE Stapo force, is what they've just created. All right, now speaking of cops...
I'm sorry, it's just a very silly take. That's why Platner did Blackwater, bro. No, that's why he went to the military. That's what he was saying. That's why Kyle was on Combo Train, bro. Mr. Trying to end up in the dumbest position possible. Kyle's mostly okay, but he does get very lived up at some points. And then he gets very, like, you know, very dark woke, and he says slurs and stuff like that. So, like, that's not good. But then he'll arrive at, like, a decent position at some point. So, like, I have, like, no, like, direct beef with, like, Kyle. But this is one of his worst. This is one of his worst takes by far. This is one of his worst takes by far. It's really bad. That sucks. But that's what Graham Platner is saying here. He needs to be the good guy because all the other people are bad guys. He's like, man, all the other people are gonna join to kill brown people. I have to go join and kill brown people, but like not as bad.
Person. And I knew that if I went, no matter how bad this whole thing was, if I was there on the ground,
Right.
where the violence is happening,
Right.
that I could maybe do some good.
Right.
It's the same take, bro. It's the same take.
And I
Doesn't
think
work that way.
It does in the very detailed sense. Like I feel like in many ways I did get to do that.
Right.
This is why he defends it. He still justifies it because like, no, I did that, guys. It was actually a good thing that I was there. Don't worry. I may have killed people. He literally admitted that he did bad stuff, right? He admitted that it was violent and he did bad stuff. But he was like, no, but I did some good stuff too. So like, good job. Do you understand why I like maybe don't really trust this judgment call from this guy a little bit? His judgment just seems a little bit off up here. Like, it seems skewed. People were like, yeah, this guy, let's give this guy one of the highest positions in this country. Like, it's just like, these are things that like, this is why, you know, maybe this is, I don't know, not elitist of me, but like, you know, I'd like to see a little bit of a competency from a person before we start throwing them into office. Like, you know, like, you're like, yeah, this guy's a normal person. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's good, but like, have you seen the normal person? He's like, yeah, no, I did some good down there. I did some good down there. Like, it was a... Would it be fair to say that we shouldn't on the left trust politicians in general? I mean, of course.
Detailed sense. Like I feel like in many ways I did get to do that.
Right.
Just reading in case you missed it, feel free to ignore. I'm genuinely curious on the Kyle thing. Tell me if I'm coping. I understand that as people are signing up, I know some of them are good. No. He's talking to his audience, telling his audience to sign up for ICE so that good people are joining. He says, go, guys, go sign up, right? We need some good people in ICE. That's what he said. And so you are coping a little bit, right? I understand why or how you got to that position, and I wish he was saying that too. That's not what he was saying. He was like, guys, I hope some of y'all join. I hope, you know, I hope y'all get in there. Hope y'all join. Go. Speaking to my audience right now.
But the greater project is so flawed.
There's no
and
redemption
so
from
brutal.
working for
Yeah.
Blackwater. I don't even know if I fully agree. There is some path of redemption for a lot of things. In my personal eyes, I can see no redemption for Blackwater as a thing that seems like that's valid. But like, I can see you like getting to a position of like, okay, you have changed your mind technically. Whether that's redemption or not, we can debate on that, right? But you can change your mind and being like, that was bad back then. And you could try to atone for it, is what I'll say, right? I just don't think he's done that. Anyone can be rehabilitated, but they gotta show actual remorse. I don't want to say a blanket statement like anyone can be rehabilitated technically, but like, you know, a case by case, right? I will just say in this case, he just hasn't done that. So like, I'm not even gonna jump for the hypothetical. You know? He's also lying about it. So he definitely hasn't done that, in my opinion. He's a liar. You know? You know, all the women in this chat with their gifts of discernment and gut feelings about men, make a poll about what our Spidey's just saying about it. That's how we decide if he's safe.
Brings so much violence that it's
And depersonalizes it.
entirely.
I mean, you...
so brutal.
Right.
Like I
Doesn't
think
work that way.
It does in the very detailed sense. Like I feel like in many ways I did get to do that.
Right.
In what ways? I need him to explain. In what ways does he think that he did good? First, I need him to say if he killed people. Like specifically, say, yes, I killed people. Secondly, I need him to say how exactly he thought he did good. What good did he think that came from that? And then thirdly, I need him to say, does he, given the chance again, would he join? That's what I want to answer to. If given the opportunity, right, sent back into the body of his younger self, would he sign up again? Because I think his answer would be yes, which is non-negotiable.
But the greater project is so flawed and so brutal,
Yeah.
and brings so much violence that
And
it's
depersonalizes it
Entirely.
I mean, so how do you? This. I'm not meaning to sound trite
No.
about this, but how do you sleep knowing what you did to the people of Iraq?
I have problems with it.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a no.
So you have regret and
I do. I will say I am very
Okay. Do you notice what he says here? Every time he says he has regret, he switches it immediately. That's the second time he's done it, right? Every time he says he has regret, he immediately has to qualify it with something else. Every single time. He's like, do you have regret? I do, but let me explain it. You do you see that, right? He hasn't done the work yet, right? Some people were like, he regrets it. He hasn't done the work yet, right? To like actually be like, yes, we shouldn't be there. I regret it immensely.
no.
so you have regret and
I do. I will say I am very lucky. My platoon commander, the people I served with, were for the most part very good men.
Right.
And we
No. Problems. Red flags. No, don't worry. There were good apples in the Nazi military too. Don't worry. He still doesn't get it. He still doesn't understand it. He thinks it's like the top people. He thinks the generals are the problem. He thinks the Congress people are the problem. He thinks the politicians are the problem. He doesn't see it's the entire infrastructure that includes him. That's what he doesn't understand, right? That's why he doesn't apologize for it, because he doesn't see himself as a problem. That's why he doesn't apologize for it, because he doesn't think he does anything wrong. He's like, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. He doesn't view the project correctly. He doesn't view it as a project. That's the problem. I don't think he's anti-war, anti-imperialist. I'm sick of him being presented that way. He's anti-corporate at best. Exactly. And we're being lied to about what he actually is. Exactly. Former stormtrooper, yeah, I know a lot of guys were really amazing. I can't say it was all bad, but yeah, I disagree with the war. Exactly. I don't know how people who are defending him get through this. He's our first time caller here. Yep, it's rhetorically fishy. I don't like him. It's so someone needs to push him on this. Like genuinely. He hasn't finished the work. I think his work started. And I will be fair to him. I think he started the work. That is a step that a lot of people don't take. I think he's started the work. I don't think he's finished it. But I've seen what happens with somebody who starts the work and hasn't finished it. You get somebody like Ethan Klein. Genuinely. When you have somebody who starts the work and hasn't finishes it, you get Ethan Klein. There will be one thing that happens, immediate switch. There will be one thing. They'll be like, why is he doing this? Why did he switch in this way? Immediate switch. Because he hasn't finished the work. He hasn't fully done the unlearning. He hasn't come to the conclusion that he needs to come to really reckon with the fact that he has caused harm to people. And I think that's dangerous. I think it's dangerous, right? And nobody seems to be reckoning with that and what that means. They just see a guy with a D next to his name saying Medicare for all, and they put their blinders on, and that's dangerous. Ethan is a malign narcissist, though. The learning was a decoy from the jump. I can't say that Graham Platner's not. Do you know what I mean? Graham Platner is arguably worse in that sense because he knew that it was bad and joined anyway. There is evidence of Graham Platner having a correct position and choosing to do the wrong choice. We have evidence of that. He has demonstrated that twice before, at least. He has demonstrated that twice before, at least. Right? Having the morally correct position in his mind, but choosing the morally abhorrent and repugnant decision. And that should scare you. As a leftist, that should scare you from a politician. It should. And that is a question you have to ask him. What makes you, what can make me trust you to not do that again? Because I currently don't trust him not to do it again. Right? It doesn't seem like he knows why he did it the first time. Right? It doesn't seem like he understands why he made that incorrect decision. Right? Why he knew that it was bad and did it anyway. And so if he votes on a bad piece of legislation and we ask him, why did you do that? He'll say the same thing. I don't know. Because that's what he's always said. Right? Graham, you knew the Iraq War was bad, but you joined the war anyway. Why'd you do that? I don't know. Graham, you knew that going to Afghanistan was bad, but you joined Blackwater to go to Afghanistan again. Why'd you do that? I don't know. We have evidence of this from him. We do. We do. There is evidence of this from him, specifically. You might believe in the current policies that he's running on, but he's not proven that he's unable to be manipulated to be a servant of the imperialism if time comes. Exactly. I think it tears with the Chud mentality that bad wars are the only ones we lose. Yeah, I think that's just kind of a scary thing.
We did essentially do our best in a horrible situation.
So there are people that you're given a mission. You might disagree with it philosophically, but you're carrying out a mission.
Yep.
But then there are guys in the military who are committing war crimes. They're
Yep.
bad
Yep.
actors where the tort. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I disagree with Tim here. It's not diametrically opposed. The missions are the war crimes. You don't have people who are committing war crimes and people doing missions. You have people who are doing missions that are war crimes. You have people carrying out illegal orders and acts. And Graham Platner is one of those people. We know that Graham Platner is not doing that because he's not in jail. We know that Graham Platner did not combat that because he's not in jail. Graham Platner didn't say no to an order because if he did that, he would be in jail. And he's not in jail, and he wasn't jailed, which means he didn't do that. And he's not reckoning with that fact, which makes him dishonest.
there's a whole other thing.
But yeah, like Abu Ghraib, yeah.
I think it's important to talk about because the Iraq
You were a guard. Sorry. Oh, sorry. He was a guard in the city, not the prison. It's different.
War should not be forgotten.
No.
As a disgrace of George Bush
Dick
mostly,
Cheney.
but
I'm
Gotcha.
trying to wave away his Blackwater move, but do you have anyone close to you that was in the military? Both my parents, brothers hated the military and were in the head and considered going back because he couldn't mesh with civilian life. Yeah, but that doesn't make it good. I understand why you do it, right? Yeah, I have cousins in the military. Right? I have family in the military, right? I know military men, right? Not saying it's good. Yeah, but that's my point, right? I'm not condemning him as a bad person for that, but I'm saying that he has to reckon with the harm of that, and he's not currently doing that. Right? Just saying that there are reasons that don't make sense, and I understand that. But that doesn't mean that he can't be reckoning with that harm. And he's not doing that, and that's my beef, right? That's my issue. Right? He doesn't understand that there's harm there, which makes him wrong and unaccountable. Right? And so don't run for office while you're reckoning with that. That is therapy work you do with the VA office and your support group. And once you get through that, then maybe run for office. But he's not done. He's very clearly not done. right? I literally I'm sitting here watching somebody struggle to reckon with the morality of the harm that they've caused, the blood on their hands, and people were like, yeah, let's hand them the keys to the city. And I see no issues with it. Zero issues with it at all. And that's not strange to anybody. He seems sincere when talking about the military since the war in Iran. But he still dodges the mercenary job. Either he's more ashamed because he knows he can justify it. I agree with the second part. I think he's sincere in that in what he speaks about, right? I don't think he's saying anything insincere about what he's saying. The problem is that nobody's actually praising him to say the doublespeak, the under, right? When he says, yeah, but my platoon was good, nobody questions that. He'd be like, yeah, but your platoon was a part of a overarching system of, of violence. So how do you position that as good? Nobody presses that. So I think he still thinks that yeah, but I was a good person in a bad system. I was a bad apple. Or no, I was a good apple. There were a bunch of bad rotten apples, right? It's like cops. Cops are like, well, I'm a cop, but I'm a good cop, right? I make sure when I arrest people, I do it nicely. I put their handcuffs on, I ask them if it's too tight and stuff. Coaches, but though, is there even time to avoid the risk? Chatter, I'm gonna be real. Graham Platner is not fixing the country. It's not. He's not. This seat is not fixing the country. If you're worried about the country being fucked and about fixing it, you are worried about the wrong thing if you're trying to get Graham Platner elected. Genuinely, you are worried about the wrong thing. Chatter, 5 Democrats have died in Congress and lost the seats. 5, currently, right now. In this current session, this session, I think you have a skewed perspective about what this is going to change. I do. I'm not saying it's bad if he gets elected, but that's my point. Last year was 4. It's really bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. So legitimately, there is a high likelihood that Graham Platner gets elected and a Democrat dies in the Senate and we're back down -1 seat and nothing changes. And that's very, very frustrating to think about. That is a very real possibility. And that's a possibility that no leftist is really wanting to think about because it's sad. It's a sad thing and it hurts to think about. And it's very easy to just throw yourself into this race and that hope that it goes well, and hope that he wins and hope that something changes. But it's a very real possibility that Graham Platner wins, we win a seat, maybe even get a majority, a Democrat dies and it's back to 49 or back to 50. Jeff Platner aside, I think you hit a super important point that money to build schools here, not to bomb schools over there, gas prices, is dangerous and can only be crunched on so far as larger issue is that the immorality, not the backfire. Did I say that? Who cares about how it blows back in the empire? It seems like he won't even really reallocate budget. Oh, he'll reallocate it. He won't decrease it. To be fair, he'll shift it.
Die right without going to jail. Of George Bush.
No,
as a talk about because which was a whole other thing.
But yeah, like Abu Ghraib. Yeah,
I think it's important to talk about because the Iraq War should not be forgotten.
No.
As a disgrace of George Bush
Dick
mostly,
Cheney
but
got to die
Right. Without
a
going to
comfortable
jail.
old man.
Yeah, without
and
going-
that never should have happened.
Is this something similar about him not acknowledging or educating on how military service is evil and should not be normalized? Oh, okay, yeah. And how dangerous that is. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. True. And there are vets that do that, right? And they get my utmost respect, right? I think that's very useful. And honestly, I think Grant Platner should listen to them. I think Grant Platner should talk to those vets, to be entirely fair. Like, I think it would be very great for him.
And like I still have
yeah, 80K.
an immense amount of, frankly, anger.
Speaks about it a lot.
And I feel like it's
Funnily enough, Asmund Dad, actually, when Asmund Dad was alive and in here, Asmund Dad spoke about it, like how he regretted it. Like, at least more than than Grant Platner did.
kind of abandonment that my patriotism, the patriotism of a lot of the other people I knew, a lot of young men and women got abused by these people.
Right.
And then we all just decided to move on.
Yeah.
Like, this is true. This is true.
And I don't like, to me that is wrong.
No reparations that
None.
we can speak of.
No, and even culturally, we one of the things I'm actually really happy about in this race is I get
about Vietnam. Yeah, he was. Can we? That was a real one. Yeah, and this makes me so sad about his son, bro.
talk about this
Yeah.
in a very public fashion. One of the things I'm actually really happy about in this race is I get to talk about this in a very public fashion.
Right.
And because I think we can't move on. I think if
Well, right now we're knocking on Iran's door for
know.
no fucking reason.
and I think that, but that's because there's never accountability for this stuff.
Right.
People can go start wars. People can bring immense amount of violence to other nations. And then
It's
we as
so funny to say this as somebody who committed violence, like, with his own hands and got to just walk away from it as well. Like, he's not wrong, but there's never any mere introspection. And I think it comes from his whiteness. Genuinely, I think it comes primarily from his whiteness. He looks at the top, he's like, yeah, it's them up there. What is this red stuff on my hands? Probably nothing. And he just keeps walking. You know what I mean?
society just kind of like, well, in many ways, we pretend that like that makes you like an effective politician.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's
this
like
is just what we do.
It's what we do.
And it's outside of the reality of the life we live. We go
Do
to
you
we
remember-
go to Trader Joe's and we live our normal lives while what we're paying for is sending, cruise ships into the Middle East to scare the shit out of people.
We've also created
worse.
this like weird political apparatus where we almost like the way people show their seriousness is by dropping bombs on people.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody remembers, but in Trump's first term, there was this moment in Syria where there was this, we crossed a red line around
Right.
the use of chemical weapons, and we dropped some bombs, and the whole political pundit world was like, "This is the moment Donald Trump became president."
Yeah, right.
I'm like,
right.
come on, dude.
Yeah,
like,
it's
this is-
pressing a button. Yeah.
It's absurd.
Right.
And this idea that we've given like,
I mean, he's right about this. I have nothing to say about this. He's correct about this. But again, it makes me squint and side eye when with what he talks about as it pertains to him, because it's like, is his issue just the people behind the button, or is his issue the fact that they clicked it? Or does he want to be the person behind the button to click it when he deems it's necessary, instead of just dismantling the button entirely? That's my issue with Graham Platner, Instead of being like, I want to dismantle the button, it's the people who are currently behind the button don't know when to press it. They keep pressing it at inopportune times. Right? I promise you, I will only press it at good times. That's kind of how it comes across. I can't help but think he can't be faking it, though, because he goes way further than he needs to. not discouraging critique at all because he hopes, because I hope society gets there one day. I don't think he goes further than he needs to, honestly. I think he goes to the popular like line and then kind of stops there, right? Israel's unpopular, so he goes to Israel's unpopular. It's bad, and then stops there. Like healthcare is popular, so he goes to healthcare is good for people, and then he stops there, right? I think we're just so used to politicians being like, hey, this thing is unpopular, I'm gonna do that, right? He just doesn't do the unpopular things. He operates just like a politician should do. Like very baseline, bare bones, bare minimum, right? He doesn't do the unpopular things. And people are like jumping for joy at that. The bar is literally in the earth's core. I think the popular bare minimum is process critique like Chris Murphy. I don't necessarily agree, per se. You know? How many senators are running for office are to the left of them? That's not my take. But
We've given the youth, like, waging war, or not even war, but waging violence, often illegal violence,
right,
against innocent people, somehow has become, like, indicative of how serious you are as a politician,
right,
which is wild. And frankly, we need to stop doing this.
So you're running for senator. You're going
he's not going further left than any other politician. I'm not saying he's not going further left than we are. Want for better, chatter. He could go further left, right? He could do that. There's nothing stopping him from doing that. He can do that. Like he's winning. He's up 20 points. Why is he not doing that?
Doodlebab just subscribed.
Do you not want him to? Are you against him doing that? Doodlebab, thank you for the 31 months. You're like, well, he needs to go exactly as left as the most left politician, and then just slightly further. And I'm like, he should go as far left as physically possible for him to win this election. And you're like, no, I want him to go just slightly further than the most left politician. Just like a little bit. I do want him to be better. I'm just saying that he's more left in most states, and that's it. And that's a low bar. That's a low bar. He could go further left. Want for better for yourself in the country. You're settling for that. Want for better, please. I beg of you. Just like push it a little bit further. A little bit further. He's going to win. He's 20 points up. You lose nothing by just. I'm not. I like that. I'm not settling. You're putting words in my mouth. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. That's what you're doing. Because I'm saying he should do that, and you're critiquing me. You're coming at me for saying he should do that. I'm saying he should do that, and you're like, well, how much farther left is he than the other politicians? Name them. Name all of them further left. He's pretty further left.
I mean, your odds are very good, I think, right? Because Susan Collins is very unpopular. It seems like you're going to win the primary because you're already up 50 points or something like that.
38.
38, whatever. How do we know? How do we know we're not getting Fetterman here?
That man is the bane of my existence.
I know, because it must. I'm not the first person to bring this up.
It's like every single, and I will say, as somebody with
you're
my
saying that it's so easy for him to go further left. I'm just pushing back on that. But it is. Is it not? Why is it not? Look, did you see what Tim just said? Tim just said it, bro, on the screen that we're in the video we're watching just now. He's going to win. This was 2 months ago when Tim said he's going to win. He knows he's going to win. He's so far ahead. They know it. He knows it. Tim knows it. I know it. The polls know it. The Democratic Party knows it. Hassan knows it. He knows it. I know it. We all know it. Everyone has his policies, all I'm saying. Yeah, but they're not running, though. He's running. He's currently running right now. He's running, and he's in the best position to be moved because he hasn't won yet. And so he can be moved right now because he hasn't won. He hasn't won, and he can be moved because he can win because he hasn't won, and he can be moved. So we're trying to move this guy. And after this, we'll move somebody else. And you're saying, no, don't do that. Move everybody instead of this guy right now. Stop moving this guy and move everybody else instead. I think that's kind of silly.
Politics, I mean, if I was me, looking at me, I would have the same question.
Right.
So I don't
He's
resent.
moved, but I don't have. He's not the most left of most senators. Did I say that he's not the left of most senators? Did I say that? Is that a word that I said? I've never compared him to the senators because that's stupid. All the senators suck. All these politicians suck. They all suck and they're stupid and bad and dumb. Okay? They're dumb and they're dumb. And they don't do what the base wants. I'm saying his policies are the bare minimum of like what leftist policies is or progressive or populist policies is. And that he could do more. Like, yes, thank you. He's the most left of the fascist Nazi government. Whoop-de-doo. How great and awesome that is. Comparing someone running for Senate to other senators is stupid? Yes, because we currently live in a fascist Nazi government time. He's going to win. He can do whatever he wants to. He can run on whatever he wants to. And you're comparing him to people who can't do that because they are not running 20 points ahead of their opponents. Like, what are we talking about here? It just doesn't make any sense.
It. I just,
Right.
well, I resent him for a myriad of reasons at this
Right.
point. But one is that like I've not been trying to get into politics.
Right.
It's like which people often bring up as like a reason I
I
shouldn't.
don't really care about this point. Like, neither was Trump. Like, okay, whatever.
do this
You know what I
because
mean?
I don't have the qualifications.
Right.
Although at this point, I don't think operating in the
This
system
guy,
we've had.
Justine, is a girl. We're a woman. We're a lady. I wanted to think she her pronouns. Justice for Justine. There's expectations. He's already said Medicare for all and free Palestine. He checked other boxes. What else could you need? They're being ironic. Or what's the word? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Don't interrupt. Platner Power Hour, one of the scenes comes out of digital activism for another time. Sarcastic, that's what it is. Let's see. I'll get a little bit later. Dang, they're coming for my job. My AI is taking my job. As a senator, a doctor politician, why are you using that in an argument for him to not go left in a race where he's a million times 40% going to win as a leftist yourself? I just answer this from a white leftist for real. Yeah, it doesn't really read to me. It's strange.
Had.
By the way,
is
let me just
actually
pause for a
qualified.
second and say that's what you're supposed. Let's just be honest.
Of course,
you're
that's what I'm
supposed to say
supposed
that
to say.
I'm not
Yeah.
a politician. I don't even
course.
like
That's right.
politics.
Well, the truth is,
What I do, it's the move I do.
I'll say this: I do like politics.
Right.
But the politics I like is the politics of power building and organizing and movement.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's real politics. What I don't like is this performative nonsense.
Right.
And really, that's like we have
Sure.
created this structure in which Americans think politics is this elite performance, and it's just theater. Like I fundamentally think politics.
Do you
comes
think
from-
you can have? Do you think in the Senate there's room to do
Yeah.
things?
I do. I do because one, there are already people there who I think have the same. We just need more of them.
Need more of them.
We've
right.
got the Bernies, the Elizabeth Warren,
Right.
Chris Van Hollen.
Right.
I mean, we've got some excellent people. We need more. We need to build the numbers, build the power. But I also think in some ways the Senate is and this is why I'm running for Senate, it's a unique place of power. In a weird way, because it was set up as such a elite institution,
Right.
it's imbued with so much power that if we normal people
Right.
can claim a couple of those seats,
Yeah.
it actually kind of, we get to use it against
Right.
itself.
And how do you stay normal? Because now, I mean, you're out here in fucking La La Land,
Yeah.
which
Nobody told me about
I
this
know
part.
I know what you're doing out here. You're raising money.
Raising money for the cause.
You gotta raise money.
Okay, I just got the war stuff. I want to see if they talk about Blackwater in this. Why do they never talk about Blackwater, bro? Nobody ever asked him about. Nobody ever asked him about Blackwater or being a military contractor ever at all, ever in his life, ever. I do want to see this though. From David. It's illegal. It's a short little interview.
I think a lot of our subscribers take to heart your statements that you were in a dark place when you did those Reddit posts, that you're human, you haven't lived a perfect life. But what about
Blackwater?
those who see a guy like John Fetterman in their mind, the senator from
Blackwater.
Pennsylvania, a guy who campaigned as a populist and now is often a Trump-aiding...
Hey, he took down the sticker. Hey, Graham, I see you had a sticker up there at a point. I'm just wondering where that one went. It had like a claw on it or something. You notice that too? Yes, I did notice it. I have very good pattern recognition. So it was on the side of the page. No, it was on the front. It was on the front. Where's it at? Hold on. See? It was on the front. Oh, we wouldn't even be able to see it. Wait, it could still be up there, technically. Technically, it could still be there. It could still be there, technically. It would be right here. Just out of frame. It could technically be there. It would be just out of frame. Interesting.
in the side of the Democratic Party, progressives, in my mind, just to get attention for himself. As one of our readers, Camillo, put it, quote, "My concern with politicians presenting up front as if they are progressive or left-leaning is the switch up they commit once elected, like John Fetterman. How can Graham Platner guarantee that he will not do that? What do you say to people who are worried that
I never intended to be a politician. John Fetterman did. I'm just a normal oyster farmer guy. And I'm a Marine. I kill people in Fallujah. Sorry.
that the old Graham Platner will be the Senator Graham Platner?"
Yeah, that's fair. Look, and I will just say, as somebody who is deeply disillusioned with American politics, if I was me looking at me, I would have the exact same question. We've been burned before. Two things I would say. One, if like Bronco Marchetti, you want to do a deep dive into my Reddit history and really go through all of it, you will see that while I have changed my opinions on some things, there is throughout a pretty deep commitment to progressive values and to...
And then he joined Blackwater. So something's negotiable, apparently.
economic progressivism. That is something that I've held dear for a long time. I had problematic views that were in relationship primarily.
Again, I don't doubt this. I'm sure he's economically progressive. I'm sure he wants Medicare for all. I'm sure he'll vote for an increase in the minimum wage, right? I'm sure he'll vote for, like, I don't know. I don't know what else he'll vote for, to be honest. I don't really care about Maine. A subsidy for oyster farmers or something, right? He'll vote for stuff like that, right? That's not what my beef is. I just don't know if it will stay. I don't know if it'll stay consistent as it pertains to the expansion of the American empire. Honestly, I don't know if his anti-war sentiments are going to be strictly and fully anti-war and anti-war throughout. That's my fear. I think that's negotiable. So long as you could position, right, warmongering and the expansion of imperialism in a pro-American way, I think you'd go for it. I do. Explain to him why, I don't know, bombing freaking, I don't know, bro. Yemen is good for Americans, and maybe like Grandpa Platner would be like, well, maybe I'll think about it. You know, and say they don't want pointless wars. It says to me as a vet when he doesn't even like stand against like his service in the war. He just stands against the people who were like who started it. He didn't do the whole Maduro is a dictator BS unlike almost everyone else. Yeah, but also he's on the campaign trail, so like, you know. Again, will he? I don't know. He's inconsistent on these things. Right? I can't take what he's saying now at face value because he's wishy-washy historically. There's no saying that like when he gets in office that he won't. Right? He won't be cheering on an invasion of Cuba. Right? That's my beef. You know? Exactly. He's unreliable. When we have a global revolution and collect the skulls because our planet is going to die and these freezer underground bunkers ready to slide, I'm beyond legit. Techno factors are moving at a rapid clip and we're under reacting to what we're barreling at. Doesn't feel like I don't feel like being decent at this anymore. Because I did do a power hour today just to spite that one shadow from yesterday. Yeah, I told you I'd do it. I told you, despite that one shadow specifically.
My military service, but even back then, I was fairly convinced that we have an economic system that screws people. I've been an oyster farmer for the past 8 seasons.
I don't know about untrustworthy, right? Like, are we giving an argument for unreliable? Because that's what politicians do and are. Like, they're politicians. Like, they do things for political reasons, right? There's political calculus behind decisions, right? So I think all politicians are inherently unreliable because that's what the position entails, right? I don't think she's untrustworthy though. Like I don't see AOC as untrustworthy or Rashida Tlaib as untrustworthy. I don't see them as untrustworthy, but they are unreliable in insofar as like if you want them to act in the way that you expect them to act at all times, they won't do that because they have their own political calculus at any given time, right? Because it's the role, it's the job. They're going to give up certain things to get certain things at a certain point. You know? That's just the case. I think someone like Summer Lee is more predictable. She sticks to her principles. That's fair. I can see that too. Right? We're like, no beef to AOC. No beef to anybody I'm talking about, right? But like AOC gets a lot of heat because she's less predictable as it pertains to like, you know, sticking to her principles. Because that's why people are like, why is AOC doing this? Why is she voting against this thing? Why is she, you know, she gets a lot of beef for doing stuff like that, right? Because like we expect her to do some political calculus, yeah. But like what her line is just it shifts in certain instances, right? But like for some reason people were like, oh no, Grant Platner doesn't have a line. He won't do that. He's always going to be a great, super stellar socialist guy. And they're not being realistic about that's not how politicians work. Gotham, thank you for the 2 months. I think AOC gets a lot of attention. She's most famous in the progressive Democrats right now. Yes, but she also makes some bad political decisions. That's also true. I'll defend AOC in a lot of instances. I think that's a good critique of AOC. She does make some bad political decisions sometimes.
My wife Amy and I don't have a lot. It was the simple life that we wanted to live, and we've had to give it up. And that's hard for us. I love the life that I had up until 2.5 months ago. My life worked out in really spectacular ways for me, even after years of struggle. We had to sacrifice that for this. And to us, it's worth it. It's worth it because we legitimately don't think there's value in.
What sacrifice does he mean specifically? I guess he means like his like mental health, maybe like in that way. But like, he still owns the oyster business, right? I don't know.
living this nice life that we have when we look around.
Like, he just described what it means to be a politician. Like, everybody gave something up, right? You can't work a regular job if you run for the Senate and you're a senator now. Right? Everybody gives something up to run for office, kind of thing. So he's not really. The question was, how do you guarantee you're not a Fetterman? And he's like, I sacrificed a lot for this. Running for office and not being in the public eye, that takes a burden. That's true, but like, that doesn't answer the question, because Fetterman did that too. You know what I mean? Like, he did it when he ran for the Senate as well. It was the same thing in that regard. So that's why I'm confused. I'm not saying that like he hasn't sacrificed anything. But him as a career politician, so I kind of get what he's saying. I mean, I guess, but he's like, I mean, he's a career like service member, so he's not starting from zero, and a businessman. Like, so I guess technically, sure, I guess, but like again, he's not poor. You know, he's not poor. He didn't grow up like poor, struggling. He didn't grow up in like Section 8 housing or anything. Like, so I guess technically, yeah, sure. Technically, he wasn't a career politician, and he gave up the quiet life to be in the public eye. Technically speaking, I guess. I don't necessarily think that's a good answer for like, hey, people think you're gonna betray us like Fetterman, so like, why wouldn't you do that? You know what I mean? I don't think that that's a good answer to that question, personally.
And see our neighbors and friends unable to make it, unable to pay rent, unable to live fulfilling lives like we've been able to build. We also fully recognize that we got to build it because I get VA healthcare. I just think everybody should have access to the same kind of healthcare I got. I know that these are just words that
That's a better answer, at the very least. Like, I think he should have started with that. Like,
say.
Instead of like centering his experience, which, again, we know that he's fine, right? Be like, yeah, I'm fine, but my neighbors aren't fine, and I'm doing this for them. That would have rang a little bit better, in my personal opinion, than like what he was saying before. But it still doesn't answer the question, why wouldn't you be a Fetterman? You know, he parents own a restaurant and his grandfather is a famous architect. Nah. He had this, he was poverty dressed, you know. It hits all of us equally, including the sons of restaurant owners and and grandsons of famous architects.
But I have a deep commitment to building a different kind of world, a different kind of economic foundation, a different kind of political system. That's why I've done this. And
it's like, and again, that's fine. Also what Fetterman said, but that's fine. That's fine. Still didn't really answer the question of like, what do you say to people who don't trust you and say you're going to be the next Fetterman? Right? Well, it doesn't really answer the issues that I have with him. But like, that's just me.
it's honestly why like I'm willing to keep with this thing. I mean, the past 2 weeks have been brutal, man.
Restaurants can be hard to work. A lot of them fail. Yeah, now imagine being a worker at one of those. I mean, there's genuinely no way to convince anyone you won't be a Fetterman. It's genuinely just impossible to see it until it happens. I mean, again, my beef is that he has a history of inconsistency that I need to see answered. That's genuinely it. He has a history of inconsistency that I need to see answered. I think genuinely the best interview I've seen is from Tim, right? This is the best interview I've seen of him, and he still floundered here so poorly. So poorly. Right? Because Tim asked him straight up. He was like, you knew it was bad. Why did you join? He was like, adventure. And I'm sorry, that's not good enough for me. Did you watch the calling part about the tattoo from this? We watched that like a few months ago when it first dropped. But we hadn't seen the first part of this, which was really bad. The tattoo answer was also pretty bad. He was like, listen, I'm not going to keep answering for this, all right? Stop asking me about this. I'm not going to keep answering for this. Which was also really bad, bro. You know what? I'll play it again because it sucked. It sucked. It was really bad.
You got anybody, Matt?
You are fired.
Yeah, they, you know, a lot of people have questions. They have a specific one. People have more questions about the tattoo stuff. And these folks want to kind of like some clarification, I suppose.
Okay.
Audrey?
Hi, guys. Hey, everyone. Hello to the Holy Trinity. And Graham, just wanted to press you a little more, about the tattoo. You do continually refer to it as a skull and crossbones, and I would just like to ask you, as a World War II buff, if you know what they call that symbol, if you know what the name of it is.
I do now. It's I've read, it's a Totenkopf, and I have read.
So what do you mean you do now? Because if you're a World War II history buff, I mean, that was like, you ever seen Indiana Jones, or like, was in a lot of movies, you know what I mean? So
I was well aware that they used a similar looking thing. So
I have seen this before, right? Because this is, I got successfully gaslit by this, by people who were defending Graham Platner. And this is what I was confused about, because he literally admits that he knew that it was a skull, he knew it was a Totenkopf, right? Like, I forgot about this for like the 2 months since we've seen it before. He literally said, "Yeah, no, I knew it. Yeah, I knew that they used it." Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no, I knew. They used a similar looking thing. I went to a tattoo parlor in Croatia, and they had like a Japanese manji. They had these weird like lightning bolts. And then they had this weird skull and crossbones thing that I kind of recognized as a Nazi symbol. And I was like, huh. I recognize no patterns between any of these things. Give me that one. give me that one in the middle there, please. And he's like, and then the guy pointed up, he was like, "Da?" I'm sorry. He's like, "Oh, look at it. Guys, look at our tattoos. Why are they all waving at us like that? Bye." Oh my goodness, bro. Man, strange people. Strange people, right, guys? Oh my god. Do you see how insane that set of circumstances is? Now again, I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm just saying that that's so crazy. That like, he is a World War II buff. His words. He recognized the symbol as being close to a Nazi symbol. His words. And he got it anyway. And I'm supposed to be like, yeah, no, that's kind of chill, actually.
No, Graham, you have to admit it's not a similar looking thing. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah.
And
no,
you keep sort of dodging around it, but
I'm not trying to
just
dodge.
would like you to admit that you got a Nazi tattoo and just apologize instead of saying it could be interpreted that way. I
can't because I didn't. And look, I'll just put it this way.
But you did. But you see, this is my biggest beef with Graham Platner, bro. This is my biggest beef with Graham Platner. Remember when people were like, "Oh, he apologized for it"? You remember when people were like, "Oh, he apologized for it"? Gaslighting me again consistently. He's like, no, listen, I can't apologize for it because I didn't get a Nazi tattoo. Fast forward 5 seconds ago. Yeah, I know. I got a Nazi tattoo. Yeah, that was a. He's like, yeah, I got something that he's literally. Like she walked him through. They walked him through it. I don't know their pronoun. I'm not gonna assume. Right? Walked him through it directly. It was like, you got a Nazi tattoo, and he was like, okay. He was like, sorry. They were like, you got a tattoo. You always say it resembles a skull and crossbones, but it's a Nazi tattoo. He's like, yeah, I got this tattoo. He's like, you said you know what it is? He's like, yeah, I found out what it is afterwards. He's like, okay, can you say what it is? Yeah, it's a totem cough. He's like, and then they're like, okay, why did you say that it wasn't? He's like, oh, I knew that the Nazi used to say similar symbol, right? But it's not similar. It's the same thing. So apologize for it. It's not a Nazi tattoo. It's literally the Patrick meme. It's literally the Patrick meme of SpongeBob and Patrick with the wallet, right? Is like, did you get this tattoo? Yep. Did the Nazis use this tattoo? Yep. So you realize that the Nazi used this tattoo that you got. That makes sense to me. So you got a Nazi tattoo. I didn't get a Nazi tattoo. That didn't happen. And I'm like, it's dishonest. It's literally dishonest. It's dishonest. It's dishonest, and it makes him untrustworthy, in my opinion. What do you feel need to defend this? Still, man, you don't know. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'll play it again in case I misunderstood or something.
And Graham, just wanted to press you a little more, about the tattoo. You do continually refer to it as a skull and crossbones, and I would just like to ask you, as a World War II buff, if you know what they call that symbol, if you know what the name of it is.
I do now. It's I've read it's a Totenkopf. And
okay. They were like, you got this symbol. What is it called? He says it's called a Totenkopf. Alrighty. That's what he said. Did I mishear him? Did I mishear him? Please. I think all of that, he and his time should have a response that makes sense ready. Yeah. Just say, I got it covered up. I apologize for getting it. I didn't know what it was when I got it. I'm sorry. You know, the military is a corrupt institution that has a lot of right-wing beliefs. Look at Pete Hegseth. He has a white supremacist tattoo. Right? And people get these tattoos to fit into the military, and that is a bad thing. And I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. And we need to change this culture around our military. Right? Say you want to lead the change in that culture in the military. Right? Position yourself as a leader in changing that. It makes you look better, in my personal opinion. So why is he not doing that? He's just like, nope, not a Nazi tattoo. I can't apologize for it because it's not Nazi. I know why he's not doing it, because it feels like it makes him look weak. He feels like apologizing makes him look weak. It's literally, it's a man thing. Genuinely, it's a man thing. He thinks, as a white army rat man, thinks that apologizing will make him look weak in the eyes of the people that he's trying to appeal to. And so he can't apologize for it. Right? He'll apologize for other stuff, but not this thing, not the tattoo. The tattoo makes him look strong, right? It's a tattoo, it's ink on his body, you know? He can't apologize for getting a tattoo. Men would never apologize for getting ink on their body. It's a tattoo. You know what I mean? Like, it's that. Right? He'll say, like, I'm sorry for, like, dropping a slur, because, like, obviously, And he'll say, like, those Reddit posts, they're not me anymore. He won't say I'm sorry, but he'll say, those Reddit posts, they're not me anymore. But like this, he's like, nope, I can't apologize for this. Why would I do that? It's a tattoo. Men get tattoos.
And I have read.
So what do you mean you do now? Because if you're a World War II history buff, I mean, that was like, I mean, you ever seen Indiana Jones or like,
Oh, yeah.
it's in a lot of movies, you know what I mean? So
And
how
it,
does the history
like I was,
get that
I, and
tattoo?
again, I'll just like
It's an accident.
I was well aware that they used a similar looking thing.
No, Graham, it's you have to admit it's not a similar looking thing. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah.
And
no, it's
and
like
so
when put.
you keep sort of
Yeah, so he did, once again, then reaffirms that it is the same symbol. It's not similar. It's the same thing. He just then reaffirms it.
dodging around it, but
I'm not trying to
just
dodge.
would like you to admit that you got a Nazi tattoo and just apologize instead of saying it could be interpreted that way. I
can't because I didn't. And look, and I'll just put it this way. Half of my family is Jewish. I took my shirt off in front of them for 17 years. At the beach, at parties, at events, at weddings. If I thought
Took your shirt off at a wedding?
I did. I promised
That's the famous video.
I promised my brother and his wife that I was going to perform "Wrecking Ball" by Miley Cyrus in nothing but Marine Corps running shorts, and so I did when they got married.
Audrey, your argument is that
but-
your argument is that he went into the tattoo shop and knowingly picked a Nazi symbol to be tattooed on.
You said yesterday that you'd be willing to talk to anybody about Platner. Why? That sounds like a leading question. I can tell a leading question when I hear one. Oh, hold on.
Anyone who's even remotely a World War II buff knows what that is. It's not just a skull and crossbones.
I
it's
have
a
to.
totem
Can I
top.
admit something? I consider myself a history buff. I like history. I was not personally aware of that, so I'm not. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but
Well, I do believe you on that, Tim, but I will say that hard to apologize for a tattoo, and there has not really been an apology. There's just been I'm sorry if it resembles a hate symbol. You know what I'm saying?
But again, like I'm not going to apologize for something that like I didn't know about or do. And the moment that we found out, like the moment that it was clear, and I was kind of putting it in that context, I mean, I got it covered because I don't want that on my body. And,
You had it for 18 years, bro.
Yeah, I know exactly.
yeah,
And
I think he's spoken on it,
yeah.
and you can decide to not believe him,
Okay.
and we can move on. You can decide to
Okay.
not believe him. Is basically where we're at. Is
All
that
right.
fair?
Cheers, you guys.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you
Thanks a
for-
lot.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thanks for
feeling
calling in.
the comfort. Thank
Big
you
fan
for.
of the show. Do love you guys. Do
I
love
know.
you guys.
I thank you
appreciate
for
it. Hey, controversy
feeling.
creates
Thank you for
conversation.
speaking your mind.
Yeah.
You know, what can you do?
But you didn't put it on there for racist reasons, right? Like that's
no,
that's
like I'm not
Yeah.
like we literally just got a skull and crossbones.
Right,
Like
right.
and again, like I know that a similar looking motif was used by the Germans in World War II. But again, I also saw it on other American units. It's a skull and crossbones in various versions are super popular in combat units for I think fairly obvious reasons.
I feel like it becomes boring to keep going over it. I mean, just say something to the Jewish community of this audience. Your commitment to their. I mean, you're a member of the Jewish community, I guess.
Well, I'm not. Well, not. But my step family and
what
my
assurances
sister-in-law.
can you give them that as a senator you will have their back?
I have spent much of my life dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism. Like fighting Nazis is kind of a core of my politics.
Right.
I have been a dedicated anti-fascist for pretty much all of my life since I understood what fascism was. And anti-Semitism, sadly, right now, is really on the rise again. And the right is very much re-embracing these horrific tropes that have existed for so long.
Yeah.
Like, as a U.S. Senator, I'm going to use that role to fight anti-Semitism as much as I'm going to use it to fight racism and to fight homophobia and transphobia. I mean, all of these things, I think, are kind of part and parcel of the same thing, which is targeting communities and using them as scapegoats. And there's no room for me, there's no room in our politics for that kind of hate and that kind of disgusting.
And I would just add that I think all you guys, all the politicians should be kept at a certain amount of arm's length and don't just fall into any kind of personality cult with anybody.
Yep.
You appreciate that.
Yeah, very much.
I'm no interest in your success, except if it's good for me and my country, right?
Yeah.
So if you have issues with him, if people are still don't buy it or whatever, I think you have to look at the situation and say, well, this is the reality is he's going to be running against Susan Collins, who's going to vote with the Republicans on everything, pretty much. And if you can live with that, then continue to, then don't support you, but you don't have to believe. You don't have to believe you. People don't have to believe you, and that's okay.
It's exactly. Like, I'm
not going to try to convince.
For
anybody,
me, it's this element of like, I'm happy to talk about it. Right. I'm because I do think one of the problems in our politics is we have a lot of politicians that just run away from things.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to just be open and accessible. But at the same time, like I'm not trying to convince anybody.
Yeah.
Like for me, I'll just go out and explain things. And if people don't want to believe me, that's absolutely fine. That's their prerogative.
Yeah.
It is very
else,
much a free country.
Yeah, we got one more. We
have to move on.
Then we have to do City of the Day. We're obligated. We must get to City of the Day. Dreyanne has a very specific local question, I would say, right? This is like we're getting into the nitty-gritty.
All politics is local.
Yes, this would be nitty-gritty. So with the Trump administration's essentially gutting SAMHSA grant funding, how, and then doing so again this year, but then kind of about face going back on it. How do you plan on your local level to protect mental health and substance abuse, nonprofits? I mean, most of behavioral health is funded by those
federal
grants.
funding.
Is there a plan for you? Yes. Yeah, then it's federal funding. So, and most of us in behavioral health have seen that we cannot rely on federal funding at this point. So I'm wondering if that is something that on a local level that you're planning to either cushion or prevent that from being the huge impact that it has been in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer to this, sadly, is it's really about political power building. And like in Maine, I mean, and that's why like so I got into this as an organizer. And for me, this campaign really is an organizing vehicle. We are trying to build a lot more power in the state of Maine, not just for the Senate seat, but on the whole. Because I sadly agree. I mean, unless we retake an immense amount of power at the federal level and make sure that the funding mechanisms for a lot of this stuff is codified in a way that it can't be easily pulled back, until we do that, we're going to have stopgaps. And those stopgaps are going to have to come, I think, frankly, like from the local and state level until we can guarantee that. And the only way that we can guarantee that is by gaining solid majorities in the House and the Senate in Maine, making sure that we have a Democratic governor who wants to spend money on this stuff. And then, frankly, also building non-structural power via mutual aid concepts, via the idea of communities themselves kind of filling in the gap until we can guarantee. And the only way we do any of this is by organizing, is by building a broad-based coalition. And that, for me, is why we sink a lot of resources into that project. Because it's not just about winning a Senate seat. It's about actually building a broad-based working-class coalition in the state of Maine in order to cover us up. So that's
all right. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Right,
Doug and Vic, you have one question each, unless you have one.
We got one more from.
Okay, go ahead.
You got.
Well, Doug, let's do the call.
This is a Mainer. We got somebody from Maine.
Oh, good.
This is a real hard-hitting one.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, take it away, Nukes. This is our hot sauce making friend, right?
Hello? You hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, you're on, buddy.
Just quickly, please. We've got 30 seconds.
Hey, Graham, yes.
Hey.
Okay, I'm from Maine. I live in Portland. 30 seconds. I was going to ask two questions. I'll do it fast. Rennie's or Martin's?
Martin's.
And hell yeah, got my vote. And lobster roll or steamed lobster?
Steamed
dipped in
lobster.
butter?
Okay, good. Thanks for the puff piece. What am I, Bryant Gumbel? Get out of here.
Come on,
Jimmy
we gotta have
Fallon?
some fun. Let us have some fun.
Doug, go ahead. You have the floor.
Real quick, as an oyster farmer, do you have any problem with a worm farmer?
All right, next question, Jake.
And as
I
follow-up
would like
question,
to identify this oyster.
do
Can
you
we do that?
do you admit you run a shell company?
Shellfish.
Jesus Christ.
Shellfish.
Anything, Vic?
Well,
Go ahead. So you mentioned the cult of personality, and I think that like proves that this country voting for Trump twice and electing him, like we have a clear cult going on. It's a cult mentality. What and I'm sure you've had your own struggles with mental health. What do you like? What would your plan be meant for mental health, and what was it like for you to the trauma of war and moving past that?
one of the reasons I kind of really got to my politics is that the support I get from the VA is what allowed me to heal and become a much more, I would say, like fulfilled and
empathetic.
Yeah, it was through therapy. I mean, I still go to therapy. I've had the same therapist for 10 years, thank God. And the VA in Maine is excellent on this. I think that mental health care is health care.
Yeah.
Just like I think reproductive rights are health care. And I think health care is a human right. And all of it needs to be provided to people. I mean, in a way that is not going to immiserate them, in a way that is essentially, I mean, I'm a big fan of a universal health care program. Mm-hmm. And the reason I am is that, like, I essentially have universal health care. Like, I just have, anytime anything physical or mental or whatever's going on, I just call up the VA.
Right.
And I say, yo, can I come get seen? And they're like, yeah, of course. And I go in and I get it dealt with. And that has given me an immense amount of freedom in my life. That's why I got to start a small business. That's why I got to, like, kind of figure out the kind of life I want to live. And I think everybody deserves that. And I also think in a society that at this point, I mean, we are all so deeply traumatized as a society from, frankly, our behavior that, like, we need to look at this as, I mean, we kind of need, like, a national project of rehabilitation. And
well, we've had an abusive dad for about 10 years now.
But it's important, like, but it's deeper than that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, Trump is a symptom of a much deeper rot. And we have been kind of using oppression and exploitation and violence in our system for so long. It's become so ingrained in all of us. And I think most working people in this country do have a sort of trauma that we have to deal with. And I really do think that providing mental health care resources as part of a greater universal health care system, it's a necessity for us to move into the future.
Yeah, definitely.
And that means we need to tax the shit out of billionaires so they can pay for it.
That is correct.
Does the left need a Trump figure to, the figurehead as a
I don't
cult
think
leader
so.
kind of thing, a good cult leader?
And the reason there is no question that, like, you always do need some kind of, like, morally clear leadership.
Yeah.
But I'll be upfront, I don't really like the term leadership at all because it is
communist.
It seems it's more hierarchical than I would like.
It's kind of like that word affordability that the Democrats
just made up out of nowhere.
Good old affordability. Everybody cares about affordability now.
We have to move the show along. We do. I have to run it. People are going to be mad.
We have rat news to get to.
We have rat news to get to.
Rat news.
We got
Tyler Ballgame.
Tyler Ballgame. I don't know if you're familiar with Tyler Ballgame.
Yeah.
He's our musical guest, and he is going to be joining us soon for a song and a chat in the second half. You've got to get going. You're more super PACs to... No, I'm just kidding. Why are you here promoting John Boehner's farm, by the way?
This is
former Speaker of the House, John Boehner.
Who's now into weed, I guess.
Right, yes.
But this is not. No, this is a friend of mine has an organic farm in Maine.
That's very sweet.
This is their shirt. They grow some of the best microgreens in all of Waldo County. So.
Okay. Microgreens are great for you, right, Matt?
Sure.
Good for your gut.
We love microgreens.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
No, I really appreciate it.
And try to keep a level head during this whole thing. And
do my best.
We'll be watching closely. And no Fetterman from you. If you know, I'll be your biggest enemy. If I see you coming out and sitting and wearing some big floppy suit and
Sandals, no wearing short.
By the way, just before I leave, I just
suit,
this drives me nuts.
No.
He only puts on a suit and tie to go to like the State of the Union or meet with Netanyahu. Otherwise, he doesn't do it.
He's
which
a
is
disgrace
like,
to my Commonwealth. Genocide in Gaza, yes or no?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And we need to stop it.
Right, and no more funding for Israel for their yeah.
And what should Nazi punks do?
Fuck off.
All right, that's a good way to end. Thank you, Graham. Good luck to you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
Should we
City of the day?
Fuck, I got to do the city.
Gotta
of the
do city of
All
the
right, Graham. Yeah, take care.
Of the day.
Wow, what a transition. The city of the day. Do we have a sponsor today, Matt? We always have a sponsor, of course.
Should be there.
City of the day.
Oh yeah, nose.
Uh-oh.
Want me to make it big?
No.
Oh, that's a small font. Who did that? Here, I'm gonna make it bigger for you.
Holy shit! It's but it's a product is called nose lobes.
That's right.
Are you jealous of your ears because they have lobes?
The lobe.
I'm not muted. Nick got out and she was frolicking, no care in the world. And I had to chase her down like Usain Bolt, the track star. I got her though. I just done my hotkey a few times in recent months. Found out open doors. Yeah, Nick's found out too. That's not how she got it this time. But Nick's also knows how she found out how to open doors, bro. I know Nick's with my dog's lose walks. So when she gets out, I just get at least and she ends up coming back. Well, she was out, and I didn't know she was out for 3 minutes. And I'm the person with the tracker. You know? So I had to track her down because she was like gone, but not even gone. She didn't go far. I ran up and down the neighborhood until the tracker pinged. She's a lazy dog, bro. I should have known. She went a street over. she didn't even go far. She didn't make it a block, bro. Didn't even make it a block. She got to the next street and she was like, that's enough for me because she's lazy. I should have known, bro. I should have known. Thank you, Ring. It's so funny. Anyway, I'm not watching this anymore, so you got lucky on no rewind there. No rewind there. But on the tattoo story, I don't believe him. Rap time? No. There's one more thing I want to see. No Platner? Oh no. We're only at 3 hours, chat. What did you think? What did you take of this? There's one more thing, and then we'll move on. Jon Stewart? No, I don't care about that. It's a short thing. But on Jon Stewart Platner now, no, I don't think there's anything interesting in there, right? I don't think there's anything interesting. Either he's lying about knowing what it is, or he's lying about being a history buff. Yeah, I'm in that camp. But there's anything else, please? No. The chatter yesterday was like, yada 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 Grand Platinum. So I had to do Grand Platinum Power Hour for them. This one won't take long because we covered most of it yesterday, but it's kind of David evidence that keeps coming out for the most part. There's a thing that we covered briefly yesterday or 2 days ago, but the more evidence is coming out from the prosecutors. We haven't covered it yet, but we'll cover probably more of it tomorrow or the day after that. I covered most of this VOD, and I think this was a timestamp. Remember this timestamp, chat? I can just do this. Hold on. Copy this. There we go. This is the timestamp I want to come back to. But before that, there was a little bit of the Platner section that I want to look at before we get to this part. And then we'll get to the Chris Rap stuff. Rap time? No. You're confused. Platner. And then get to the Chris Rap stuff. Sure we will. Yeah, no, we will. Maybe.
On the bigger picture, I can understand what
It
you're
was
saying, and I'm hearing your denials and the point about
the
your
Taylor
extended Jewish
end.
family. It makes sense.
Obviously, people who take
it. No, there's no buckle up. We covered most of this. I just missed the end.
You know, like I'm just not gonna. You're fucking fighting your right to say slurs. What's wrong with you? You know.
Better needs his own Twitch category, and I will cannibalize it. I will. Listen, I meant what I said, right? So long as Platner has one soldier, I will be the Grand Platner to that soldier. Which means I will go on 4 tours knowing that it's bad and not good. And then I will stop, and then I will go back once again. This is my once again. Let's continue.
Like, I'm just not gonna do that. Like, there are obviously people who take it way too far, where they'll be like, you say psychotic, you say crazy. Like, these are also to varying degrees of like ableist terminology, and it's like, okay, dude, well, you know, we have to make use of pejoratives, right? Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
But it also very much is because of the place that I come from and the world that I come from. And I am working very hard to always be improving and to always be being a better version of myself. I think for a lot of people, that's what they're working on too. And it is a way that we can sort of demonstrate that you can change.
Directly asked about
You
Charlie
can
Blackwater. Am I
improve
hallucinating?
yourself.
No, he has been directly asked. One time. No, twice. Wait. A chatter sent me another time. Did we watch that? I think a chatter sent me another time, right? Am I tripping? Right? We saw the drop site one. But I think he addressed it another time. I don't remember if we've seen it. I covered this. That's the one we covered. That's Tulsi. Covered this. This is logic. I think I'm pretty sure there was another one. No, you saw the Ryan Grimm one. He did get asked me. He was very vague and cagey about it. Wait, did he get asked on Jon Stewart? Maybe we will watch the Jon Stewart one if he got asked about it. I don't think Jon Stewart would have asked him about Blackwater. I don't know if I meant Ryan Graham. Oh, yeah, we saw the Ryan Graham one, but this came up when I looked up Graham Platner Blackwater. PMC contractor. No. So we've only seen one person ask him about it, and that was this interview. And that was it. Because they want to ask me about Blackwater. All right, here, I'll show this for this stream. I haven't seen it this stream yet. I'll show you for this stream. This is the only thing that I've seen him talk about with Blackwater, and that is him just lying about working for them.
We got a whole bunch on, your service and then also your time with the Blackwater offshoot, what Constellus, I think it was called. One of them, so from Halal Flow says, like, how does someone with your worldview end up working for Blackwater? I think a lot of people on the left would find that helpful to hear. They're worried you might be another Fetterman. Man, Fetterman is haunting.
There's a lot of trauma.
So much trauma.
I feel it too. There's a lot of trauma there.
He says, but I don't think you are. There were already signs of who Fetterman was when he was running and caving to DMFI, pro-Israel lobby.
Yeah, not to mention that whole incident where he tried to murder a random black guy in his neighborhood. Not
mentioned
enough. There was that as well.
Dang, Grant Platner's like, good times. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me log in. Because he hasn't seen that worldview yet. It's like complicated to understand. So many soldiers gonna wake up to eat military. You're wrong, chatter. You're wrong. You are incorrect. You're incorrect. He has seen the worldview at this point. He has seen the light. He has awoken to the worldview at this point. He knows it's bad. At this point. Like, you are just wrong about this. According to Graham Platner, after his 4 tours, knowing that it's bad, he knew that it was bad, joined the military, did 4 tours, got out. 6 years later, he went back and joined Blackwater, knowing that it was bad. You were incorrect on that. You are incorrect on that. Objectively wrong. You need a different defense, a better defense. That's wrong. People are lying about Graham Platner. They're just lying about it. They're like, wow, you just hate that people didn't start morally lucky. And he wasn't awoken to that worldview yet. And Graham Platner was like, yeah, I knew it was bad. And I was just bored. So I just went and I joined because, whatever. We should add a tour for every comment like this. It adds an extra 30 seconds to the stream that we do. So, Graham Platner Power Hour extends for 30 seconds every time somebody says that. Anti-war, join the military. Anti-military spending, join PMC. Please, it's so easy.
Maybe
Not
a little more. He said you touched on this a bit during your last appearance on the show when you talked about your U.S. military service, but we didn't go into much into this, the State Department security.
This was okay. I'll let it play. I want to say this firstly. I am of the mind people like this genuinely have not heard Graham Platner speak. They hear Hassan talk about it. They hear Mike talk about it. They hear Majority Report talk about it. They hear freaking Breaking Points talk about it. They hear Ryan Grimm talk about it. And they're like, okay, that makes sense to me. I do not think they've heard Graham Platner speak. I just don't. I just don't.
So who did you work for, and why? And for people who are skeptical of American empire, why should that not be disqualifying?
So I never worked for Blackwater. This is I see this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake. The company that we all know is Blackwater, the one that Jeremy Scahill wrote about back in the late 2000s. That company, Eric Prince's little kind of warlord fantasy, that company essentially went away after 2012. And
So he's lying? Yes, this is a lie from him. He's lying. If you want to be as charitable as physically possible, he is being misled by how Blackwater does its shell game to get away with its war crimes. In which case, he's stupid. But those are the only two options. Either he's stupid and he's like dumber than the other people who work for Blackwater, who know that they're working for Blackwater when they're working for a subsidiary, or he's lying because he knows it looks bad for him to work for Blackwater, and he's running for his past, which does not bode well for him actually changing his mind. Those are the only two options. That hearing where they testified the offshoot mercs called it Blackwater? Yes, exactly. The mercenaries who worked for these offshoot companies, right? These subsidiaries were like, yeah, we know it's Blackwater. Our checks are signed by Blackwater. We are aware that it's Blackwater. Everybody knows it's Blackwater. It's only called something different to escape accountability. This is what they know. Everybody knows this, right? Raytheon, who is subcontracting out to these other contractors, tell Blackwater to change their name sometimes because they know they can't deal with Blackwater because of how dirty their name is. So either he's purposefully engaging with that system because it makes him look bad by dealing with Blackwater, or he's unknowingly engaging with that system and that makes him stupid. And again, I still think, despite all of this, he can still have grown and changed his mind. But that needs to be demonstrated. That needs to be demonstrated. It does. He needs to demonstrate that.
Sold. I forget who bought it. There were several iterations after.
I didn't forget who bought it. It was bought by Manhattan Growth Partners and Triple Canopy. And a vegan company as well. That was weird to me. For greenwashing effects. I do have a video on it. I covered it in my video. Really? Yes. Sorry, it's Forte Capital Investors and Manhattan Growth Partners. Manhattan Growth Partners is the vegan company. Triple Canopy then combined with Academy to become Constellas. But a vegan company a company that makes vegan products did buy a defense contracting company. So that is funny. That is a funny thing that did happen. that is real. That is a real thing.
Afterwards, I forget who, 12. And it was sold. I forget who bought it. There were several iterations afterwards, similar, same facility down in North Carolina. And this is something that I think gets lost in all of this. The State Department has contracts for high threat security. They don't do it in-house. And the contracts were written with very specific requirements about what kind of training people have to receive, what kind of background they have to have. It's all around combat backgrounds, combat.
Keep in mind, by the way, he doesn't say any of this is bad. He doesn't condemn any of this. None of this is condemned by Graham Platner. Honestly, I think he endorses some of it with his language. He thinks this is good. He thinks this is how it should be. Right? And the problem is that it's just mismanaged a little bit at the top. Keep that in mind with how he talks about this.
Arms, special operations, infantry, that kind of thing. And so they've maintained those contracts. There were only a few companies for a long time who could meet any of those requirements. Triple Canopy, Blackwater back in the day, and then the Academy afterwards, Z, SOC, SMG. There were a number of these outfits, and because they were the ones who had the training facilities, they knew how to meet the contract requirements. There's a story in all of this that I think often gets lost, which is that after Blackwater folded, hedge funds started buying all of it up. And because they saw, they essentially
He's also
saw...
wrong about this. And in a room full of commentators and journalists, it's crazy that nobody pushes back. This is, at best, a mischaracterization. Blackwater did not fold, and like these venture capitalists did not start buying it up. Blackwater rebranded, right? Or was sold off in its entirety. In these instances. That's it. Right? It was not like Monopoly breaking up antitrust. Right? The government was not like, oh, Blackwater did a bunch of war crimes. Let me come in and break up Blackwater because obviously, Eric Prince, you can't handle this anymore. That's not what happened. Right? Blackwater was like, ooh, war crime is not good. The semantic things technically is not Blackwater, but ostensibly it's the same thing. Yes, which is why it's gross that he's like, I didn't work for Blackwater, because everybody knows what it means when people are like, you work for Blackwater. He's playing a semantic game, and I think that's dishonest.
Like if you can have all the companies, then you can set your price. You're the only ones that have the ability to meet the contract requirements.
This is also incorrect because they were doing that anyway. Defense contractors are the kings of price fixing. Right? They didn't need Blackwater to consolidate, right? For them to be like, well, it's a monopoly now. They set the price. No. They didn't need that. Right? Raytheon, Blackwater, Triple Canopy, right? All these different companies, the few that did exist, would bid and Raytheon would get a contract and then subcontract out Blackwater, right? Blackwater would get a contract and then subcontract out Triple Canopy. Triple Canopy would get a contract and then subcontract out Raytheon, right? It was a big circle jerk of money going around in a circle, right? So there was price fixing involved in this. So I don't think he's lying on this. It's just kind of incorrect. It's not true.
By the time I got around to doing this, which is 2018, so I left the Army and the ability to meet the contract requirements. By the time I got around to doing this, which is 2018, so I left the Army in 2012. I frankly didn't know what to do with my life for the next 6 years. And in 2017, I was back in Maine, utterly lost, had left college, didn't know what I was doing. But I was fully qualified to go work for the State Department in Afghanistan. And I had a lot of friends who were on that contract. And so essentially a friend of mine hit me up on Facebook and was like, hey, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, honestly, man, I have no idea. I'm lost.
Stuff. I honestly didn't realize he was apparently just hadn't even kind of announced his time. Blackwater's kind of insane. My bad for the ignorance. No, you're good, Shatter. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I yell at everybody when they come for me. Even if it's not terribly, because I assume everybody's mean to me. But not really. I don't think there's actually any great videos on Blackwater. What I would just say is you can like Graham Platner, right? But if you have a question on whether or not he has done something, just look it up. Just Google it, right? Genuinely, if you're like, has Graham Platner denounced his Blackwater service? Right? Just Google. Just hit it in Google. Right? Maybe I'll make one at some point, but problem is most Americans don't see military Blackwater for what they are, which I expect that. But I expect better from leftists. So I don't have the expectation from the average American. I have that expectation for leftists who are writing for him. You know? To at least do the bare minimum of seeing if he did. you know what I mean? The Reddit post just made up, maybe asking him, etc. Yeah, I have it open still. This one. Right? It was, where's it at? I'm trying to find it. Was it at the top? Oh, here. In his video on Zateo, Graham Platner during his high school voted to be most likely to start a revolution. If you haven't watched it, it was a great interview. Matthew did a good job addressing his controversies and getting him to open up, or getting it out on the open. And Platner came off to me as very forthright on everything. He even explained his past with Blackwater as well. He literally did not do that. Literally did not do that. But we can cut your VODs and you'll have a 3-hour video essay on Graham Platner. Yeah, but that's a lot of work. You know what I mean? And so like that's the problem. Is that people will literally just make that up. That did not happen in the interview. And that's the most frustrating part. Did not happen. When people were like, oh, he apologized for being in Blackwater. Did not happen. And like, how am I supposed to like argue against that when people just make that up? Because it's a giant game of telephone, right? No beef to this person, but they probably heard somebody else talk about it, and then they heard somebody else talk about it, and then all in this line, people are making assumptions, and nobody's actually going to see what was said about it.
Sean, the black,
you know?
She's my African princess.
And it makes things so hard for us to even get to the root of the issue, which is that he hasn't done any of this stuff. And if Graham Platner did this stuff like originally months ago, it wouldn't have gotten this far in the first place. Yo, so I'm thinking for the 14 months. And that's kind of how I arrived at this point right now, currently. I get 24 hours and white leftists have gone gaslight you saying you have Platner derangement syndrome. Oh, they already have. They already have said that I have platinum derangement syndrome, basically. I remember yesterday I was looking at Hassan's coverage of it, and you had like chatters who were like, you know, long-term community members of Hassan being like, oh, Hassan, you have a lot of shitters in here. It's because Sean is watching you. I had like 800 people watching. There were 30,000 people in there. I'm like, do you think my 800 viewers, do you think it's my 800 viewers that's doing this? Do you think I made people not like Graham Platner? Me. Genuinely. Me and my 800 viewers at the time. Like, what sense did that make? Because they don't want to actually reckon with the fact that maybe people are actually frustrated. Right? It's super easy to put it in like, oh, this must be like a liberal democratic op, right? Or it must be like the ultras or the revcoms or the anti-electoralists. You know, it must be them over there. There can't be actual people in the community who just kind of disagree. You know what I mean? No, this is a I'm not saying dance, but like this is a critique of Hassan too. Hassan was doing yesterday. I disagree with it. I know that's a bad thing. I think it feeds into the culture that the chat learns from. That's the case. Why would they not be watching you instead, since you can control them? That is a great question. Sounds like being a debate pervert. Not necessarily. I think it's more just like difference in strategy will always manifest as like the most stringent critique, right? Ask two people what is the best way to change the world, and you're going to get two radically different answers, both from extremely passionate people. You know what I mean? Right? And so I think the issue is, and to be entirely fair, like this is why I don't necessarily fully agree with like the bad empanadas of it all, who is like, if you were in the American military, you know, bleep, 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 or whatever. Like I'm not in that case, right? I'm not here to like, you know, throw Graham Platner, you know, Black Widow style in Infinity War or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not what I am here to do. Does that make sense? my goal, and I said this before, I said it consistently, is I think a lot of people are holding water for Graham Platner, that is doing a disservice to the people that he's harmed, right? And to Graham Platner himself. Maybe not to his campaign. Maybe what I'm saying will lose him a few points in his campaign, right? But it's literally it's getting in the way of Graham Platner's specific growth. If you like growth that much, if growth is all that matters to you, you are standing in the way of Graham Platner's growth. It's the exact same thing that happened with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, during the Leftover saga, when people were like, leave Ethan Klein alone, he's on your side, like he's a liberal or whatever, right? When we were trying to get Ethan Klein to understand why his behavior needs accountability, did a disservice to Ethan Klein because he never was able to fully cement himself to being on the left. You know? You're getting in the way of their growth. Growth is uncomfortable and it requires you to reckon with some uncomfortable truths. And if you stand in that way, it's just like, you won't let that happen. Right? And Graham Platner, from everything that we've seen today and yesterday, has not yet been able to reckon with those uncomfortable truths. He's being coddled every step of the way. There are very reasonable critiques of Platner. He can never acknowledge what and why he did what he did. And it's frustrating, right? And I understand why it's frustrating because there are stupid critiques of Graham Platner. You know what I mean? Like, I hate the electability critiques. I hate it. It's stupid. Like, oh, he can't win against Janet Mills. That's dumb. And why I never do it. Because I think that's stupid. I hate the entire electability conversation, no matter who it's happening to. I think it's dumb and it's stupid. That's why I don't engage in those critiques. I think Hassan tried pretty hard to push Ethan, though. Not in the way that I think he needed to. But this isn't a conversation about Ethan. It's a conversation about Graham Platner. Did Ethan say he wanted to be a leftist? He always wanted to be a staunch capitalist. Yeah, but the point is that, like, you can push him to be a leftist, you know? Doesn't matter what he wants. If he wants to be accepted, right, he would move. The problem is he was accepted without doing that move. So why would he ever move anyway, you know? He was accepted as being like a quote unquote liberal who never apologized for his racist past and history. And then we're surprised he turned out to be reactionary, you know? Like, I never expected him not to be a capitalist, but at least he could have stopped being reactionary. I went down his Reddit rabbit hole, and Platner's vagueness around military issues made a lot of sense. His mind isn't made up, to be honest. And that's, honestly, may not be the person who we want, like, leading the movement. Or maybe he's not ready to be an elected official. He's going to win, so it doesn't matter at this point. But, like, those are the conversations that we need to have. And they're uncomfortable, right? Those are uncomfortable conversations. And people are scared to have those conversations. Right? Maybe he's not ready. Maybe he hasn't done what was necessary to actively atone for his behavior in the past. You know? So the community can accept capitalist leftists? What do you mean?
I can't figure out where I fit in this whole thing. And he was like, I mean, come on over and get on the Ambos detail, and, you know, it's the money's okay. We don't do, like, we did nothing. I mean, this is...
I'll run it back a little bit more.
Hedge funds started buying all of it up. And because they saw, they essentially saw, like, if you can have all the companies, then you can set your price. You're the only ones that have the ability to meet the contract requirements. By the time I got around to doing this, which is 2018, so I left the Army in 2012. I frankly didn't know what to do with my life for the next 6 years. And
if he's not ready, then what would happen next? I mean, again, at this point, it literally doesn't matter. He's going to win, right? But the point that I'm trying to make is, like, the left needs to have a conversation about what growth actually means, because I don't think the left knows, right? Like, what does the journey actually mean? Right? What does it mean to grow? I'm not talking about Platner electorally. He's going to win. He's going to win. That's not what I'm speaking to, right? I'm speaking to the people who say that he has grown, that he has changed. What does that mean? If he still can apologize for his behavior, if he refuses to apologize for his behavior, what does that mean if he refuses to acknowledge that he shouldn't have done what he's done in the past? Is that accountability? Is it?
In 2017, I was back in Maine, utterly lost, had left college, didn't know what I was doing, but I was fully qualified to go work for the State Department in Afghanistan. And I had a lot of friends who were on that contract. And so essentially a friend of mine hit me up on Facebook and was like, hey, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, honestly, man, I have no idea. I'm lost. I can't figure out where I fit in this whole thing. And he was like, I mean, come on over and get on the Ambos detail. And, you know, it's the money's okay. We don't do, like, we did nothing. I mean, this is by 2018.
Yeah, you talk about what you actually did because people think of it as like you went out there and you're shooting kids.
Mercenary,
for the record, all of that used to happen back in the late 2000s. Like all the horror stories from that shit are true. Sorry, all that it is there, but there's also a reason why the hammer came down, because that stuff happened. By the time I get there, essentially,
like this is a defense of military contracting. He's defending the defense industry. He's defending private military contracting here. So he was shooting kids? No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is like they were shooting kids in Blackwater before he got there. Why they didn't make him not want to join? He doesn't say. He doesn't really get into that part. But he was saying that they were doing that, and now it's fine. Now it's white water. It's not black anymore. The water is clear. It's clear water. That's what he's saying, right? But he's saying that he's defending it, right? He's defending it. This is a defense of private military contracting.
Like all the horror stories from that shit are true. Sorry, all that it is there, but there's also a reason why the hammer came down, because that stuff happened. By the time I get there, essentially it's this like it's a corporate money grab, and like they use guys like me with these backgrounds to meet the contract requirements, so they could pay us bare minimum and walk away with the balance, which is frankly what everything in Afghanistan was by 2018. The whole thing seemed to exist purely to move taxpayer money into the pockets of defense contractors. I was a driver on the ambassador's advanced security team. So I would go to a venue before the AMBO would go, and I drove the vehicle, and guys in the team would make sure that everything was set up, and he'd be able to walk in the door and meet the people. It was all... In 2018, we were barely leaving the green zone. We didn't, I mean, look, I was there for 6 months. I mean, I probably went on like 12 or 13 moves. All I did was lift weights and play video games. And I got huge, and I played a lot of Far Cry.
I don't think he understands. Okay, he's not saying this is bad. This is a bad thing, by the way. Right? Yeah, I joined the IDF after this. After the Gaza genocide was basically over. We weren't really doing much. There weren't really raids to go on, so I just kind of like sat in the barracks and kind of played up my PSP. That's a bad thing. That's not good. I don't think he understands how that's not good. He's saying it's a dumb waste. He's saying that. He's saying that it's a waste from the perspective of top down, right? He's saying it's a waste because like defense contractors were extracting money from it, not because not that he shouldn't have joined. He's not condemning his choice to join. He's not saying that he regrets joining, right? He's saying it was a waste of my time. I'm not really doing anything there. So I was like, I just kind of left because I was like, it's whatever, right? He's not saying I was a part of this this private entity that was responsible for monumental amounts of war crimes, right? A part of this disgusting system, and I couldn't stomach being a part of it any longer, right? He's pushing it all as the not even as the systemic really, but like as the like high level like leadership as being at fault, as opposed to like understanding the entire system. It's more useful to figure out how to ally with folks like this. Allyship comes both ways. It's a two-way street. It's not you need to figure out how to get rid of your morals to be okay with somebody like this in your group. It's he needs to be figure out how to do accountability, and we will figure out how to like allow accountability to happen. It's a two-way street. Both has to happen. And he's not doing that part. He's not doing that part, right? He's not saying I wouldn't go back. I shouldn't have done that. I regret being a part of that system. It was a bad thing for me to do. He's saying it was just kind of boring. That means he's going to be a senator now. I don't care. Does not matter to me. Genuinely. He caused harm. He needs to take accountability for that harm. That's rule number one. That's the basis of accountability. That's the basis of accountability. I think I read that most people who defend him and never listen to him speak, that he regrets being in Blackwater Assertion is just lazy game of telephone.
Far Cry. Okay, nice. Which one?
The Montana one. The one that was all, yeah.
Oh,
fun.
okay. Yeah.
It was deeply boring. And it was, which was, I mean, for me at that point was good because I was like, I was over looking for excitement. I was just trying to figure out what it was the only skill I had. And so but 6 months, I actually, honestly, 3 months into it, I was done. I was like, this is such a waste. And then there was this other element where there I am at the embassy.
Like, he says that he didn't like it because it was boring, not because it's morally abhorrent. You know what I mean? He does not regret his time in Blackwater because he's like had a awakening of like, this is immoral, right? He's like, I was just kind of bored of it. So I kind of left.
Like watching the embassy staff and watching the ambassador and the generals and the NATO staff and the UN staff and no new ideas. I hadn't been in Afghanistan in 7 years. And there I am 7 years later at like, with access to all the brain trust, nothing had changed. Same nonsense.
Wow.
And I was like, we are going to lose this war. And when it collapses, it's going to be a mess. Now, I don't want to say I was right, but, and I didn't want to be there when that happened. But two, I was like, there's no purpose to this. Nobody has any idea. Like, the embassy's constantly under construction because there's always.
I'm sorry, this is not an anti-war position. I'm sorry, this is not an anti-war position. This is not a war from a. This is not a position from like a, or at least an anti-imperialist position, right? Maybe you can swing it as anti-war to a certain extent, but this is not an anti-imperialist position. There is zero quarter in its entire 7-minute video about the victims of private military contractors. Zero. Actually, no, I was like, there's one. He just mentioned that it happened in the past and it was old news. You know what I mean? It was old news. He could be real and say the truth. And yeah, at the time I was bored and took the job in the military. But in the military is all I knew. And here's how and why being a mercenary is bad and the job and company should never exist. Exactly. But he never takes that last step. And I think it's because he doesn't believe it. And that last step is very important, right? That is a very important last step. There's no guarantee that he's not going to vote for more funding for private military contractors, so long as they justify it in a good enough way to him. He doesn't have a moral position against them. He just hates how they're mismanaged. Does that make sense? And that's why it's so frustrating. And again, actually, I'll take it back. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. I don't know. Nobody ever asked him the question. Genuinely, maybe he does have a moral position against it. I have no idea. No one ever presses him on it. Nobody ever asks him the question.
Some new security threat that we have to pay somebody, some contractor comes in and has the whole thing was just a scam. It's just one huge scam paid for by tax dollar money, and I wanted no part in it. So I quit. I was only there for 6 months. I quit and I moved back to my hometown and I became an oyster farmer. And I'll be honest,
this also doesn't answer the question, by the way. I just want to put that out. Also, still doesn't answer the question of why, like, knowing what he knew that he went back and joined, besides, I don't know, I was bored and I didn't really have anything else going for me. So, That's literally it. That's literally it.
Until this stuff happened, I had no intent on ever looking back because I was just, I was done.
Because he knew this, right? He went for the money, but it was a waste of taxpayer money. But he knew it was a waste of tax. He knew, as he said, 6 years prior, that it was a waste of taxpayer money. He knew it. He knew it. He knew it. And he went back again. And again, I think that is worthy of a little bit more interrogation. I think that is worthy of a little bit more interrogation. Yes, the step that matters is recognizing the harm and doing all in the power to destroy the harm and promising or promise to do it. Yeah. He presses the rock in high school and then join the military. I don't get it, to be honest. Again, nobody presses him on that much either. I'm ready. He literally told someone asking about PMC that the money is pretty good. Just don't stay for more than a few years. Send it to me.
In Soviet Canada just subscribed. I feel like this guy is just really good at saying what PPL want to hear.
Send it to me. Insolvent Canada, thank you for the 7 months. But yeah, I wanted to get back to this coverage.
Institutionally, yeah, guess what? So was fucking Idiot, okay? Idiot was also used institutionally.
Okay, I was going to try to hammer me.
Over 27, they're doing their Oppo research on you. I got to ask the question, Graham. Is there other stuff out there that's going to come out now? Between now
it's
and
not.
November?
Is this insolvent? You know what? I'm sick
We
with
don't
it.
know about another tattoo we haven't seen.
No. Everybody's seen all my tattoos now, and everybody's read all my internet comments. And we released everything. We put it all back in October.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. And look, the Republican Party is absolutely going to lie. You know, at some point that's coming. They, said they swift voted John Kerry. They said Barack Obama wasn't an American. When it comes to
We
the
never
Republican
escaped the
Party,
Platnerverse. Do you know how, like, when people were like, I'm in California, so I get to vote for third party and not feel guilty because my vote doesn't really matter? You know? That's how I feel about Graham Platner. I don't live in Maine. He's 20 points ahead in the polls, so it won't matter anyway. So I can talk about him as much as I want, and like, you can't say that I'm gonna like make freaking Susan Collins win, because he's gonna win anyway. And so I will beat this dead horse until it looks like grape juice.
only knows what they're going to come up with that isn't true. They just ran an AI-generated thing.
They did, yes. Ridiculous.
Yeah. So like the dirty tricks, that's all going to happen.
But one last question on this before we move on. What do you say to supporters of Janet Mills' establishment? They're going to say, look, it's just not worth the risk. Why put up someone with all of this stuff who has to explain away Nazi-looking tattoos? Why not would you vote?
I swear we've seen this interview like 17 different times.
For Senate majority?
Okay, bro, chill. Now he's just copying my shit, okay? I'm just, I'm done. I'm done.
Vote for whatever way you tell.
Loomer, Lamau.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw this. Hassan, you are political wet toilet paper. I love that, like, we are currently covering a candidate that closely resembles my values, okay, at least in his campaign strategy. A candidate that is doing the method. And you're like, oh, dude, I know that there's a ginormous victory that this candidate just secured in the Democratic Party primaries, which is perhaps part of the reason why the Democrats.
That's the part I want to get to. Someone said Hassan said that. I want to get to that part. I want to address that talking point. Because I just don't agree with it. I don't think it's true. I don't have a timestamp though, so I guess we just have to watch all of it. I guess Platner Power Hour has to continue for another 50 bajillion years. Another 50 bajillion years of Platner Power Hour, I guess.
Controlling the levers of power in the party have been actively fucking slamming people like yourself as a stand-in for what they will do, what kind of disciplining operation they're engaging with.
To be entirely fair, I think talking about Graham Platner in this specific context, at this specific time, at least for today, has some merit.
They're insurgent and winning.
There's merit there.
And taking away control from the Democratic Party, but also it's wet toilet paper.
I'm at the acceptance stage. I mean,
okay.
Collins
it's just
fail.
wet toilet.
I don't care about the election. I'm not even at the election phase. I don't care about the election. The election is already set in stone at this point. That's not where I'm at. My position is I want to change the culture on the left. That's where I'm at. I'm not talking about this to change the outcome of the election. I'm talking about this because I want to change the culture on the left. I think the culture on the left is bad. I think that there is a poor culture on the left. It's not good. And I hope for anybody who, at least a little bit, right, cares what I have to say, will at least, give two thoughts about why people are a little bit wary of this Platner guy. I've learned a lot about Platner and the way he hasn't grown in his time in Blackwater to help me better understand how messaging matters, and the way things are said. And there's nuance that Platner doesn't utilize, and I'm learning in this moment. It was them calling us crazy and gaslighting us. I feel I'm defending my sanity. Me too. Me too. This is why I'm letting myself be stubborn on this one. Also because he said I don't tip. Gosh freaking darn it, I tip every time. I tip every single time. And I won't let that slide. And honestly, I think it's weird that everybody wants to forget about that part, okay? I think it's weird. No apology for that either. Run the clip. I'll run the clip, actually. Who has the clip? It's somewhere. Graham Platner, Black Tipping Pod Save America. Can you believe this has all happened in 8 months?
My guest today is a veteran oyster farmer and Maine Senate candidate, Graham Platner. Graham, great to see you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you.
They even covered the fact that he didn't apologize on the Daily Show. Did they? Okay, send me a timestamp to that one. Send me a timestamp to that one. Black. Enter. Tip. Yo, am I tripping? Did we not make it? Black. It's right there. All right, here he is.
About is from 2013. So someone wrote on Reddit, what is one question you've always wanted to ask someone of another race? You responded.
Said it was trolling, so I was forgiven, I guess. The funniest part is he didn't even say that. That's the funniest part. He didn't even say that. He didn't even say he was trolling. He was just like, hey, my black friend told me it was true, so.
Why don't black people tip? I work as a bartender, and it always amazes me how solid the stereotype is. Every now and again, a black patron will leave a 15 to 20% tip, but usually it is between 0 and 5%. There's got to be a reason behind it. What is it? End of quote. How did you feel rereading that post? And what's your response to people who hear that and think that is like textbook racism and it's offensive?
I mean, one, I was legitimately asking the question. I mean, that was the point.
Thanks, bro. That makes it all okay. Yo, why do black people have big noses and big lips, bro? You know, every time I see a black person, their nose is giant and their lips are massive. You know, why do they have giant noses and giant lips? And people are like, oh, that's kind of racist. Like, yo, I'm genuinely asking. I'm just curious, bro. I was just genuinely asking the question, bro.
The thread. Legitimately asking the question. I mean, that was the point of the thread, was to ask the question. Amusingly enough, I remember this time when I had first started bartending, and then I had a conversation with a friend of mine who was black, who was a bartender, who did a great job of walking me through structural injustice and the fact of feelings of lack of agency. There were a whole bunch of reasons, and after that, I was like, oh yeah, that makes absolutely perfect sense.
And so he's like, yeah, my black friend told me these are the reasons why black people don't tip. Graham Platner is still walking around right now thinking black people don't tip. They show a clip linked above. Though weird, they tweeted he did apologize when they joke about him not doing it in this clip.
It was certainly not meant as a malicious thing. I was asking the question because that was kind of the point of the thread, actually.
So you're saying...
He's like, well, the thread was like, ask any question you want. And I was like, why are black people called? You know what I mean? And I'm like, why is that not the case? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a little bit biased. But like, I have not genuinely seen an apology from this person. Actually, I lied. I've seen one genuine apology from this person, and it's been about being called a socialist. That's the only apology that I've seen from him. Okay, maybe the R word too. That too, technically. But he's like allergic to saying I'm sorry.
That this is not something that you were shitposting about. This was not something that you felt, it wasn't meant to be a commentary. It was a question you were sincerely asking on a Reddit thread because you thought there might be some sort of like cultural explanation or something. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I like there was I grew up in Maine. I had never bartended before. I was living in Washington, D.C. And I mean, I honestly, I reread a lot of the comments for obvious reasons. Many of them I'm like, oh God. That one I must say, like, I mean, I was legitimately curious. And it was not, certainly not meant in any malicious way. And I got an answer soon afterwards in reality from an actual person, but.
Got it. Okay, so another one that's gotten a lot of attention is there were posts from 2013 where it seemed like you were playing down the challenges faced by members of the military who were trying to report sexual assault allegations. The first post was, in today's current climate, when every whisper of a misplaced hand brings down a feature-length film, anyone who actually thinks the military is purposely covering up rape to save a career of some goddamn captain is clearly both an idiot.
Wait, I missed it. Hold on.
Thread, actually.
So you're saying that this is not something that you were shitposting about. This was not something that you felt, it wasn't meant to be a commentary. It was a question you were sincerely asking on a Reddit thread because you thought there might be some sort of like cultural explanation or something. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I like there was I grew up in Maine. I had never bartended before. I was living in Washington D.C. And I honestly, I reread a lot of the comments for obvious reasons. Many of them, I'm like, oh God. That one, I must say, like, I was legitimately curious.
Like he stands by it. Like, I'm sorry, that's insane. He's grown so much, chat. You don't understand. You don't get it. He's grown so much.
And it was not certainly not meant in any malicious way. And I got an answer soon afterwards in reality from an actual person.
And a black guy said it's true, so he believes it now. Chat, okay, for those of you who don't know and that may not be aware and are too scared to say it, there's no like inherent black people don't tip thing, right? That's not a thing. That's not a thing. There are tipping on class lines divide, which rich people actually tip a lot less than working class people. Actually, there's actually polling on that. Like, rich people tip on average a lot less, like percentage wise. But like, there's no like divide on racial lines on tipping. That's not the case. And the fact that it doesn't go through his mind that like, maybe this isn't true. So waiters assume that black people won't tip? Yeah, because it's a stereotype. But he's like, oh, the stereotype is true for this reason? That makes sense. I think it's an accurate summation of what he said. I don't think he goes in depth enough. Maybe he's conflating it. What do you mean? He said black people don't tip. Why don't black people tip? He's like, all the black people that I had never tip. That's racist. That's a racist thing to believe. Like, and then he's like, well, listen, I was just asking. And he was like, well, my black friend told me that like it's because of systemic racism that black people don't tip. So I was like, oh, that makes sense. Systemic racism is why black people don't tip. Instead of being like, maybe it's just, a specific experience. Also, he's in Washington, D.C. Like, I don't believe that like, he was getting like, 30%, 35% tips from white people and like 0% tips from black people. You're not debating that, but he did say, if I gave him a summary of systemic racism, did he say that was the reason why? Yes. Yeah. That's exactly what he said. He said, I thought black people didn't tip, but then I talked to my black friend and he said, it's because of systemic racism. That's literally exactly what he just said. And then he was like, that makes sense to me. And then he just accepted that as like fact. like that's it. As a server, yes. A lot of non-black servers I work with complain. I don't experience that. They have. The black people who don't tip can read the bias in a way that in a way they serve their tables.
Got it. Okay, so another one that's gotten a lot of attention is there were posts from 2013 where it seemed like you were playing down the challenges faced by members of the military who were trying to report sexual assault allegations. The first post was, in today's current climate, when every whisper of a misplaced hand brings down a feature-length film, anyone who actually thinks the military is purposely covering up rape to save a career of some goddamn captain is clearly both an idiot and junior enough in rank or life experience to think it matters. And then there was another post.
Why is he defending Tectone's dad? To be entirely fair, like this is not like drawing like neither of these draw like political lines, because like you do have men on the left who are racist and misogynistic enough to say stuff like this, right? So like it's a man thing, especially during like or around like Me Too era. You know what I mean? Like it is a man thing across the board.
Where you suggested that the
it's just him being a white man for him being racist and misogynistic. That's where it comes from.
Boy getting sexually assaulted was
not a defense. This is not a boys will be boys kind of thing. But like, this is not like indicative of like he must be a conservative because of these things. I'm just saying that these things happen across the political spectrum. You know what I mean? I just wanted to clarify that. You know, that playing high sexual assault in workplaces is systemic and outside the military. Yeah, he's just like, and like again, he's a military. Again, this could work in his favor if he says acknowledges that does happen, and he becomes an advocate against it. I don't know what his answer to this yet, but like we'll see.
Blacked out, drunk. Again, what do you say to someone who hears those comments and feels like it's minimizing a very serious problem, if not suggesting that the victims are the ones to blame for sexual assault?
Yeah, they would be correct in that. I mean, I didn't know what I was talking about. I had, at this point, I had just gotten out of the infantry. It's important. Like, my time in the service was in the infantry. At that point, it was
always context. Why does he always just say, I'm sorry? Why does he just start with an apology? Be like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Use his service as an excuse. He can use his service as a talking point to address how the military is as a whole. Not like as a defense of like, well, I was like this because because I was in the military. Therefore, it's okay.
All male branch. I had only recently separated, and my frame of reference was that world. And that was not a world in which, frankly, I had very little interaction with women in the service. Very soon after, actually, this time frame.
So I'm sorry.
When I started going to college, I became.
I'm sorry. I hate everything about this person. Genuinely, if you listen to this person talk, and you look at me in my face and tell me that he's actually changed his mind, I don't believe you, and I don't trust you as a person. I genuinely, everything about this person is disingenuous. Not a single I'm sorry, not a single apology, not a single point of accountability in anything I've heard him say. It's disgusting. And I stand by the people who are defending him genuinely have not heard him speak. Have not heard him speak on a single thing. Right? Because all that matters, people, is the policy. They're like, oh, well, he's good on the policy. He said Medicare for all. That's good enough for me. I don't need to push him to take accountability for his misogynistic comments or his racist comments or his disgusting past in Blackwater or going on 4 tours in the military. Don't need to worry about any of that because he has good policy, bro. These people would vote for David Duke so long as he said that he wanted universal health care.
Very close friends with a number of vets, female vets at George Washington, and all of them had a story. And I very quickly changed my tune. I think you'll find even not that much later in my Reddit history me acknowledging that. That was a moment in time in which I had not yet been exposed to things, and I had a opinion or I had thoughts that were colored by my experience in the service. But my experience in the service was frankly limited.
So I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't have said that.
That's when I reread those, I see me not knowing what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. I'm gonna go crazy, bro. I'm gonna go crazy. He hit a, that's not me anymore. Bro, I swear you hit a, I'm safe now. New year, new me. And it's crazy because leftists are so keen to tune into this when somebody does this for a religion, right? When somebody starts showing up at church and like, I'm a changed person, they're so quick to call that out. They're so quick to be, wait a minute. There's no accountability really here. You know what I mean? But like when it's Graham Platner, it's just like, yeah. Should he back it up? He was about to say, I'm sorry. I'll give him a chance.
And that's when I reread those, I see me not knowing what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. And it, sort of beyond like the
he was the second and a half of silence. He was going to say it. I promise. He was thinking it. I can read his mind. A little further. We watched it. He whispered it. Did I?
Been exposed to things, and I had a opinion or I had thoughts that were colored by my experience in the service, but my experience in the service was frankly limited. And I mean, that's when I reread those.
Did he stop himself from saying I'm sorry? Did he stop himself from saying I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, Trevor, for doubting you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He might have actually been advised to never apologize. Genuinely, he might have been advised to never apologize for literally anything. And I'm sorry, that's kind of gross. And I cannot, and frankly will not, support a campaign that's run like that. Off of principle. Off of pure principle, moral principle, I will not support a campaign that is run on zero accountability for doing stuff and causing harm.
Opinion or I had thoughts that were colored by my experience in the service, but my experience in the service was frankly limited. And
we all agree that Platner is bad, right? And the people promoting him are bad, right? Not necessarily people promoting him are bad. I don't necessarily agree with that. Right? Like, I think they're wrong, but not necessarily bad people. Depends on what you mean by bad. I think Graham Platner is bad. He's going to keep this in private hour space. We should confront them and have these conversations instead of these unproductive, secretive feelings that no one supports him is hearing. I don't think it's necessarily unproductive. It makes me feel good. It allows me to vent my frustrations. You're the purest leftist. Good job, C. You won nothing. Bro, you're winning nothing too. What are you winning, bro? With what? What are you winning? What are you winning? Cool. You win a Senate seat in Maine. The Democrats had a trifecta under Obama. What do you think happened? Super majority. What do you think happened? This is not Obama? Yeah. Platner's also not the DSA. What are you talking about? But a socialist? He's not a socialist either. His words, not mine. The one thing he actually apologized for was being a socialist. So, checkmate, I guess. Like, actually, he actually apologized for being a socialist. That's of the two Reddit posts that you just looked at, the anti-blackness and the misogyny. What he chose to actually apologize for was actually being a socialist. That is what he actually apologized for. Not this. He stopped himself from apologizing for this. He didn't apologize for the anti-black comment. He did apologize for being a socialist. You just did. I'm sorry. I don't know. What do we say? Like, you're literally living in a fantasy world, right? I don't know what you want me to say. You are in a fantasy world. You have crafted a world in your mind where you're like, man, Graham Platner is literally a socialist, and he's going to usher in the Vanguard Party to lead us to a socialist utopia. And if that makes you feel good, if that's how you get through your day, I'm happy for you. Genuinely. No, I'm being, with every fiber of my body, I'm genuinely happy for you. I wish I derived happiness from that. I wish I could craft a fantasy mindscape where I can put myself in it and then ignore reality to build and pull my happiness out of it. I really do. So I'm genuinely happy for you. Genuinely happy for you. So good for you, Chatter. I'm glad that you have something that makes you happy. I hope you continue to find happiness in that. Swallowing your pride is difficult. What are you talking about? Does that sound Chatter? Honestly, if I'm being real, they talk about like a mic chatter. If I'm being entirely real. If I'm being entirely real.
I mean, that's when I reread those, I see me not knowing what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. And it, sort of beyond like the substantive concern with the comments you made, I think is a political one, right? Like, as you know better than anyone,
So sometimes he's wrong.
Maine is a really important.
Everybody's wrong sometimes. And I think chatters would be better off just, sometimes understanding that can be the case. You are right. I'm always right.
Senate race, and Democrats are worried that if you're the nominee, like Susan Collins or the many super PACs that support Republicans, will spend $50 million
I'm always right.
on negative ads featuring a bunch of these Reddit posts. There's ones where you call yourself a communist. There's ones where you call police officers bastards. There's one where you say that rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid. What do you say to that, and how do you combat that?
Yeah, I mean, first, those were definitely, that was me.
You know what gave you
trying to
away,
get a rise
Chatter?
out of people.
It's the smarminess. It's not, I like Graham Platner, and that's fine, and it's good, and I disagree with you. It's the smarminess, right? 80K watches Mike too. 80K doesn't have the same smarminess as you do, right? I have Mike chatters in here that are not like that, you know? So just be more normal, be more regular. As in, not normal as in like adhering to the current normal systems, but like be a nice person.
People on the internet, those are not
And learn to be okay with saying I'm sorry, unlike Graham Platner. And you may be like, Sean, you're being petty. Anyway, let's move on.
But those weren't even reflective of my opinions back then. I would say that it is a little rich.
Finally,
about this right
gosh,
now, when just last week,
darn it,
there was a pro Susan Collins ad run.
I think I finally got my gosh darn email. Wait, no, they just sent me the exact same thing again. I didn't. They literally just sent me the exact same thing again. Give me my freaking email. Hold on, they sent me a form. I'm gonna fill this form out so I can tell them to give me my gosh darn email. program of study. Where's computer science? I haven't received my email. Wait, let me check and see if my email's even on. Here.
With Janet Mills in it, saying nice things about her. Like it
Okay,
is
okay,
a.
Do you want to call, get your mom to call? I don't know, just call them. I want to go up there. Hold on.
Toilet paper. Well, I guess, this is the wet toilet paper that is still wiping the asshole, okay? You're the fucking asshole. And you're getting wiped, bitch.
Majority Leader.
No.
Do you support Hakeem Jeffries for House Speaker in 2027?
No.
Would you support
Someone please ask him if he wanted to join Blackwater, and if he given the opportunity to go back in time. Please. Will he join Blackwater?
No.
If you go on to win your Senate seat in Maine, will you run for president in 2028?
No.
All right, so those answers, I think a lot of people will be nodding along, apart from probably the assault weapon.
You'd be 100% correct if you admitted Platner might be fake, might stab the left in the back. Because you don't, you're only 50% correct. Yeah, there's no reason for me to engage in this kind of... there's no reason for me to make these sorts of assumptions.
I disagree. Being pragmatic is insanely important. At least being aware of pragmatism is insanely important. Right? Like, hot swap Graham Platner in for John Fetterman. You know what I mean? Better isn't fake. He's exactly what chuds and boomer libs want. I mean, yes, but it depends on what you mean by fake. You know what I mean? He would say it's pragmatic to support him. I would also say that it's pragmatic to even be aware that politicians are politicians. And they do things that politicians do. Right? And even if you didn't like, or even if you loved Graham Platner to all extents, right? Even just being aware that there is a chance that as a politician, he could legislate in a way that is not aligned with the values that he's espousing now is extraordinarily important. Just take Obama. Take Obama. Like, genuinely take Obama. Like, the way that Obama ran on the campaign trail versus what Obama was saying now. Right? Or not saying now. Gosh darn it. What Obama ran on the campaign trail versus what Obama actually did when he was the president. It ran on when he was the president. I expect to be let down, but that's just American politics. Exactly, though, right? Exactly. That's what people are saying, is be aware that you can be let down, right? I think what people are frustrated about, people are like, I think he's going to let me down, and I am scared about that. And then they're being met with the, no, how dare you feel that way? You must love Graham Platner. If you don't pledge your fealty to Graham Platner, you are a fake leftist. You suck and I hate you so much. You know what I mean? And that's where the left lost with John Fetterman. There was no even concept of like, hey, maybe this person who's saying all the right things may not turn out to be what we hope he is. Right? And the lesson should not be that, well, this guy could never be a John Fetterman. It's, let's be skeptical, right? I might want him to win, but like, let's be skeptical. He's ahead. What do you lose by just being a little bit skeptical? But I will say this. I think, this is what I think is happening. That's what I think Hassan is doing. That's what I think a lot of leftists are doing. I think pretending like Graham Platner is more left than he is, right? To position like far left policies as actually popular to like, you know, working class chud normie populations is what is happening. Right? Like, if you're like, oh, Graham Platner's actually a socialist and you love him, you're hoping that they'll be like, oh, well, maybe I love socialism. That won't happen. Number one. And number two, like, I think that's kind of like a, you know, I don't think you can't do that and criticize him. Like, I don't think that those are mutually exclusive. You can do both. There is space to hold for both. You know what I mean? But I think that like that may be where it's coming from. You know?
And be disillusioned and be pessimistic right now.
Weapons ban questioned, which I think, as you know, a lot of progressives will disagree with you on and say it's a major issue that helps prevent mass shootings. What would you say to them?
I think in a country that's already awash in guns, we have 20 to 30 million AR-15s in America. We don't actually know how many. Restricting access to people with a violent history or people who are going to commit a violent act, that is where we're going to see the most effect. And I support universal background checks, and I support red flag laws, like the one that Maine passed by ballot.
I will still say, I think I'm 50-50 on this specifically. I think I'm 50-50 on this specifically. Just because he's right that I think there's more guns. I think there's 2 guns for every single person in the United States. I don't think restricting access is going to fix the gun issue here. Because you can find a gun literally everywhere. You know? Wouldn't Platner be restricted because of his past? No. His past is completely permissible according to like whatever laws would be passed to restrict gun access. You know? Like an assault weapons ban or any of the sort would not ping like his ping Graham Platner specifically. Because it was done like under legal pretenses. So it's not that. But I don't know. I think gun control is a deeper conversation that's more complex than I will get into here.
Overwhelmingly last November. I think that those combined with expanding mental health services across the board as part of a much more substantial healthcare system and using the power of the federal government to elevate people out of
I'm from Puerto Rico. What's your take on statehood or independence? Much respect. Whatever the Puerto Ricans want.
This is a good take.
I'm happy to abide by that. Whatever Puerto Ricans
This is
want,
what he should have said.
Get. Obviously,
this is what I said this when we watched this the first time. Like, this is what Graham Platner should have said. It's very simple. But I won't, like, you know, I won't chastise him for this take. Because I understand why he said statehood. I think it's, again, not the correct answer. But I think, you know, Puerto Rican sovereignty is the correct answer, right? So having the Puerto Ricans make their own decisions, right, is the most important part. Whether they choose statehood or they choose, like, independence. But again, I don't expect him to really know that because he's not really a leftist. You know, that's just it.
Independence is much less viable as a pathway because it, I think, requires tremendous amounts of reparations. And even independence alone is very difficult to...
Listen. Puerto Ricans, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Coming from a black... That ain't happening. Try being South African. Maybe then you'll get reparations.
To push for, but then also reparations, virtually impossible, even though I think that's the just and moral thing to do. Because there's no fucking... Honestly, by my estimation...
Do you think Bernie would black 50 times Puerto Rico? I've said Puerto Rico 50 times already. Sorry. It was more Obama than it was Bernie. I'm sorry. We have fun here. We have fun here during Grand Platter Power Hour or whatever.
Independence without reparations. Like Puerto Rico deserves reparations beyond independence. Puerto Rico deserves reparations even if it doesn't get independence.
I did. Saw Bernie in Puerto Rico. Miss Mamdani though. That's sad.
But if that's not the case, or if the people want statehood, then
banning the chat. I don't ban people.
Statehood is also perfectly fine. But again,
it's like I ban some people, but I don't really ban people in general. Wesley, I unbanned Wesley. I gave him a chance. Hassan chat. Oh, Hassan doesn't also really ban people.
I think more so than statehood or independence, what Puerto Rico deserves, what Puerto Rico should get, is reparations. I'm going to keep saying that.
That's true. I agree with this.
Saying he might be fake is not an assumption. Brother, everyone can be fake. What do you mean? What are you saying? Yes, the reality of the matter is Graham Platner could just as well be a fake, a phony, okay? And totally stab the left in the back. You know who else could do that? Zohran Mamdani, AOC,
The difference is he has a history of doing that. That's the problem. He has a history of doing that. And that's what people who defend Graham Platner are not getting. Right? This isn't coming out of nowhere. It's not coming out of nowhere. All right, as I've spent 4 hours today and 4 hours yesterday and then 4 hours tomorrow, and I will keep doing it, and I will keep doing it, and I will keep doing it until people start to understand. I don't care if every single day has to be Graham Platner Power Hour. I will keep doing it. There are historical examples of Graham Platner being inconsistent. Zoran is literally squeaky clean, consistent. Everything he says is carefully worded. Platner is opposite of this. Like, what are people not getting? I don't know. Tell you broke Sean? No, that one chatter broke me. I don't even know their name. I don't remember their name. That one chatter broke me. It was that one specific chatter. That one chatter. I'll tell you they were my chatter. They're probably Hassan chatter too. It was, I know it. It was me, it wasn't you. It wasn't Space Nomad, that wasn't their name. Space Nomad was in here today. Space Nomad is a Graham Platner stand, but not as annoying as that one chatter was. That one chatter was really annoying. That one chatter was like super annoying. I didn't know it wasn't you either. Even though you have your moments, Couscous. It was Nyx. Nyx has her moments too. When she ran out of the house and maybe go chase her down in the neighborhood, okay? She also has her moments. Yeah. Gosh darn it.
The other fucking candidate. That's a likelihood for every candidate. And if you ask some in the chat, they'll say, if you ask some of the chat, they'll say they are fake. They're phony. I could be fucking fake.
Poverty, I think.
Chatter, you could be fake. One day you could stare at the mirror and realize that someone else is looking back at you.
Someone he has actually done.
Someone else that you.
Yeah. Is it me? I'm my chatter. You yelled at me yesterday. No, it wasn't you because your name's green. I know what color the name was. I would recognize him if this showed up. It wasn't you. I would be like, it's a little bit of a. Oh, it's 1:30. Is it me? No, it wasn't you. They were red. No, their name was Silver. Their name was Silver. I remember what their name was. It was silver.
Never foresaw you would become.
I think holistically, when we think about gun violence, that's where we're going to get the most
mango.
You said earlier this week that you think Chuck Schumer will back your candidacy if you're the general election official Democratic candidate going into.
By the way, as far as like as far as being regretful over his service, I can't speak to what's in someone's heart, but I can tell you what's not going to be a good message to fucking put out there, because he's not going to get swift boated right now. But if he were to run around and say he's regretful for his service, he 100% would get fucking swift boated.
I don't care. He should still do it. That's my take. The same way Hassan talked about reparations for Puerto Rico, the same way I feel about that. Genuinely. It's what's owed. Right? An apology for the harm that he caused is important. I don't think it will happen. I don't believe it will happen. But it's still required. You know? And I'm putting myself in the position of somebody who was harmed by that violence. You know? I think about it like this, right? If somebody who was a former Klan member ran for office on Graham Platner's platform, no longer in the Klan, right? But they're still running in like deep Alabama. Would the take be that they can't apologize for being in the Klan because the people in Alabama wouldn't vote for them if they apologized for being in the Klan? Would we accept that? Would that be acceptable? I wouldn't accept that as a black person. I'd be like, I don't appreciate that very much. I thought they always say that it's the policies that are so popular and they wouldn't, how would taking a stance, their apologies for their service be detrimental to racial writing? That's what I said earlier. Honestly, with Platner, they might be okay with it. He's changed after all. Yeah.
We hear nodders.
So I got to think about the 33 months. That's crazy. The carrot thumb guy feels like leftism. Feels like someone who's likes the idea of leftism but hasn't done the work to deconstruct any of their bigotries. That basically is default settings with anyone white, like the kind of leftists who will make a white left the left in like 2 to 3 years after getting backlash over being misogynistic. I can see that.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a
But for that to happen, he would have to actually be on the left. I think it would be more like a. I never claimed to be on the left.
Just subscribed.
Listen, I'm more me. I've always claimed to be just me. Kind of exactly like what John Fetterman did. How John Fetterman pretended like he never ran as a populist on populist policies. He's like, listen, I'm just me. I've always ran on just me. I always ran on what I believed. And it just seems like there's a lot of John Fetterman comparisons. The Mahu, they give her the prime. Much appreciated. Just a guy with a sweatshirt, yeah. You see Erica Kurt's fit in her last video. I couldn't stop laughing about it. I think I did see a screenshot of it, but I was scrolling on Twitter. Also, Fetterman, there were signs.
For those of you who don't know, that's John Kerry. Okay? A guy who is a grunt machine gunner for the Marine Corps coming out and being like, I'm so sad about all of the heinous things that I did when I was in war. It would be over for him. Okay? It would be fucking.
I disagree with this on moral principle and on practicality. I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong and incorrect. Right? As the chatter was saying, I thought leftism was about leftism is popular, right? Populism is popular. Like address people's material conditions and the cultural war doesn't matter. Right? Address people's material conditions and the cultural war doesn't matter. We can't repeat this over and over and over again. Right? Right? But now it's like, You have to engage with the culture war and engage with people on the basis of the culture war, because that's what specifically matters specifically. And it's actually not the leftism. And if he doesn't engage with the culture war specifically exactly correctly, then he'll lose, even if he has all the correct leftist policies and the populist policies. Right? Am I confused on that? But he doesn't address the material conditions. He has some populist policies, right? Medicare for all, raising the minimum wage. That he doesn't necessarily do like socialist policies that will actually address material conditions, or like he's not like advocating for socialism or whatever. But I think that like he is trying to like there like band-aid steps, right? But those are popular. He's like 20 points ahead against Susan Collins, at least at this point. I haven't seen the newer polls. I don't think he'll lose because of that. You know what I mean? But yeah, more clarity aside, maybe spending too much time deep embedded in candidate campaigns and far too invested in the game. But I mean, like, I understand why. If you see what happened with Zoran and you're like, I have all of this influence, I have to use it. Right? I'm not that. I'm not that, and I'm not there. Liberals are percentage perverts, though. So, you're not talking to liberals. You're not talking to the pollsters. You're talking to the Debras and the Barbs and the people who need to afford healthcare. You're talking to them. Right? When you talk to them, you say, I'm going to fix your healthcare. I'm going to raise your minimum wage. And then when you get online, not where they are, when you get online to your leftists, you say, yeah, I shouldn't have joined Blackwater. That was bad. To a podcast that reaches 1,000 viewers. You say that there. And then you go back to your community and you're like, healthcare. Does that make sense? You don't lose anything there. Right? I'm not saying you go to the Debras and Barbs and be like, hello, I hate the military. Hello, thank you for coming to my rally. I hate the military. I'm not saying you do that. I'm not saying like that's how you go about it. I'm saying like when you are speaking to them, you speak to populist policies that address their material conditions, right? And then when you're speaking about your service to the people who care about it, right? Then you talk about your regrets. Then you talk about how you didn't like being put in that position. Then you talk about how you shouldn't have done it. The Barbers and the Debs, they're not seeing that. You know what I mean? They're not seeing that. Like they're not watching those things, looking for that information. Right? But when you are on those broadcasts where they are watching, you talk about those populist policies, right? But there is a balance there. I say he's doing what you're saying. No, he's not. Because he's doing half of it. He's doing the part about the healthcare. He's not doing the I apologize for the service, you know? They're going to attack ads at their 1 a.m. Call channels. And guess what? They're going to be like, man, that's not my favorite thing, but like, I have this healthcare bill for $5,000 for an ambulance visit. That sucks. And guess who they're going to vote for? I'm sorry, if leftist policies are so fickle that standing for other leftist policies will break it, leftism is doomed to fail. If progressive leftist policies are so fickle that other leftist policies are going to break leftism, it's going to fail. It is a doomed project. I don't believe that it is. I do not believe that it is. I believe that the Barbers and Debras don't care what you say, so long as you fix their healthcare, bro. They're like, gosh darn it, I got kicked off of Snap. That sucks. Somebody please fix that. And you fix that, and they're like, thank you for fixing that. That's what they care about. You fix people's material conditions, right? And the Republicans will never win an election in their entire life. I think people think apologizing is the same as lambasting anyone else who also serves in the military. But like, what do you think he's doing when he's saying that like it was an unjust war? The war in Iraq was bad. Like, it's like, does that not get to the same end a little bit? He said it then. No, that wasn't an apology. He never apologized for it. He just like, the war was bad. That's not an apology. What are y'all talking about? Can y'all lock in? Hey, lock in. This is Graham Platner Power Hour. All right? Who's banning who? Is that been checked? I don't know, bro. I'm talking about Graham Platner Power Hour. I'm sorry, doesn't need to be an incentive for it to be an apology. The way he speaks about imperialism is. Show me. Show me where he speaks against American imperialism that reads as an apology. Show it to me. And I disagree. I'm sorry is very necessary, actually. I'm sorry. I apologize. My bad. Those words are actually kind of necessary. If it is, guys, I'm getting ready for work. Okay, but if you can't do it, then don't speak out of your ass. Semantics fighting then? It's not semantics. That is a necessary part of accountability. Acknowledgement of harm that you cause is necessary to accountability. Not the nebulous harm that was caused by an overarching system that you had nothing to do with, technically. It's the harm that you caused, specifically. Any blasting, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. It doesn't make any sense. The words in the apology is semantics, that's what I'm saying. But there is no apology. He hasn't done an apology. Him saying Susan Collins is bad because she voted for a war that killed my friends is not the same thing as saying I should not have taken a part of this disgusting apparatus in this system that was in charge of killing over 1 million people. That's not the same thing. One is an indictment of imperialism. The other is not. He doesn't even say I was targeted because of my class or conditions, as leftists always insisted. He actually stands against that. Tim gave him Tim had to give him an out. Give him an out, right? Your battle goes off on ice thugs. Chatter, I literally cannot read this. Which leads me to believe that you didn't read this either. It's literally paywalled. You sent me a paywalled article. I don't believe you read it. I think you typed in Graham Platner imperialism and sent me an article that says Graham Platner goes off on ice thugs and Trump's imperialism as his apology for his role in imperialism. I don't think you read it. I don't think you read this article. If I'm being entirely honest.
Over for him. Just so you guys understand, he's running a fucking election, okay? Not even in a place like Maine. That is that would be a generational mistake. Okay? There are plenty of veterans who feel that way. Many of them are in this community. And it doesn't fucking matter. The moment that you say, "Oh, we fucked up," the moment that you say, "We fucked up, we shouldn't have done this," even if you're 100% right, that is an unbelievable controversy that the Republicans would pounce.
One, I think he's wrong that it will take his campaign. Two, I think he's wrong morally that even if it did, he should still do it. Three, I think he's wrong in that like Platner doesn't even believe that. Those are the very important parts of the discussion, right? Like Platner does not believe that. He doesn't actually like think like regret his military service. Right? He doesn't like, and his regret is focused on like, I wish my military service was somewhere more fun. Like I wish the people in power actually used us for a just war instead of a bad one, kind of thing. You know? Like something like that.
On, okay? You guys have to wake up to the reality that that there is a deification of the American military and U.S. empire in this fucking country, and any candidate, regardless if they had Purple Hearts or not, if they were to come out and say what we did was wrong, okay?
Wait, isn't that what they're claiming that he's saying right now, though? I'm confused. Like, aren't people saying that he's saying this? I'm confused.
What I feel is a personal distaste for the actions that I took, participating in the fucking war machine. Sure, that makes you feel good, and it's the right thing.
The disconnect is, I don't care if Platner does the right thing and apologizes and engaging with in response to the left. It would be better if he did. I claim Platner as a good person or a leftist. The fact that he's running on policy that advances and expands the movement is enough for me to support him. My position is that Platner is empowered and net positive for leftists regardless of the harm of Platner clause. What do you want him to be empowered to do? Empowered to do what? Why are you a leftist? For what purpose? They're for ending genocide and the Rwanda rot. Yeah, why? Why do any of those things? Is it because it's good for people to stop the harm? Okay. So you do care about the harm that happens to people. You care about the harm that comes to people. Correct. Yes, Platner has done harm and she should be held accountable. All right. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you are a bad person for supporting Graham Platner. I'm saying that we can do both. Does that mean him being in power is the same as him doing additional harm? Did I say that? Are those the words that came out of my mouth? Did those words leave my mouth in that order to form that sentence? Or did I say exactly, Platner has done harm and he should be held accountable for that harm? Has this not been my exact point for the last 10 hours of my content that I have reiterated over dozens of times? You're shadowboxing, chatter. I said, I don't believe you'll be held to account. Of course not. Doesn't mean I'm not going to try. What is this link? Stop sending me links without descriptions. Just say what the link is. This link is this thing or whatever.
When you called the war an ethical horror show that imperialist adventures often turn into, you went on to say, though, I used to love America, or at least the idea of it. These days, I'm pretty disgusted by it all. You still feel that way?
I am disgusted by the systems. I am disgusted by a political system that has, over year after year, continued to use militarism as the base of our foreign policy. I am disgusted by a political system which in many ways does not care about the human cost of war, whether on our side or the violence that we dole out to civilian populations in the countries we go fight these wars in.
That's a half step forward, technically. He at least acknowledged other countries.
That disgusts me. I'm not disgusted by America or Americans. In fact, that's why I'm running for United States Senate. I have an immense amount of hope.
In Portland, Phil Hirschkorn for News Center, Maine.
So I mean, he's still not like against like
disgusted.
his service. Like he's still not. He doesn't regret his service, right? It was difficult every day. The stark reminder of the ethical horror show that imperialist adventures always turn into. Like so, like this is like again. I wonder what he's talking about here. Because like he's talking about his tours, and the question is, why did he go back to Blackwater? You know, they also this bad apple stuff. It was always deeply disheartening to see men I liked and respected conduct themselves in awful ways. Frankly, morally bankrupt military campaigns always seem to extend to extend that rot down to people tasked with doing the fighting. Which is like again, he's doing like bad apple like discourse, which I don't think he realizes that his presence there is violence. I think that's the hangup. I don't think he realizes that his presence was like violence. Being a part of the occupying force, no matter how good you were, was violence. So when he's like, oh, he sees himself as separate from the bad people. And so I don't think he thinks he did anything wrong. You know? I said this, the way he talks about this and somebody like Prisoner talks about this is vastly different. I don't get why people don't see that. Exactly. Yes, he complains about the other platoons having fun killing civilians, unlike him. Yeah. And I think like, it's just like, again, I still think he can grow from that. I'm not saying that like he's irredeemable, but he still has to acknowledge that was still a harm, but he hasn't done that work. And if I'm being real, everybody's kind of sweeping for him. If he's too dumb to understand what harm looks like, then he should not be a politician. Should not be a senator. Should not. If he's genuinely too dumb to understand that that is harm, should not be a senator. What about this with the no hoodie? Yeah. Is the campaign not the beginning of the minutes in the way he speaks? What do you mean? I mean, take the tattoo example. The two kids called in and were like, "Are you sorry we're getting the death head?" And we read it 5 times to them. No, because I didn't know what it is. Why would I apologize? Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Weird. It's weird. They're sleeping like Cinderella. It feels weird. And I still feel gaslit. Maybe after day 3, I'll stop feeling gaslit. He's a dumb guy. Then you should be like frustrated. If he's a dumb guy, you should be frustrated that he's the only option, right? It shouldn't be like, yeah, Graham Platner, what a socialist king. It should be like, why do I have to vote for this person, bro? This sucks. I'm a teacher. That's good for you, Chatter. Good for you. Maybe stop chastising people who are also frustrated by this. Right? But other people are not. Other people are not in that same way frustrated. And they are like, I stand Graham Platner. Do I have to go back to the chat? See people would be like Graham Platner, my king, my goat. You said the R slur, just like my goat Kyle Klinsky. That made me like you more. My theory is that Platt got a boost among boomers when the military background came up. Why are these people leftists? Why are you just not pro-military then? Am I crazy? Why don't you just join the military? Why don't you join the military so that you can win more elections? Like, if you think that that's all it takes to win elections is just being military members, then start joining the military. Or is it the populist policies that address people's material conditions that need to be messaged to people better? Or is it that thing? There are enough pro-military, pro-America boomers who are responding to this economic populism. Yeah, because even those people need to pay their bills. And that's why economic populism is so attractive to them, right? And that's why the left oftentimes has this staying power that's so hard to stamp out, right? Because under the system of capitalism, those people will always exist. So long as there's this disparity in the healthcare system, people are gonna need healthcare, and they're gonna need help paying for it. Is it a coincidence that it's white male political streamers that is waiting for him calling you dumb for not vibing with a mystery? To be fair, I haven't seen anybody call me dumb yet. That'll be funny though.
Thing to say, and it's the right thing to do. Okay? But the idea that like Americans would look at that and go, oh yeah, this guy's actually being bold and brave.
Again, what's the line? You know what I mean? Like, do we expect Josh Shapiro to condemn his volunteer idea of service? Because I do. Right? Are we expecting it now just because it's unpopular? What about when it was popular? Did we have that expectation then? You know? Are we at the whims of what is currently popular or unpopular? Or is it our job to push the discourse in one direction? One direction. You know what I mean? If a very popular, an extraordinarily popular politician like Graham Platner came out and was like, this is my thoughts on the military, right? This is how it treated me. Don't join. Do you know how beneficial that would be for like the end of the expansion of the U.S. empire? Right? He's so far ahead that it literally won't matter. With electoral politics, yes, popular is good. He's so far ahead, it literally won't matter. Do you think he will drop 25 points if he came out and said, I shouldn't have joined the military? Do you think he should drop 25 points? In the primary, yes. The primary's over. There is no primary. Keep up, chatter. There's no primary. I don't main and you don't main, so who knows? I know. What about Collins, though? That's not the primary. That's the general. See, y'all, I'm talking to people who don't know what to talk about. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just realized I'm talking to people who have no clue about what they're talking about. I need to stop. I need to stop. Literally just talking out there behind.
Does that worship of the military exist among moderates or mainly Republicans? Brother, that worship of the military exists among liberals too. Hello? How do you think we justify all of this, the death and destruction campaigns? It's baby steps, okay? You got to start off by trying to put a dent in the military-industrial complex by talking about how there's an opportunity cost to all the wars that we're waging.
But like, what wasn't that like the entirety of the anti-war protests of the Iraq War? Are we still at step number 1? we're 20 years in, and we're still at step. Maybe something's not working. Maybe something's not working. Something's got to give. Something's got to change if that's the case. Maybe conceding to the pro-war constituency isn't the W. You know, he could literally kick a cackle wearing a shirt with a totem cough, and the white leftists will defend it. To be fair, so would the Mainers.
Oh, you know, you got to appeal to the selfish sensibilities of Americans by saying every dollar is being wasted overseas, blowing up schools rather than fucking building schools here. Americans do not give a fuck, for the most part, about the morality of the equation. You did not make me angry.
I also don't agree with this. Like, necessarily. Like, I mean, kind of a little bit, but like like there were massive anti-war protests against military intervention in the war on terror, right? And with the genocide in Gaza, again, massive protests. Like, those things are like monumentally like unpopular with the base, and we know this. So I don't know why we're pretending that he needs to like be a hoorah American. It's only popular to one group of people, and that's the consulting class. It's unpopular in the military. It's literally unpopular in the military. If you talk to people in the military, they hate it. They don't like it. Have you seen the videos where they're like, hey bro, why'd you join? I joined for my Macaro. I joined for my Camaro. F my recruiter, he lied to me. Please get me out of this. I hate this place. Like, literally, right? He's in a hoorah American. He criticized imperialism to our faces. Then why can't he apologize for it, Shatter? Why can't he say, I'm sorry for serving then? Why can't he do it? Why can't he say the words? Hassan is saying he can't say it. Why can't he say it? I was in service. I had 3 people trying everything to get out. Are you against war, but are okay with riding hard for a Blackwater mercenary? Make it make sense. To be fair, Graham Platner was against the war, and then he joined as a Blackwater mercenary. So anything can happen. You know?
It's crazy to me how so much of the convo around Graham Platner is based on what some online leftist thinks and not his concrete plans for restoring the medical system in Maine. We've had a crisis in healthcare up here for well over a decade. It's gotten so much worse recently. He's the only one with a real plan. Thank you. You're 100% correct, Ben.
Yeah, fuck the people he killed, right? Fuck them. Who cares about him? You know, you get your health care. Good job, Maine. We did it. Can't even muster up a 2-word, I'm sorry. Isn't that crazy? This is why people hate Americans, bro. They can't even hold their politicians to say, I'm sorry for participating in the war machine. Right? That's too far. That's the steps too far. That's the steps too far. I'm sorry for my participation in the war machine. Now, no beef to Benfish. Benfish is fine, right? Benfish is a chat here, they're fine. But like, there are more repentant IOF officers than Graham Platner. Yes, that is so true, right? But people like Graham Platner because he's winning, right? They're like Trump. No, Trump like likes winners. That's what they are. They don't care about apologies. They don't care about accountability, right? And I knew that already, right? They care about like, you know, somebody who wins elections, which is fine to a certain extent. It's true. I hear your country, no offense. No, I get you, right? I get you. There would be no conversation around him if he simply apologized. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? How a lot of these conversations, I won't say no conversations, a lot of these conversations would cease if he just said 2 words. That's how most of these things go. Right? A lot of these conversations would cease immediately if he just said, I'm sorry, shouldn't have done it.
Ben Fish. Yes. And that's precisely the reason why he's winning. Okay?
It's so weird that like, I mean, the left has changed. The left has shifted. The reason he's an apologist, by the way, is because part of his platform is a more efficient military. Yeah, we looked at it. He wants to build more ships. More military vessels.
That could affect the upcoming midterm elections and beyond. The court ruled Louisiana's congressional map with 2 majority black districts is illegal because it relied too much on race to draw those district lines. A lower court had ordered redistricting, arguing the state's 1/3 black population was not properly represented. The Supreme Court decision weakened.
I think that's it. No, that's actually there's one more. There's one more comment.
To see, let's remember both.
Doesn't matter.
Over where exactly they can.
It wasn't just a Marine, though, man. He was a mercenary. He showed up, killed people for money. At least in the military, you can spend your career in IT. He was in infantry. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay? It literally, I can't explain this to you enough. It's very difficult for you to comprehend. What matters to you is inconsequential to the voters.
I disagree with this on here. It matters because it's moral. 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 Fundamental disagreement. Fundamental disagreement. It does matter. It does matter. It does matter. It matters so much. It matters to the families of the people who were killed. It matters so much. It matters so much. So much. You can't wipe that away. He can't wipe that away. And again, he should own it because it makes his growth more explosive, right? It makes him a good advocate to speak on these things. I don't know why we're so hyper focused on just, don't worry, guys, we win this election, we win this 1 seat. But for what? What are we winning these seats for? What are we winning them for? If not for the people that it matters to. What are we winning these seats for? If not to lower the harm here, but if the harm doesn't matter, what are we doing any of this for? If this harm doesn't matter, then how am I supposed to believe that the harm that I face matters? How are trans people supposed to believe that the harm that they face matter? How are we to be sure that we won't be sold out in the same way that the people, the Iraqis, the people of Afghanistan are being sold out now by saying that, like, sorry, your feelings don't matter. Your lives don't matter. All that matters is that we win this one election. That's what matters here. And it's weird, right? That's weird. That doesn't make sense. I'm sure you realize what he's saying. It doesn't matter electorally, maybe, but I don't think so. But it does matter. I think a lot of this comes from like a ends justifies a means like approach, right? A lot of this comes from an ends justifies a means approach, I think. They think that if we get Graham Platner in now, the amount of harm that is mitigated can be lowered. So that's a good thing. That's beneficial. And that's worth him not addressing the harm that he caused now. Right? And if him addressing the harm that he caused now loses him that seat, the harm in the interim and in the future will be greater than the harm that he's already caused. Right? And I just don't view politics like that. You know? I just don't. Again, I will repeat this again one more time. My worldview, naive or whatever, I don't know at this point. Because I feel like there's something that I'm missing. My worldview is that if you commit harm, you have a responsibility, an obligation to apologize for that harm, take accountability for that harm, and then commit to change in the future. That is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. That's why we gained nothing since the anti-war Vietnam times. No, it's not. We gain nothing because we are so closely adhered to electoralism. We gain nothing because of the approach that Hassan is advocating for. We keep trying to win elections with the Democratic Party, the duopoly. How many Democrats do we need? We already had a trifecta. We had a supermajority under Obama. What do we need? How many do we need? Do we need 100 senators? Do we need to have all of the House of Representatives? Do we need to have the entire Supreme Court? Do we need to have the entire executive cabinet? Do we need to have the president, the vice president, right? Speaker of the House? Do we need to have all district courts? How many do we need? How many? Tell me the number. How many do we need? How many? And for what? If we have every single seat, what do we do with it? What is our goal? I thought our goal was specifically focused to marginalize people who are the most hurt under this system, in addressing their needs and their concerns, the harm that they face. So if we're putting that to the side, what is our actual goal? What are we looking for if it's not that? That's what confuses me. That's what doesn't make any sense to me. Because it's not an either or thing. It's not a one thing over another. It's not. He won't lose the election if he acknowledges that him going to Blackwater is a bad thing. He won't. He won't do it. He won't do it. That is not going to lose him the election. It's for all people. We have been harmed. Yes, we have to. We will continue to be harmed. It doesn't start and end with Platner. We fight alongside Platner. If he's the enemy, we fight him. But you're not understanding, right? If Platner, I'm not saying Platner is the enemy or an ally. If Platner is an ally, in order to be an ally, you can only stand as an ally by acknowledging the harm that you've caused. That is Rule number one, by standing as an ally. Non-negotiable. Because how else are people going to trust you? People don't trust him now because of his wishy-washy, back and forth, flip-floppy rhetoric. Frustration with Platner or the people platforming Platner, both. My frustration is with Platner and not apologizing, right? And not actively taking accountability for his actions, right? That he did. And I have issue with the people who are supporting Platner uncritically, right? And chastising people who want him to take that accountability. That's it. That's frustrating. Many think getting Medicare for all and taxing the billionaires is materially better for marginalized people than an apology, disagree or not, but it does make sense. You don't understand, right? You're not getting Medicare for all or taxing billionaires if you don't center marginalized people in what you do. It's not happening. It's not happening. This is an issue with your mindset. If Platner is able to disregard the marginalized people that he harmed here, he's going to do it again. If the people supporting him are able to disregard the marginalized people that Platner harmed here, they will do it again. That's the problem. There is no, don't worry, we'll do it for marginalized people in the future. Now, if they ignore it now, that's not how it works. If they can be okay with Platner's anti-blackness now, they're gonna be fine when Medicare for all somehow, some way has a specific carve out that specifically targets the black community. You know what I mean? That's the problem. That's the issue. So the GI Bill, just like with FDR's policy. Now you're assuming Platner would do that? No, I'm not assuming Platner would do that. I'm saying that I know the system will do that. Because that's what the system is. That's how the system is designed. I'm saying that I don't trust Platner to fix it. That's what I'm saying. Because the ones that would do that, yes, I don't trust Platner to fix it. Because he's done, if he doesn't recognize the harm that he caused when he was overseas, he's not going to recognize the harm that he caused now. He's a clog brother. Then why does it matter he's elected? He's one senator, then why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why are people riding for him so hard? If he's one senator, why do people ride for him so hard? If he's one senator, if he's a cog, why does this matter? You can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eating it too. You can't. You can't. You can't. You're inconsistent. Same as Platner. There's no defense here. You're wrong. You're incorrect. You're morally inconsistent. I think people are frustrated that I'm calling out the moral inconsistency. He's going to apologize. We should have been getting to apologize. We, as in everybody. The people, every single person who had him on their broadcast should have held his feet to the fire and forced an apology out of him. But they were too worried about glazing him because, oh, it'd be cool to have him elected. That's the problem. That's what a journalist does. That's what the media is supposed to do. We saw a single of the half a dozen interviews that we've seen, right? Just today. Mehdi Hasan does it. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. We saw one single interview that brought up Blackwater. One. And they let him lie about it. We saw a single interview that brought up Blackwater and they let him lie about it. But I think this is what we don't know. We don't know. Cat got grilled for Taiwan, and they skate around him in Blackwater. Isn't that crazy, right? Isn't that wild? So much smoke. So much smoke for Cat in Taiwan. Rightfully so. So much smoke. And she lost. She wasn't like 20 points ahead. Now we got like Daniel Biss, or whatever his name is. The smoke came before she lost. Yeah, she lost because of the smoke. Ryan Grimm was particularly nasty no matter how hard he tried to mask it. And then Smiles with him like, man, I thought this was your lane. And now he's like, well, it's kind of interesting that Graham Platner is actually campaigning with Tim Walz. Uh-oh. Wonder if Platner has peaked. If they manage to turn him into a normal dim, that's the kiss of death. Like he wasn't doing glazing this entire time. Yeah, him campaigning with Tim Walz was worse for Ryan Grimm than Blackwater. I don't know if she lost from that. She didn't have a strong local base in the district. That didn't help, but she was the front runner, right, of the progressive challengers, and she could have won with more support, right? And to be honest, even with the China stuff, right, which again was really bad, her other policies are more progressive than Platner's are. But again, the China stuff is really bad. I'm not ready to defense for Cat on the China stuff, bro. It's really bad. It sucked. It sucked. It's literally like, if she didn't have that, like she would have had a pretty decent like campaign, right? But still, objectively, like she has a better past. She's not a part of Blackwater, right? But yeah, the people call her CIA. People are so quick to call her CIA, but like when people are like Graham Platner is a mercenary, it's like, well, what did he actually do there? People can change their mind, you know. You're the actual discourse rooted in empathy that you foster in your community. I try. That's why I got here. That's why I do this. That's why I'm frustrated. I wish you actually put this on Palestine before too. I don't think leftists were willing to bat for her super hard, even locally. I don't know. I think she's kind of dead in the water, even if she came close. Yeah, but like, Graham Platner had no positions on Palestine. That's and this is what's pretty interesting. It's kind of like the Tallarico versus Jasmine Crockett, right? James Tallarico had the benefit of not having a voting record on Palestine, and that gave him a boost. Same with like Graham Platner. Like he has this like Reddit post saying free Palestine, but he said nothing about October 7th. You will not find anything about October 7th from Graham Platner. He was not on the internet. Yes, Cat is Palestinian. Right? And so, like, he gets a boost because he doesn't have that, like, that backlog in that same sort of way. But even if he did, I think that people would still ride for him, honestly. And even with all of this, doesn't matter. He still has a worse background than everybody else we listed. Like, his background's worse than, like, Jasmine Crockett. People are like, oh, Jasmine Crockett voted to give Israel bombs. They're like, yeah, but, like, Graham Platner killed people. Brown people overseas. 4 tours. And then went back. People were like, oh, that's whatever, though. I'm like, that's whatever? That's whatever? Really? People were like, Obama bombed the hospital. I'm like, yeah, that's bad. Graham Platner killed people. He killed people. 4 tours. And then he went back in Blackwater. He's like, yeah, but that's nothing. Israel killed more people with those bombs than Platner killed more. You do realize, right? If we're gonna get into it, right? And I want to get into it, right? Jasmine Crockett voting for giving weapons to Israel, bad. Graham Platner, knowing that it's bad to fight in these wars, willingly going overseas to kill people with his hands, his own weapons with the guns in his hands, bad. More direct. And then deciding to go back for 4 tours, and then leaving, and then joining Blackwater. I'm not going to get into comparing. That's insane. That is an insane thing to do. I'm saying they're both bad. Only you are defending one of them. That's where I'm at. Right, we should select Susan Collins more. I shouldn't die. Congrats. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm pro Susan Collins? You're just a Kamala Harris stan. You're doing Kamala Harris stan vote things. You're like, oh, you don't want Kamala Harris? Well, you want Trump to win. You're criticizing Kamala Harris. You want Trump to win. Chatter, I don't know if you know this. I've never been to Maine. I can't vote in Maine. What do you want me to do? This chatter, you said that we're helping Zionists yesterday. This might have been. I don't remember. Their name was, the person I'm thinking about, their name was Silver. But maybe. You could, a mod can check or something. I don't know. So yeah, like, casually weaponizing death and destruction to do what exactly? I don't freaking know. Because realistically, you're supporting you willingly went to kill people overseas and refusing to apologize for it. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, literally what Mike said yesterday was implying it was more Islamophobic to not support Platner. What? What? Don't make me watch Mike's VOD. I'll do it. I'll extend the power hour. I'll do it. I'll extend the power hour. I'll make that tomorrow's content. Wait. The mods banned this person? No, they're still here. Why can't I see their messages? Chatter, where'd your messages go in my native chat? I don't know, you're not showing up here. Nah, I won't give you which one though. They are? LOL. I'm not even gonna click on it. That's funny though. I don't think there are enough Democrats who want private soldiers to apologize for war crimes. I don't care. I don't do things because of what Democrats want, right? Would you accept Democrats, would you accept somebody who was like, sorry, I can't call it a genocide because most Democrats don't want that in 2024? Would you have accepted that? Or would you be like, that's bad and insane because this is a moral issue? Is it Islamophobic to not vote for a Maine senator with 1992 and multiple Blackwater tours? Wait, I want to get back to the Islamophobic thing. How is it Islamophobic to not support Graham Platner? Where does the Islamophobia come from? It's wrong to say that the reason why there's so much glaze is because they want to give Democrats positive reinforcement on good policies and positions. I don't think it's an effective method, and I agree with you regardless. I'm just trying to understand their starting position. No, it's not that. Not that specifically. It's less about that. This is kind of similar. It's more they like what he represents. Like the glaze is not like, it's not like, man, I don't really like him, but I'll support him for this reason, right? This is full-throated like glaze, right? Full-throated, like pun intended. Like it's just, you know what I mean? They like Graham Platner because, in my opinion, he's a white man, and Remember we were talking about the last 3 years? Joe Rogan on the left. How do we get white men? How do we attract white men? What are white men doing? We need to get our white men to attack their white men, and we can win over white men. That's what Graham Platner is. Graham Platner is that person. You want a white king so bad for who left the platform? Yes, that's who Graham Platner is. I hate this New York Post, but I feel like the context, the article is important to contextualize Platner's past. I mean, I don't think we really need more. Like, this is Graham Platner is bad. Lefty anti-war candidate Graham Platner once defended urinating on dead Taliban and called war the most enjoyable experience. Oh, this was in his Reddit post. Out of curiosity, would you say that many Marines and soldiers who took trophies of desecrated bodies while fighting the Japanese? I find the urinating on bodies as a poor choice, but only because of the current state of media affairs. It's amusing that today killing a man isn't worth of comment, but God forbid you display dominance only 50 years ago. Wait, hold on. Where's it at? Where does he say it? Only 50 years ago, and for the rest of history of warfare, this is pretty standard stuff. Main Democrat hopeful appeared to defend a Marine who. Oh, he's defending a Marine who did that. Oh. Oh wait. Oh, what's okay? Okay. New York Post misleading title a little bit. Links auto connect to deleted Reddit post. Are there soldiers on Reddit who? Soldiers of Reddit, are there any who actually enjoyed combat? You may get it, but in my experience, explaining that war was the most enjoyable experience of my life has been tended to not go over that well. Yeah, 2015. This is when he was out of service, by the way. Remember when he was like, I didn't know what to do. No, he was reminiscing, chat. You know what I mean? He was reminiscing. Right? He's like reminiscing. Man, war was great. I love it so much. Like, again, I think he's just a I don't know, bro. Yeah, buffoon is a good one. Is my thing about Platner not being Platner being the not Islamophobic choice. I mean, that's kind of different than what the chatter said. Like, I can see that being correct in a certain instance.
Across the aisle to make sure that the businesses are blah blah blah. It is. We're going after the billionaires. We're gonna tear down the system. We're taking back what's ours.
Okay, that's not what Graham Platner's platform is. To be entirely fair, he did say we're going after the billionaires. He did not say the rest of that. I wish he did.
Sounds like nativist rhetoric. Yeah,
that'd be cool.
True. It's okay to think Platner is the best option and get him elected, but it's dishonest to ignore material harm he has done repeatedly to the people in the Middle East. It's classic Islamophobia to care less about what happens to Arabs and Muslims as a consequence of American soldiers' actions. Actually,
I think that's fair. That seems like a fair comment in my personal opinion. I don't think that's incorrect.
I would push back on that, and I would say, I think that posturing against Graham Platner is actually doing what you just accused him of doing, which is not caring about Muslims and Arabs. Because Graham Platner is against continuing America's wars, and Janet Mills is in favor of it. So,
but like, Janet Mills dropped out. Maybe this was before Janet. Wait, he's looking at Janet Mills dropping out. So I'm confused. Janet Mills dropped out, so she's not even running anymore. I agree with that too. I don't, because Janet Mills dropped out. It's on the screen. It's the same dynamic with Collins. Yeah, but Collins is going to lose. So that doesn't make any sense. You can criticize. So do you think any criticism of Graham Platner? Do you think you're allowed to criticize Graham Platner? Do you think anybody is allowed to have any critique of Graham Platner? At all? Would I say that was incorrect? I'm asking you a question. Do you think anybody is allowed to have any critique of Graham Platner? That is guaranteed. How can he be so sure that he's going to win? Dog, he's so sure that he's going to win. He's like 20 points up. The Democrats are campaigning with him. They're posting him on his socials. Are y'all being daft for a reason? Tim Walz is campaigning with him. The Democrats are posting him on his socials. He's going to win. Are y'all not watching the polling? I think y'all are trolling. Y'all are trolling, right? Y'all are completely trolling. Doesn't matter. It's not a guarantee. You don't know what could happen. You are trolling. He's basically guaranteed to win. Guaranteed. Polling isn't guaranteed. Do you think anybody should be allowed to criticize Graham Platner? I'll let both of you respond. Do you think anybody should be allowed to criticize Graham Platner? Looking forward to voting against the weapons against Israel. Answer the question. Answer the question. Both of you. Don't be a coward. Answer. Or are you scared? Are you scared to have your little worldview challenge? You're scared that like I'm gonna make your white man sad? Don't you want me? Oh, you are scared. Oh, you had so much bravado. So much bravado. Where'd that go, chatter? You had so much to say. So much to say. Yeah, I was correct. Do you think anybody should be allowed to criticize Graham Platner? Do you think anybody should be allowed to criticize Graham Platner? At all? Yes, Mike has. Okay, then what's your beef? What's your problem?
I was about to go get the Henny.
Can't leave with the 20 get the subs. Much appreciated. Right, I'm glad you're on the Platner train. Welcome. But no, what's your issue with me? What is your issue with me? Specifically. Because you said that I criticized Graham Platner, so I want Janet Mills or Susan Collins to win. Do you think that Mike wants Janet Mills and Susan Collins to win? Has Hassan criticized Graham Platner? Do you think he wants Janet Mills and Susan Collins to win? If you think that criticism of Graham Platner is just and valid, what is your problem with me, specifically? Answer carefully. Please, let your answer start with a B as well. Maybe it ends with a K. I don't know. Makes you wonder.
Working against Graham Platner, if you understand the way politics works, is there is a politician that wins.
In my opinion, you can criticize him, you should, but it's the time to lock in. His win is not guaranteed, and him losing would be a disaster. Let's be realistic. Stop saying he's going to win easily, but yeah, go ahead and criticize him. I don't mind. I never said that. Sure. And I will continue to do so. But like, what do you mean lock in? Like, suck his dick? Like, get on his knees? Like, how many more people do you want to do that? I think there are enough people doing that. How did you feel about the 2024 election? I think I know because you were in here for a lot of that. Did you feel the same way about Kamala Harris being the nominee for the 2024 election? Was that the time to lock in as well? To stop Donald Trump from winning the election? Or were there critiques to push her left that you could still make in order to push her further left? Yes, as in like yes to what? I said both things there. because Kamala was actively pro-genocide, there's a difference. So you don't think, okay, so if a candidate is just anti-genocide, you don't have to push them. So if Tucker Carlson runs on a Democratic ticket, it's like fine. You don't have to like be like, hey, stop the racism. That's chill with you. You know, they just have to be anti-genocide. That's it. That's your only barometer. Or are there other things that matter in this dynamic that you could actually push them further on in order to get more of what you want? You know, like if somebody says that like, yeah, genocide is bad, but I don't want Medicare for all, you can be like, hey, you should support Medicare for all. Why are you not supporting Medicare for all? And then you push them to support Medicare for all, right? That's kind of how elections work. You have a candidate who wants to be elected, and we are voters who they want to have the votes of. And so they say they believe in certain things, and we're like, you should do this thing. And then we're like, okay. Made a scenario incoming, him and Platner and other policies aren't the same. What do you mean? It's the same conversation, right? It's the same conversation. It is a analogy. I know it's hard for you to understand that. It is analogy. Made up scenario. I have to explain what an analogy is. Platner caused harm by being a part of a private military contracting company, even after knowing that it was wrong. There's nothing wrong with pushing Platner to take accountability for that during the election cycle. As you said, criticism is fine. So I don't understand what your problem is. You are allowed to push candidates in certain ways to do certain things, and that's okay. Right?
Just subscribed.
Or is it just not okay with Graham Platner? No. You must suck Graham Platner off, specifically. Is that the take? Right? Yes? Yeah, yes? Right? Yes? It doesn't take long to type yes or no. It's pretty simple. Yeah, I'll switch around while we're here. Kamala's worse than Platner on most things, but even then, I think the left should have locked in during the election. Although it's a lot more indefensible with Kamala than with Graham. Okay, we just have a disagreement. All right, leave Pepega alone. I just disagree with them, and that's fine. We just disagree, and I think that is a fair disagreement that we can have. I don't agree with them, and that's cool. That's cool. At least it's based on something. Yeah, like at least it's based on something. They are consistent, right? I think they're wrong, but they're consistent, and I will take that. I don't think this person is consistent. I think that they are inconsistent. This is literally vote blue no matter who. Yes, which is why I think Pepega is consistent, and that's fine. Okay, by the way, I don't glaze Son and Mike at those guys. No, Pepega's chill. They're fine. Like, they're fine. They've been in here. They are chatter in here. Oh, my legs. What was I saying? There. I keep getting distracted. What was the take? I missed it.
It's okay to think Platner is the best option and get him elected, but it's dishonest to ignore material harm he has done repeatedly to people in the Middle East. It's classic Islamophobia to care less about what happens to Arabs and Muslims as a consequence of American soldiers' actions. Actually, I would push back on that, and I would say, I think that posturing against Graham Platner is actually doing what you just accused him of doing, which is not caring about Muslims and Arabs.
I disagree with Mike that like criticizing Graham Platner is like posturing against him, and it's like you must like full-throatedly support him or you're supporting the opposition. I don't agree with that. I think you're able to criticize like Graham Platner and like that sit on its own, and that'd be okay. I know you're not back the latest electoral messiah. Listen, this isn't the first time people yelled at me for not backing the electoral messiah. All right, I dealt with 2024. I can deal with this too.
Arabs, because Graham Platner is against continuing America's wars and Janet Mills is in favor of it. So by working against Graham Platner, if you understand the way politics works, is there is a politician that wins, and the policies that that politician supports equals what happens.
I don't see how this is different than like vote for Kamala Harris because somebody has to win in 2024. You want it to be the least bad person, which is a like understandable take that I don't personally agree with, but like that's fine if that's what you believe. I don't agree with it. You know, I don't do like politics based on lesser evil dynamics. Do we not vote for it? I don't personally do my politics on lesser evil dynamics, right? How you personally vote is how whatever your choice is, right? When you get to the ballot box and you're like, I want to mitigate harm by voting for Kamala Harris, you can do that. If you say, I want to protest the genocide in Gaza by voting for third party, you can do that, right? Those are whatever you choose to do, you can do whatever you want to do in the ballot box, right? My goal is to say, one, I know that doing a genocide is unpopular, and I want to push Kamala left because it's immoral to support a genocide, and it's unpopular, and she will lose if she keeps doing it. And so I pushed her left to do that. And for Graham Platner, it's bad and immoral for him to stand by his, disgusting career of being a prime military contractor and routinely going back to commit war, right? And he should apologize for that. That's how I engage with politics. Right? That's it. A politician exists. They can be moved. They can be swayed because the only thing they care about is voting and votes because that's how they get into power. If a politician is stubborn, do you just give up? No, you just keep pushing them. And if they don't move, then like, I did all I could. Right? That's what happened with Kamala Harris. Very famously, I went on Jubilee specifically, knowing that she wasn't gonna move, obviously, right? I guess it was 3330. Which one was it? This one.
Would you vote for someone held civil?
The left seems to be a little more.
We get reality is in the world as it actually exists, not the one that we wish exists. And the reality is you have two choices, and not voting is a choice. And it probably isn't going to get you the outcome you want.
The mock election result was...
I love the mock election result.
Annoying.
You know?
I think that this is like a really important example of the value of a vote. Sometimes this system feels very impressed upon us, and that we don't
really love to give her the tier 1 4 months, by the way.
Much of a choice, and that we're like sort of not autonomous over this political system, but we are. Everyone's vote matters, and I understand why people might not want to vote for Kamala Harris. Get over it.
And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to go forward with my decision.
Right? So, like, I took this specifically. Where your glasses? They broke. They're broken. I think they broke on this set. But I literally took this opportunity specifically to push Kamala Harris left. Did I think she would see this? No. Did I think she would listen? No. But this is the responsibility as a moral leftist voter. You have a responsibility, if you stand for something, to put pressure on your politicians, even the ones you like, right? You have a moral imperative to do that. That includes Kamala Harris, that includes AOC, and that includes Graham Platner. It doesn't matter who it is. I morally believe that if you are a part of a private military contracting, child killing, war crime, freaking company, you need to apologize for that and take accountability for that. And I will put pressure on him the same way I put pressure on Kamala Harris here for that accountability. Biggest thing with all this is that we have why is an apology going to make him okay? We know his actions and how he feels about them. An apology is not going to make him okay. I don't expect an apology to make him okay. An apology and accountability is the first steps to change, right? Without that, nothing else matters. Nothing anybody can say about Graham Platner will change my mind until that happens, right? He can still apologize, and I still might not believe him. But without that, nothing anybody else says will change my mind at all. I don't care what you put in front of me. Without that point, without that part, apology to who? To the people he's harmed. Or just the ether, right? Apologize for joining Blackwater. Apologize for engaging in the system. You don't have to say, I apologize to the a million Iraqis that were killed in the war on terror, right? Just say, I shouldn't have been there. I'm sorry for my engagement in this system. It's the same apology that I expect from people in the IDF. I apologize for unwittingly and unknowingly engaging in this system, or knowingly for some of them, right? I should not have been a part of this. I should not have done this. He did embassy security, I believe. Yeah, when he went to Blackwater. Not when he was doing 4 tours. He was a gunner. People don't have a citizenship, shouldn't forgive him, and their forgiveness doesn't matter to us. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't expect them to forgive him. That forgiveness doesn't matter, right? They can forgive him or not forgive him. That's not the point. The point is that the point is not he's not being forgiven. The point is that everything he's saying right now is disingenuous currently, right now, because he hasn't done the apology. Because he hasn't taken the steps to seek accountability. That's the issue. That's it. That's it. So whenever somebody says that he's changed, he's grown, he believes something different, I don't believe them because there's no apology there. And without an apology, without accountability, I can't believe I can't believe any change. I can't. Does the apology have to be recorded, or can it be done in the form of how he votes? What do you mean how he votes? That's not what an apology is. If he just doesn't vote for war, that's not an apology. That's him doing the right thing. He needs to address the people that he's harmed. Or at least, people in general. That's kind of a part of an apology and accountability. He needs to make it known that he understands what he does is wrong. So a video message, not necessarily. I don't think he should apologize. It would be bad electorally. I think you were incorrect, and I also don't care. Don't join Blackwater and do 4 tours in the military. Then this is non-negotiable. I stand on this. This is non-negotiable. Apology equals lose. Don't care. Even if you're right and you're wrong, don't care. Non-negotiable. This is like reparations. It's what's owed. This is owed when you commit harm to people. He didn't join Blackwater? Okay, now you're trolling. You're trolling now. This is a troll. You're trolling. You're trolling. Your next message better be a good one, because chatters know this is my sticking point. Anyway.
Attacking Graham Platner and spending your time attacking Graham Platner and trying to drive down enthusiasm for him, you're actually working to kill more Muslims and Arabs.
That's insane. That is insane. Mike, what are you talking about? That is craziness. That is an insane thing to say. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? That is one of the most insane things we've seen today. And we've seen Graham Platner defend being a part of the military. That is one of the most insane things that we've seen today. And we've seen Graham Platner defend being a part of the military. That's crazy. What? What? Murray Love, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I don't remember if I said it, but like, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's wild. This is before Mills dropped out. Shatter. Look on your screen. Are you watching this with your eyes closed? Look what is currently on your screen. Right now. Okay, I feel like y'all are trolling me now. I'm being trolled by you all.
About Muslims and Arabs, because Graham Platner
Where?
is against that, posturing against Graham. They care less about what happens to Arabs and Muslims as a consequence of American soldiers' actions.
Like, I agree that Susan Collins and Janet Mills are like worse for like foreign policy in general. But it's kind of weird to be like, if you don't like Graham Platner, you're like directly or indirectly killing Muslims yourself. Like it feels just kind of callous. It feels like a very callous way to speak about like people that exist with lives. You know what I mean? I'd already try to turn on the chatter as if the chatter did 4 tours and it works. Stay with the Blackwater. That's crazy. It's not clear that a pure moral stance is the right approach here without saying it's based on a worry that they won't fulfill their platform. Well, I have also said that, but a pure moral stance is also very clearly, I want to be very clear here, a pure moral stance is extremely valid. What are we talking about here? I'm not voting for Klansmen because they say the correct policy positions. I have turned it around to why I think it will not. I have spun it around to why I think he is or may turn out to be a Fetterman. But even if I didn't, I'm completely valid in being like, yeah, this guy is morally repugnant, and I don't want to vote for this man. If I could, I can't vote for him. I'm not a Maine. Votes for what? And I need people who think this to answer this. Votes for what end? What do you want votes for? What do you want votes for? Votes to do policies to help people. To help people. That's morality. Morals are kind of important. You can't put morality aside just so that you may help morality in the future, maybe. Have one more anti-Israel vote, and you can have that, and he can apologize at the same time. I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's true. You have said an apology will make him believable. An apology is not necessarily indicative of morality, though. I mean, true, but no apology is indicative of morality. It shows that you're a bad person. An apology is not indicative of morality, but a lack of apology is. I feel like we're just like, I feel like we're off the deep end at this point, where people are kind of trying to justify why like it's okay to like not say sorry for like being a bad person. Should America not apologize for the harm it's caused around the world? Nope. Definitely not. Definitely not. Jeez Louise. was to end these wars, larger social safety nets, socialism. People like Platner don't get in the way of like and people pushing the conversation left. Well, counterpoint. John Fetterman. Let's continue.
Actually, I would push back on that, and I would say, I think that posturing against Graham Platner is actually doing what you just accused him of doing, which is not caring about Muslims and Arabs, because Graham Platner is against continuing America's wars, and Janet Mills is in favor of it. So by working against Graham Platner, if you understand the way politics works, is there is a politician that wins, and the policies that that politician supports equals what happens. By attacking Graham Platner and spending your time attacking Graham Platner and trying to drive down enthusiasm for him, you're actually working to kill more Muslims and Arabs. You're actually working to do more damage to Persians and Iranians.
Like, I'm sorry, that is an insane thing. That is a crazy thing. And I will say this, it's hard for me to trust people with like protecting the lives of like Muslims in the Middle East when they are like so defensive of somebody who can't even apologize for killing them. Like it's hard for me to like take that seriously. Be like, no guys, I promise we will care about them in the future. we will. It's difficult. It's difficult. If they can't even be like, you would think you literally lose nothing. You lose nothing. By being like, hey, Platner, by the way, just for my sanity, can you just say for my sanity that you think it was bad what you did? Maybe. You know what I mean? Like it's literally that simple. But apparently you asking Graham Platner to do that is killing more Muslims than like Graham Platner did? Maybe? I guess? Somehow? Maybe I'm tripping. I may be tripping though.
Doing more damage to the world by working against Graham Platner, because he's the only candidate that is saying,
why does he say working against Graham Platner? You can like criticize somebody without being like, I want this person to lose the campaign and then like die. It's possible, I promise. You are allowed to criticize elected officials. It's a possibility. You can say, hey, I don't like that this elected official did this thing without being like, I want them to lose, I want them to die, I want them to never exist again ever in the world. You can't criticize Platner, but you can't advocate for people to vote against for policy, though. True. True indeed and true.
We should bring the troops home.
So about Collins for Platner and Trump and Kamala, who is anti-war in his perspective. So about Collins and Platner with Trump and Kamala, who is anti-war in his perspective. Well, you know, that's different because I can't do analogies. I do love the fact that like people who like believe that just their brains refuse to do analogies. I've learned this. We're talking about Graham Platner. Leftists can't understand analogies, can't identify anti-fascist symbolism, and don't know what happened in the Iraq War. All of this stuff leaves their minds entirely. Doesn't exist. Not real. No analogies. I think it's conflating this lack of robust apology, immaterial as with his policy statements he's making today. Yeah, his policy statements are wishy-washy, chatter. You can't take what he's saying today at face value because he was saying that, you know, in 2015 and then he joined Blackwater. Wishy-washy. He's inconsistent. There are inconsistencies there that need to be squared before people take him seriously. That's true. That's true. There are inconsistencies in Graham Platner's policies that need to be squared before he's taken seriously. He understood that it was bad for him to join the military, and then he did it anyway for 4 tours. Inconsistent. He got out because he knew it was bad, and then joined again Blackwater to go back to Afghanistan. Inconsistent. There are inconsistencies in his worldview. He knew these things were bad. He knew these things were not good, and he did them anyway. So when he's saying that these things are not good now, who's to say that he won't do them anyway after he gets elected? That is a fair and valid question for people to ask. That is a fair and valid question for people to ask. I'm not saying that he will do that, but I think it's worthy of a little bit of interrogation. It's worthy of a little bit of interrogation to see if he will do that. I think I'm allowed to ask the question. Electric Flex, thank you for the prime. I understand he's paid a lot of money, so that's why it was okay. Yeah. I don't know. When are we going to start a communist party? That's not happening. That is not happening, Jetter. I'm sorry to say.
Muslims. So what you're doing
this is what we have. You're just talking. Did you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024? Sorry, different question. Did you advocate for Kamala Harris in 2024? Did you door knock for her? No. Why not? She was the best person that was there, right? She was the best person that you had of the two-party system. Didn't like her. So you like Graham Platner then, right? Because you're advocating for him. You're voting for him, so you must like him. So you can't say it's like, oh, he's the best person that I have. I'm voting for him. You do like him because you're voting for him, and you didn't vote for Kamala Harris because you didn't like her. And that's fair. Right? You can't have it both ways. You literally can't have it both ways. You can't. I'm not a Maynard. Then why are we even having this conversation in the first place with you? Why are you writing for him and so hard? Let me criticize him in peace then. Gosh darn it. What do you mean he's the best that we have? You're not in Maine, gosh darn it. The best that we have. Kelly got indicted by the feds. He called her CIA. We speaking French? True.
Effectively is. You're saying you're trying. What are you trying to do? What is like the mechanism of you helping Arabs and Muslims? You're gonna punish Graham Platner individually? Like his career is gonna be bad?
Like, why is he looking at this like it's punishment? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, he did bad thing. He did bad thing. He should apologize for bad thing. Like, I don't think this chatter, I don't think I or like the people in this community or whatever can torpedo Graham Platner's career or like his freaking campaign or whatever. You know what I mean? Literally the same thing that Lib said in 2024. What are you doing to end the genocide? But don't worry, it's different in like ways that we will not describe. Because again, we don't do analogies here. Analogies are bad.
It's going to help Muslims and Arabs. Defending Zionism, you are by helping defend Zionist politicians who are doing a genocide and at the
So criticizing Graham Platner for things that he rightfully deserves to be criticized for is like helping the opposition. I've heard that one before, chat. Somewhere. I've heard that one before. I can't figure out where I've heard it before, though. I can't see this or at least properly address it. I think it's the same reason why, like, Hassan can't see it. in that, like, I think differing goals. I don't think it's not that they don't see it. I think it's more of like, you know, not a part of their goals to address. It's not the top of their mind to address. Again, I think it's more of downstream, right? It's the ends justify the means. If we address Graham Platner's service now and he apologizes for it and he loses, that's bad. We don't have another senator, and that sucks. But if he wins, then he can make some real change. Somehow. What get you done in improvements to your conditions? Yeah, but okay, we have to be honest about this. All right, I'm done dancing around it. Graham Platner winning isn't going to do that. I'm sorry. Maybe in like Maine specifically with very specific policies like that he can advocate for, maybe by being a Maine senator. But this isn't going to do that. It's not going to do that. How many senators is it going to take? How many? 10? 20? 30? Right? Do we need 80 over the majority? Do we need all 100 senators? And for how long? And this is what's weird about it, right? Not saying that electing Graham Platner is bad, but like we have to be realistic about the timeline here. Graham Platner is not going to get in and we're going to have socialism. No one senator can do that, but getting more progressive-minded senators on the floor will theoretically. We have to be honest about this. We don't have the time for that if we're being real. And I think nobody really wants to have that conversation. I think nobody, he'll be in office in 2032. Chatter, we're not making it that far. We're not, you think Trump is leaving office? Why does nobody want to have the uncomfortable conversations? We're not making it that. I wish people, pessimism, it's a little bit pessimism, but I'm joking a little bit. But here's my actual point. Here's my actual point, right? People are putting all of their eggs in this one basket for Graham Platner because they're scared. This is my actual point. They're putting all of their eggs in this one Graham Platner bucket because they're scared, right? They're scared. It will not meaningfully shift the needle in the way that they are pretending that it will, right? They're using Graham Platner as a referendum that like, see, we can run more leftist people in other places. So that means in 2020, in 2020, in 2028, in 2030, we'll have like 4 extra seats, and then maybe the squad will grow an extra 5 members. And we'll have like 10 or maybe even 12 members of progressives in Congress. And then maybe we'll have like 3 members of the Senate who call themselves socialists. And you know what I mean? Like, or 25 to 30. Okay, now you're just stupid. You think we're gonna have 25 to 30 progressive members of Congress? Or sorry, like senators? Or members of the squad? You are just, I think you are just a little bit silly on the timeline here. You're a little bit silly on the timeline here. You're just, I think your timeline is just, I think it's just a little bit off. I do. Right? But I think people have this expectation of Graham Platner that they're hoping will like radically shift the tides, right? They're hoping that Graham Platner, as a white man who's saying populism, will like wake up society and improve class consciousness and will radically shift the dynamics of society. And it just won't do that, right? It won't do that. It would be good. right? It would be good, not overnight. No, it just won't do that. It won't do that. It won't. That's not what. It won't do that. Right? It will be good, but it won't do that. It's not gonna do that. That's not how things work. Electing one person is not going to save America. We have to be realistic about this, right? Power does not come from electing people. It doesn't. Power comes from the bottom up. And if we put, like, I don't know, a certain amount of this energy into speaking to your neighbors and talking to them or talking to the people at your workplace and organizing unions, maybe it would have been this May Day where we actually went on a general strike. Or maybe it will be next May Day we went on a general strike. Or maybe it will be the next May Day that we went on a general strike. But instead, we're more like Graham Platner will be the socialist king that will save the revolution. And he won't. You can do both simultaneously, not mutually exclusive. Sure, but the energy is not split evenly. You understand that, right? The energy that Graham Platner is getting is not necessarily the same energy that is being given to, like, on the ground organizers. You do understand that, right? There's a disconnect there. You do understand that, right? I don't agree. You're wrong. There is a disconnect there. It's wisdom by mainstream media. This is correct. So if you understand that and you get that, right? Do you see why people are kind of frustrated by the attention that Graham Platner specifically is getting, even though he's like not in the DSA? He doesn't call himself a socialist. He doesn't call for a general strike. And you know what I mean? But he's getting a lot of this attention, and people are so electoral focused, which is fine, right? But that's eating up a lot of the attention on the political landscape, right? And that's like cool or whatever, but it's not like radically shifting the needle that people pretend like it is. So why are we covering labor organizing instead of 100 hour every day, as you said? See, chatter, I'm going to give you a little bit of a leeway because you don't know who I am. I don't know if you watch other streamers. I guarantee you I am the most labor organizer focused of any of them. Name one. Anyone. I guarantee you. You don't know who I am, and so I will give you a little bit of leeway on this. Brett is a tenant union focus, so like not technically labor. I take it. I'll take this. Mike from PA. I don't think Mike started a union effectively. From zero to contract? That was me. I did that. Don't say hush. Stop. So I am doing stuff like this, right? But and again, I'm not coming for you. I think you're overall fine, right? I don't dislike you, chatter. I think you're actually fine. I think you're chill. The reason why I'm spending so much time on Graham Platner specifically is because I think the way that people are acting around Graham Platner is harmful to marginalized people. And that gets in the way to building solidarity, to building these unions. That's why I think it's important. I mean, OC, so labor is hard here. I mean, if you're a teacher, like honestly, just send me an email. I can connect you to some people who can help you organize a labor union. Genuinely, like. But that's why I'm covering it. I think the way that some people are disregarding Platner's flaws because they have this higher level vision that they think is best of the left is concerning to me. Right? That's concerning to me. Right? Especially when all those voices happen to be white. When all these white voices are like, I know what's best for the left. And so if you don't do things my way, you're doing things wrong. That's concerning when it's talking about building this multinational worker or cultural worker solidarity movement when they're like, no, Graham Platner shouldn't have to apologize for his past behavior. Why should he? Right? Because that matters when you're building these inroads with these people. Right? It does. When we talk about why is the DSA overwhelmingly white, why are all these white socialist organizations overwhelmingly white, where are all the black people in building these organizations, why are they in their own spaces, in their own communities? That's the reason, right? Because they look into these spaces and they're like, they see it, they're like, oh, white left is defending another white man for no reason, basically. And that's frustration. Because it is frustrating. So when I sit here and I'm trying to get people to understand when I'm saying Graham Platner should apologize, I know, so I get that part. Exactly. So when I'm saying Graham Platner should apologize, it's not even just about Graham Platner. It's about accountability is so important when you're trying to meet people where they are. When you're organizing with black workers and you have white people who've said black people don't tip like Graham Platner has and refuse to say I'm sorry, and then you're surprised when black workers don't want to really organize with you, that matters in the real world. You know what I mean? That matters. When you're trying to organize a tenant union and you have like misogynistic men who are like downplaying rape and sexual assault and women are like, I don't want to organize with you, that matters, right? And teaching people that accountability and apology are very core principles when building the left, because that matters to building inroads with marginalized people, is so very important. It's not just about winning elections. It's not just about one more Senate seat. And we're getting so caught up on one more Senate seat, one more Senate seat, one more Senate seat, that we're losing focus. We're losing sight of what actually matters, and that's the empathy that we're supposed to have for one another. We're putting that empathy to the side for that one more Senate seat. We're literally shoving it to the side. We're being told to shove that empathy down and that it doesn't matter for this one more Senate seat. And that's frustrating for people. It's frustrating for people. And you will never win like that. I'm not saying that electoralism is bad, right? I'm not saying that engaging in electoral politics are bad, right? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when you have this hyperfixation, a hyperfocus on just getting people elected, you lose sight of what actually matters, and that's what you're doing it for. You're doing it for the people. You want people elected for the people. You want Graham Platner to get elected so that he changes the lives of the people, right? You want more socialists in office so that they change the lives of the people. And so when the people are like, I'm uncomfortable and I'm frustrated and I want you to listen to why I'm uncomfortable and why I'm frustrated. And when you say, shut up, I have my plan, I'm doing things for you, are you really doing things for the people? And that's where the frustration comes from. That's where the frustration comes from. And that's why I said I would talk about this for as long as it takes. Because it's not about Graham Platner. It's about the culture. This is about the culture on the left that prioritizes and centers voices like Graham Platner above everything else. Black people be damned. Women be damned. Trans people be damned. They view Graham Platner as more useful than me, than a lot of you. And that's frustrating. And you can't build a working class movement like this. You can't do it. You can't do it. And so I want Graham Platner to apologize, not specifically, right, because like I specifically hate him or whatever, because it shows and it demonstrates that this movement is still about the people that it matters to the most. You know? I want Graham Platner to take accountability for this because it shows to me that this movement still centers the people that are harmed the most by these systems that, originally. But all this is telling me, all that it's telling me when these white men, or white people in general, right, are so quick to just discount why people are frustrated by Graham Platner, all it's telling me is that that's what matters. And that's frustration. J-Man B, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Spaceman, thank you for the tier 1 as well. And that's the core of what we talk about here. I don't see why we can't at least, at the very least, demand that he give a proper apology. Because honestly, because we don't matter. Historically, we never have. Marginalized people have always been left out of a movement that working class people have been trying to build. White working class people have been trying to build. Always. Always. A powerful message. I appreciate that. You don't have to do it, but you're funding my my master's degree. Every day that goes, this space feels like white socialists only more and more. Yeah. It's true. It's true. That's partially why I'm leaving, you know? Like, even after this last 3 years, I don't feel like I have the vocabulary to speak on these things like I want to. You got a date yet? I don't even know when my classes start. I don't have my email yet, so no, I don't. But I wanna try to build that a little bit more. The problem I have with Mike's take that if isn't that we're inconsequential, is that we're actively enemies if we push back. Yeah, and that's why I am frustrated by like the term wrecker. You know, I think it's on a Platner, but because to cover somebody covered the news on story in Central Australia. Got all the issues you usually talk about. It starts with a little black girl going missing and ends with the police cracking down on the community. If you want to put it in the Discord, I'll probably cover it tomorrow. I want to give it like a story like that, something that actually like coverage it actually deserves to cover it. But just drop it in Discord. And come and stream tomorrow and remind me. Do you have any plans of any sort of output online? Not really. If your candidates can't survive valid pushback, then your candidate policies are weak. Yeah. Like even is wrecking a stream a main Democratic Senate rate? Is that even possible? I mean, if it is possible, then like, you know, maybe they'd actually listen to us, but who knows? Who knows? Wrecking their vibe. Indubitably. I don't know. I don't know. I just... I don't know. Not like it matters, you know? I was seeing Emily take down Graham Patton by saying messages in Twitch chat. We should debate Mike. Have you tried that before? Genuinely interested? No, I haven't debated Mike. Remember in anyone in the studio video years ago, urging people to not treat radicalized normies as praxis at the expense of actual working with and supporting marginalized communities, because what it does about what it does say about the movement is keeps moving. Gosh darn it, the chat keeps moving. Because what does it say about a movement if that becomes a focus? Kind of surreal to see leftists who first got exposed to those ideas through alt-right playbook I remember the stream I saw and watched that video on. Now more or less disregard that entirely. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's just a frustration that I have and consistently have. I just wish that we as I want to say a movement, because like it doesn't feel like a movement. If I'm being real, what movement? Like genuinely, what is a movement that doesn't care about marginalized people? What is a movement that disregards marginalized people? What do you call that? You feel me? It's like where even like a simple 2 words gets you like thrown out. Because you dare ask the king to acknowledge that maybe he shouldn't have joined the Nazi like army. And like the child killing brigade after he realized that it wasn't good to do so in the first place. It's gonna just kind of the VRA, Black Lives Matter, Black Voices Matter, left needs to get it together and include everyone. Yeah. And like I have thoughts about the Voting Rights Act, SCOTUS decision. Like I couldn't bring myself to talk about it because that makes if you thought I was doomer now, wait till I start talking about the Supreme Court. Because man, oh man, there's no pulling me back from that place. Because the Democrats have absolutely not show me Graham Platner's thoughts on court packing. Genuinely, does he support on abolishing the Supreme Court? Does he support packing the courts? Is he gonna vote to pack the courts? Like, show me stuff like that. I want to see stuff like that. To be fair, I'll be fair to him. I did see him calling to remove Alito and Thomas. I did see that. I will be fair to him. I did see that. That is respectable. Is even 30% of Dems willing to do any of that? No. Because it was levied when Biden was in office and they said no. Nancy Pelosi said she wouldn't even bring it to the House floor. She said she wouldn't even bring it to the floor. Wouldn't even because she didn't want members to be on the record for a vote. And then liberals get mad at us when stuff like this happens. Roe v. Wade gets struck down. The Voting Rights Act gets gutted. And then they get mad at us for 2016. That was 10 years ago. And there was nothing in the interim. I love that, like, it's a coin flip. You know? At any given time, one decision can ruin the political system for decades. And you just have to hope a Democrat's in office. Or if a Democrat's in office, you just have to hope that they have this House and the Senate. And if a Democrat's in office and they have the House and the Senate, you just have to hope that they also have the Supreme Court. They need to have a trifecta holistically forever and ever and ever and ever. Just keep giving them a trifecta. They will never use it. But like they promise that like if something happens, they will never like use it negatively too. I just don't get me started talking about the Democrats. You thought Graham Platner Power Hour was long. I can speak for like 15 times the length about the Democratic Party holistically. I can. And like, this is like not even a beef of Graham Platner. I think like, you know, it's like Graham Platner has said some good stuff on this, right? Does it really matter when the Speaker of the House won't bring it to the Senate, like to the floor for a vote? You know, how many elections need to pass? And that's what frustrates me. We get Graham Platner in now, and we're like, cool. And then in 6 years, They rip Graham Platner off because they outspend him on the freaking campaign trail because of a bajillion other things that are happening and stuff, right? Like, in my opinion, you're never going to outpace the Democrats replacing progressives. We saw it happen with Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, right? Outspending their primaries, replaced immediately, having to win their seats back. And then we get some other people in, we get Graham Platner in, and then somebody else get replaced, you know? It's a revolving door of progressives, right? Because you're never going to usurp the Democratic Party. This is a core belief of mine. I'm not saying electoralism is bad. It's still harm mitigation. But you are never, ever going to ship of Theseus the Democratic Party. You are not going to ship of Theseus the Democratic Party. And people who think or who claim you are going to ship of Theseus the Democratic Party, if you don't know what the ship of Theseus is, the ship of Theseus is a story about, like, there's a ship, right? And you replace each, like, part of the ship one part at a time. At what point does it become another ship, right? At what point does the ship, like, change to a different ship? You're never going to do that. They're always going to just be like, okay, you know, we're done with you. We're done with you. We're done with you. They're going to, if you try to build something like, okay, we're having 5 pieces now. Okay, where's the other side? Okay, you nailed up 1 piece. You look over, 2 pieces are gone over there. You're never going to outbuild the Democratic Party. You're not. You're literally not. You need to build outside the infrastructure. Literally. You know, if you had a nicer face in the power, everything changes. I must believe this, or else I have I actually build power myself and it's hard. Yeah. It's so frustrating, bro. We need an imaginable growth in labor-intended organizing. I can't read it. To leverage overactive elected officials for any of this to actually be changed. Yes. And we don't even need that much. I promise you, it's easier to reach critical mass in union support in the private and public sectors than it is to get enough progressives in office to actually change something. I promise you. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. I guarantee you it's easier. It's easier to get more, and that's very difficult, but it's easier to get more unionization in the private and public sectors than it is to, like, get, like, progressive majority or plurality in the Democratic Party to actually do meaningful change. I promise. And so because of that fact, that's what we should be doing. And what frustrates me is that, like, I've talked to labor organizers. I've talked to other labor organizers because I am one myself. And, like, there's a frustration. I talked to Starbucks Workers United workers, right? And there's a frustration with their stores being closed down. There was a huge push in 2022 of Starbucks stores unionizing, right? All over the country. And systematically, the stores are being shut down. And they're kind of not being talked about, really, at all. You know? They're not being talked about or really discussed at all. But Graham Platner gets, you know, years of fanfare, basically. Anyway, that concludes Graham Platner Power Hour. Did y'all love it? Did y'all have fun today? You cooked? Thank you. You didn't talk about my rep. Oh, I didn't talk about Chris Rabb. You're right. Gosh darn it. Okay, tomorrow, remind me. Tomorrow we talk about Chris Rabb. We talk about Australia. I promise both of those. And then maybe more Graham Platner Power Hour. I'll play all love. No, I actually want to talk about Chris Rabb. I actually like Chris Rabb. You know, I had a lot of beef for elected officials today. I actually like Chris Rabb. I like Chris Rabb. I like Summer Lee. There are elected officials that I like. I'm not like anti-electoralism. I do like some elected officials. I promise. I like Cori Bush. I like Jamal Bowman. You're like, Sean, why are all those people black? Don't ask, okay? It's completely coincidental. Completely coincidental. Anyway, I just gotta keep restart the stream for me specifically. You really like Susan Collins? Oh, Jesus Louise. If you couldn't tell, I haven't eaten today. My vision just went for a second. I'm good. And Cory Booker too. Okay, listen. I'm not I root for everybody black kind of person. I root for the good kind of black. Wait, okay, I won't say. Well, hold on, sorry. Stop. Wait. I root for black people who are great. Listen, you can't cancel me. Look at the color of my skin. You can't cancel me. It's impossible. What else, Ron? Okay, I'm obviously joking. Zoran Mamdani is African, so he counts. He put African American on his college essay. It counts, technically. It counts. He put it on his essay. I mean, his application. I'm counting it, okay? I like Zoran Mamdani. Even though he needs to fire the freaking... whatever her name is, Tish or whatever her name is. I don't freaking know her name. I don't like that lady. Everything that she says pisses me off. Every single thing. I've not seen a single thing that she has said that has not pissed me off. Gosh darn it. Yeah, the cop lady, whatever her name is. His name is Kwame. It's enough, bro. What has she said? Basically just like, yo, Zoran, you want to do some cool, fun stuff? I'm actually anti-fun and anti-cool stuff, and I hate it. That's literally it. That's her entire job, basically. Her entire job is basically like, yo, Zoran, I know there's all this cool and fun stuff you want to do. I actually hate all that stuff, and it sucks, and it's bad. Even she says a little mad. But she won't even arrest BB, he asked. Yeah, she won't. Mean, dumb person. Anyway, that ends Grand Platner Power Hour. I think she has larger political aspirations. Well, could she aspire to, like, shut up and, like, stop standing in the way of actual progressive policies? Question mark? Anyway, okay. Tomorrow, Chris Rabb, Australia, red button versus blue button discourse. Partner Power Hour, 6 hours long. Hey, the S is silent on hour. What's that thing? So versus Miranda collab. I can't talk, bro. Collab. Oh, Lin-Manuel Miranda. Folks, we got another jingle judge. Submit your 2K jingle tomorrow night. 5-1. Lin-Manuel Miranda and I'm Cardi B has helped me pick the top 5 before New York votes the winner. To be fair, like, he's a millennial. I expected this. I saw the title in your Go Live notif and came 4 hours later and you were still going. Listen, if you saw my stream at the end of it yesterday, that wouldn't surprise you or shouldn't surprise you. Because of that one chatter specifically. I told you I was going to do it. And I'm a man of my word. Except for birthday cards. I'm not doing those. Other than that, I'll do everything else. Cardi, please, or motorcycle, if someone stop him. Yeah, it's Lin-Manuel Miranda in the building. Yeah, we're like Hillary Clinton breaking the glass ceiling. That's how he raps, bro. That's literally how Lin-Manuel Miranda raps. I promise you, he raps exactly like that. Now I have to show you. Now I have to show you. It's hilarious.
Now, talking of famous co-stars and celebrities and things, I imagine...
Calling out. I got sick once I was like pulling the IV out of my arm, telling I had a fever of 104. And, I mean, you just couldn't.
You were joined... So, this is this evening.
Actually, month's program.
Yes. Saw it 4 times.
Asking you for...
Just being like, please see.
I'm... At this point, can you just rock up, or do you have... Yeah.
Tip to King's College. I probably shouldn't brag, but dag, I'm amazed and astonished. The problem is I got a lot of brains, but no polish. I gotta holler just to be heard with every word. I drop knowledge. I'm a diamond in the rough. A shiny piece of...
I kind of killed that, bro. My impression was like spot on. My impression was spot on. Yeah, I'm here with Zoran. We're walking down the street with you and your mom. He's here for things. You never know. He paying all the people to pick up all the snow. Snow. You better not snort it. The news. You better go report it. Zoran. Yeah, you're so wrong. If you don't like him, you'll be so gone. Okay, sorry. That's all I got. One for one, exactly. We're saying he's bullying him harder.
5 bars. 5 bars, 5 seconds. Yo. Cinnamon, cinnamon, all feminine, all venom, heart venom, cinnamon, all venom, cinnamon, salt venom, enema, give him an enema, short enema, melanin, no melanin, all men are friends. Fuck me.
Bro, why people love this video? This was everywhere during like freaking middle school or high school or whatever. I blame Eminem for this, as you should. White people never picked up the microphone until Eminem. This is actually a proven fact. Don't look it up. Anyway. For the record, I never liked him. Eminem? Anyway, any final thoughts? Yeah, you have to talk about Platner today? No, I don't think we touched on it. I don't think we touched on it at all. Anybody from BA highlight? What do you mean? I mean, we covered a clip. I disagreed with it. If you wanted to know my take on it, you guys covered a Hassan clip I disagreed with. This is a long stream. I'm tired. I had to run and get my dog. I haven't eaten today. Oh, I want food. I was asking the chat message highlight. What was the chat message highlight? I wasn't watching. I just got the Husky Red. Yeah, I gotta go deal with her. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. Military bad. I'm just a dad. Blackwater made me sad. Your votes will make me glad. Melanin. To be fair, Platner would never say that. Because he would never say military bad or Blackwater made him sad. Out of character. -1. -1 out of character. Anyway. Thank you for watching YouTube chat. Sorry, I forgot you again. I promise you, I'll look at YouTube chat at some point. Okay. Goodbye, YouTube chat. Adios.